Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, oh. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
I saw this video and I feel is beautiful
Look
to
at
share.
their bosses.
Thumbs up to Lagos State, Nigeria.
Look at it now. And this train is being championed by electricity. Lagos State government make sure that there is a constant electricity, which means I'm here in a now. I actually walk 24 hours. I can walk. I actually walk. I can walk 24 hours power supply on this rail, because this rail, the rail itself is connected to transformer, and it doesn't have any pilot or driver or whatever. It's electric. That what I'm seeing in Dubai that makes me to travel to Dubai to just cool off my head is what I'm seeing in Lagos. And you see why people, they are taking picture. They are taking picture on this train. This is bus stop. Even a bus stop or Suoyibo. And do you know the funny thing? The funny thing is that when you get to any bus stop, this thing, they configured this train to Yoruba voice. I silence everything because of I want to make my own voice note. They configured everything on that train to Yoruba language and English language. Manabra and Kendi Azumagodo Yibo is so Igbo a correct bag in my house, so you will be illiterate. Look at metro station now. On a Hikiru metro station from Opi Weka to Amansi Oka. Do you know how much this thing will generate to the government pocket? Look at it. If I pass Rabo, we are looking and fighting for Biafra. And you think that no, by killing ourselves, Biafra, we must have to unite ourselves first. We're unity. Tell our government the truth. And the truth, nothing but the truth, the raw truth, what they need to know and what they need to understand. Let us develop our land first. Everywhere. Anybody that cry to my DM again, that place in a develop, never have industrial area. My name is Mr. Jepak Comedy, Jepak Chief of Staff. 2023 and keep as well. 2024. Look at it, never. You'll be passing this place, you'll be thinking that the Eba able to buy. I really thank the people that do this thing. If you did not appreciate good thing, or more good thing will run away from you.
You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I got shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10, over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Salute and greetings. Hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, indicate in the comment section, and what please indicate to me in private chat. Hopefully you can hear me. Salute to you. Since I was young and now I am getting old, and whatever came after that. So there it is right there. Here we are right here. We're hotly towards the first weekend of the year. Is this the first weekend of the year? I think we might well... yes. No, we're actually hotling towards... Is it the second weekend of the year? I don't know. What do I know? Yeah, so we're now fully in 2024. This is essentially what it is. So the festivities have gone, and then the blues of the aftermath of it. You know, that dump from the high of those festive merrymaking. So they dump from the high of the festive merrymaking, but your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to mow, he's guaranteed to lift your spirit up again. So lift your spirit up again. Good day, good to see you, and how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. Or at least a decent day. So a decent day is always preferable, isn't it? Nothing too high, nothing too low, just steady as she goes sort of a day. So hope you've had the sort of day that you wish. So there's that one. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join us on the screen, this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to come join us on the screen and be one of those voices that people are listening to, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It pops you into a studio space. Soon as I've finished delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. You are amongst friends. So amongst friends, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it's a mixed bag of all sorts, this session now, a mixed bag of all sorts. So we'll gather through, we'll go through what we've gathered already. And then if the panelists have anything else that they want to add to the conversation, all the better. So, but this is what we have gathered. So this seems to be the highlight news of the day. No grief for anybody slogan. Police are majoring in minor. This is from Lemi Ugegbe. So Lemi Ugegbe. So there is this clarion call for Nigerians to fight back against insurgency. Having not been equipped, of course, to do that, so you hold up your fist against AK-47s is essentially what the Nigerian state is saying is the panacea to insecurity. No grief for anybody slogan. Police majoring in minor. So let's see now where this conversation is. In the unfolding drama of Nigeria's challenges, Lemi Ugegbe raises a pungent curtain, reminding us the police. Let's see. Hold on. All right, let me take that from the top again. In the unfolding drama of Nigeria's challenges, Lemi Ugegbe raises a pungent curtain, reminding us the police of the imperative to address the major issues rather than becoming entangled in the minor intricacies of slogans. No grief for anybody slogan, police majoring in minor. In a tumultuous tapestry, it's going to be one of those unnecessary grammar ones. In a tumultuous tapestry of Nigeria's current predicament, the thread of insecurity woven by the hands of terrorists, kidnappers, and bandits have ensnared the nation in a stranglehold. As the populace grapple with the dire implications of these challenges, the guardians of law and order, the police, appear feeble in their attempts to confront the myriad of threats. In the shadow of this security crisis, tales echoes across the land, narrating the harrowing experiences of those who have fallen victim to the reckless machinations of criminals. Disturbingly, these victims recount their futile attempts to alert both the police and military regarding the ominous missive penned by malevolent forces outlining their nefarious plans. The recent blood-stained chapters in Plateau, where over 300 souls have succumbed to attacks, stand as a haunting testimony to this systemic failure. Amidst this urgent call to action, the police, seemingly oblivious to the symphony of echoes surrounding them, divert their focus to a seemingly inconsequential matter, the 2024 No Grief for Anybody slogan. In a nation teetering on the precipice of poverty, with over 143 million souls entangled in the multifaceted web of destitution, citizens have forged a coping mechanism, one of which is humor, encapsulated in the defiant no grief for anybody. However, the guardians of order, rather than confronting the pressing existential threat, embark on a quixotic. It's been over a decade since I've seen the word quixotic used in anything. I wonder who the fool is that wrote this. It probably be some. Yes, it had to be Dalami something or the other. However, the guardians of order, rather than confronting the pressing existential threat, embark on a quixotic quest to suppress this vocal expression, deeming it perilous. Yet, in a nation with constitutional rights, in a nation where constitutional rights are sacrosanct, citizens possesses the inherent freedom to articulate their sentiments. The police or any other entity lack the authority to muzzle their constitutionally guaranteed right to self-expression. So there it is right there. That doesn't actually tell us much, but the hashtag that seems now that have been adopted essentially by the populace as the address towards insecurity now is no grief for anybody. But what does that actually mean, and how equipped are you to fight back? It brings back really that narrative of Nigerians, should Nigerians be allowed to bear arms? So that's really essentially where that should land. Most paracetamol sold in Nigeria below WH standards report. So there it is right there. Placebo medicines killing Nigerians. A recent investigation found that nearly all of the paracetamol tablets sold in Nigeria is probably underdosed, falling short of the requirements specified by the British something or the other and the World Health Organization. The 2023 study, titled Comparative Analysis of 5 different brands of paracetamol sold in Nigeria by British pharmacopoeia standards, stated that samples from 5 different paracetamol brands, each claiming to contain 500 milligrams, were tested and analyzed using the spectrophonemetic method. The concentration ranged from, so now look at the disparity right here. So the paracetamol that they're selling in Nigeria, claiming it has 500 milligrams, essentially the concentration ranges from 185 milligrams to 358 milligrams. So the 500 milligram paracetamol being sold in Nigeria, even the best one is 150 milligrams short of what is being advertised. And this is what the World Health Organization is telling us. The concentration ranged from 185 milligrams to 358 milligrams, which was much lower than the suggested 500 milligrams limit. The study's researchers voiced concerns about the possibility of treatment failure due to underdosed paracetamol tablets. And then obviously they go on to tell us the health implications of that. But there it is right there. Fake medicine, fake booze, fake everything, fake country. Tinubu approves restart of light steel section of Ajaokuta company. So this Ajaokuta now, my own recommendation is that they should just sell it off and not fit for purpose, not fit for anything. President Bola Tinubu on Thursday at the State House in Abuja received briefings on prospective investments in Nigeria's steel sector from the Minister of Steel Development, Shaibu Audu, and the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru. This was as he approved the restart of light steel mill section of Ajaokuta Steel Complex for the production of iron rod, which will cost 35 billion naira at the first stage. The president emphasized that a revitalized steel development industry is both a catalyst for robust economic growth and a doorway to immense opportunities for Nigeria's massive pool of talented entrepreneurs. According to a statement signed by Tinubu's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, the Minister of Steel Development informed the President of discussions with the representatives of Jindal Steel. So this is an offshoot of that Indian excursion that Tinubu went on. But we've sold this Ajaokuta steel to the Indians before, and they ended up suing us, and we ended up paying endless billions of dollars. But it looks as though this is another portal for rinse and repeat. It's unbelievable stuff. Just sell the whole thing now and be done with it. Give it to Dangote. He seems to know how to do stuff. According to a statement signed by Tinubu's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalali, the Minister of Steel Development informed the President of discussions with representatives of Jindal Steel Group of India. This comes 5 months after Jindal Steel Group indicated interest in investing up to $5 billion in a new steel plant in Nigeria on the sideline of the G20 meeting in Delhi in India in September. Audu said the company is now considering either acquiring existing plants or setting up greenfield plants. According to the minister, upon the completion of these deals, about $10 billion worth of new investment in both new and existing steel plants in Nigeria will be established, which will create over 500,000 direct and indirect jobs in the steel industry. So there it is right there. We're back with Ajaokuta again, a veritable looting portal. A veritable looting portal. Let me give you this one. Oh, no, that one probably will have no meaning to you. I'll give you this one only as a headline. Femi Otedola's net worth rises to $1.2 billion, rejoins Forbes billionaire list as Nigeria's fourth richest man. So I don't know quite who the third one is, but the news today was that what's that guy? He's gone up to number 2 in Nigeria, and then Otedola comes in at number 4. I suspect it's BUA that is number 3 rich list in Nigeria. I did not defect from APC. I only resigned. Peter Obi's ally, Kenneth Okonkwo. So he's the star turn of this session. Already sending smoke signals in the direction of Aso Rock. Daddy, I want to come home. A chieftain of the Labour Party, Kenneth Okonkwo, has said that he never defected from the All Progressive Congress APC. According to the veteran Nollywood actor turned politician, he only resigned from the ruling APC and joined the Labour Party months to the 2023 general elections. I am always not very comfortable with the word defection. I resigned from the APC and joined Labour. You defect when you move from one party to another. So what exactly? What because this is trying to be a bit too clever by half with words. So what exactly is the meaning of that? If you resign and then you move to another party or you defect, essentially you were in one political party and then you left that political party to join another one. So I'm not quite sure what return window this opens for him, but this sounds like a daddy I want to come home sort of output. I am always not very comfortable with the word defection. I resigned from the APC and joined Labour Party. You defect when you move from a party to another. Let's say you are a member of the National Assembly, and in Nigeria, you must be a member of a political party to run for office, or there won't be any chance for you to resign. So I don't know quite what he's saying there. That's just it's just inane gibberish from this guy. Let's say you are a member of the National Assembly, and in Nigeria you must be a member of a political party to run for office, or there won't be any chance for you to resign. In that circumstance, you can defect. But when you resign and join another party, that is not defection. Correspondents report that Okonkwo was an ally of Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the last election. He was also a fearless critic of President Bola Tinubu and the APC government. So we'll see if he continues to be a fearless critic. I suspect that might not last for long. But this now next news, this has seized the headlines in Nigeria for the whole of today. Lagos banker commits suicide inside bank's premises, but it's really the reasons why that the reasons why are as alarming as the action itself. The reasons why are as alarming as the action itself. And by the way, you see that thing at the bottom of the screen right there, the dollar sign. That's the super chat thing. You can use it at your will. A marketing staff of a bank in Lagos State identified as Amarachi Ugochukwu has reportedly committed suicide. Correspondents learned that Amarachi was found dead inside the staff toilet of the bank in Ikorodu area of the state on Monday, January the 8th. A police source who spoke to correspondents said Amarachi got many of her colleagues worried when her phone was ringing endlessly on a table without answering, and they began to search for her. The deceased lifeless body was found in one of the staff toilets after it was forcefully opened. The bank manager, who reported the incident to the police, said a bottle of insecticide was found alongside Amarachi's corpse, which she reportedly gulped to take her life. Also found beside her was a suicide note where she lamented about how bad her life had been and the worst situation of the economy. A doctor was called in and confirmed her dead. Police detectives arrived at the scene and moved the corpse to Ikorodu General Hospital, where an autopsy is expected to be carried out on her remains. So there it is, right there. And this is the note that she left. It says, nothing is working in her life. My figures are low. My brain is clogged up. The economy is getting harder. My decisions are wrong. My mind is messed up. The future doesn't seem bright. The future doesn't seem bright at all. I see extreme hardship. I can't bear the pain anymore. I am sorry, Mom. I am sorry, Dad. I am sorry, Okwe, and it goes on to list a list of names. Chuchu and Ifunaya. Dear Lord, have mercy on me. So there it is right there. So this essentially is what Nigeria has turned to. If a banker can't cope, then what fate the rest of them? Or if a banker can't cope, then what fate the rest of them? So let's go on from there. Today's Nnamdi Kanu sacks legal team after Supreme Court laws makes fresh appointment. The forgotten man of the Southeast, holy, holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu, their mother savior. Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has sacked his legal team barely a month after a Supreme Court ruling which dashed his hopes of immediate release. Let's do that again. Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has sacked his legal team barely a month after a Supreme Court ruling which dashed his hopes of immediate release. A highly placed judicial source revealed that Kanu formally terminated the contract of his previous team, led by a renowned senior advocate of Nigeria. It is true that shortly after the Supreme Court ruling, Nnamdi Ejimako and Nnamake Ejiofor met with our leader, and he asked them to formally write the termination of the legal contract and give it to the lead counsel. They have already done that, and the senior advocate of Nigeria has received the letter terminating the contract. In place of the former legal team, Nnamdi Kanu has approached another legal luminary from Cross River State to be holding brief for him. This guy will only get out of jail if he employs Femi Falana. Nobody else is capacitated to get him out of jail. In place of the former legal leader, Nnamdi Kanu has approached another legal luminary from Cross River State to be holding brief for him. They met recently and had some discussions on how best to handle his legal matters going forward, but it is not clear if the former chief legal officer for Nigeria will agree to take up the brief. Correspondents learned that dissatisfaction with the previous team's effort appears to be the reason behind the change. Sources alleged that Kanu felt they didn't properly challenge the charges against him and failed to secure his release, even failing to achieve his transfer from the DSS detention facility to Kuje Correctional Center, which would have offered greater access to his family and friends. Kanu is said to be equally dissatisfied with his medical care, believing inadequate efforts have been made to secure medical treatment outside the DSS facility and under the care of his preferred private doctors outside Nigeria. So they're not going to, if he's saying that the lawyers could not secure him a medical trip abroad, then he must be living in a land of make-believe. He's not leaving the shores of that country anytime soon. Recall that on the 15th of December 2023, the Supreme Court overturned the Court of Appeals judgment that favored Kanu. The Apex Court upheld the federal government's appeal, arguing that although the government's rendition of Kanu from Kenya was unlawful, it did not strip the court of their jurisdiction to try him. This paved the way for the continuation of legal proceedings against the IPOB leader. So there it is, right there. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu, their mother savior. Oh, okay, so let's go to this. No grief for any terrorist in 2024. Nigeria Defense tells citizens. So let's Nigerian Defense Headquarters has adopted the trending "No Grief for Anybody" slogan, charging Nigerians to collaborate with security agencies and stand in vehement opposition against terrorism. Make Nigerians no grief for terrorists this year. Edward Buba, Director of Defense Media Operations, said whilst addressing the press in Abuja on Thursday. You see something, you say something, and we assure them of doing something. Buba added that the aim of our ongoing operations remain unchanged and clear even in the new year 2024. We aim to find and destroy the terrorists wherever they may be hiding to ensure their enduring defeat. This would deny the terrorists the ability to terrorize and hurt citizens across the country. So, these are almost like mocking words. You hang around, you do nothing, people get ravaged and savaged, and you come into the media and print and pick up in a starched uniforms and highfalutin language. Our operations indicate that we are hunting the terrorist commanders and their senior leadership. Indeed, from their topmost leadership to the lowest commanders are dead men walking, and we will stop at nothing until they are dead or surrendered. He further said the Nigerian military received operations. He further said that the Nigerian military's recent operations have resulted in 86 neutralized terrorists, with 101 of them arrested. So there should really be no arrest. This was being recommended by a senior: leave them in the forest, but don't leave them alive. Troops also arrested 30 perpetrators of all theft and rescued 21 kidnapped hostages. In the SS, troops denied, that's the South-South, troops denied all theft of the estimated sum, and then it goes on to give a sum. Nigerian Defense Headquarters adapting trending "no grief for anybody" slogan comes hours after the Nigerian police warned that the slogan is coming from a revolutionary push, which could trigger chaos across the country. First spokesperson, Adejobi. So there it is. I think that's enough of that. I tire of reading it. Let me play you this Kenneth Okonkwo. So this Kenneth Okonkwo clip is what inspired the headline. So somewhat of a love letter to Tinubu. They all seem to be now rushing to daddy.
Wait a minute. If the president calls you, Mr. Okonkwo, won't you go?
You know, in Nigeria, after seeing that picture, I think everybody is a suspect, including me.
Oh, dear.
It's just that I've not had enough evidence to convict myself. You know, there's nothing wrong in seeing the president. You don't say no to a president. But there's something wrong when you psychophantically make a 360 degree to all the principles you say you hold dear. What have changed? Now, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He has the right to command me to come and see him. I would not have a choice in it, but I would have a choice to what I would say. I would have a choice to my demeanor when I had finished seeing him. What he cannot command is what I would say. But if he says I must see him, I have to see him. He's in charge of the security of myself, including me. You have to respect the office of the president. From where I come from, there is an adage that when you're giving a message to the king, you can deliver the message. But when you're told to go and carry the king, you cannot go to carry the king. So it is really very pathetic.
In other words, they may say.
Oh, so there it is right there. Kenneth Okonkwo asking Daniel Bwala to save him a seat. So Kenneth Okonkwo asking Daniel Bwala to save him a seat. So then now we play the Kegite music, get the session going. But first, of course, to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. And amen especially to that for the company that we have so far. Room still sparsely populated. If anybody that wants to hop on. Especially a female voice. If a female voice wants to hop on, as soon as you come in, we come straight to you. We have an underrepresentation of our female voices on the platform. But we have the full representation of elegant voices, such as Kenneth to him in Japan. War Peace joins us. Good to see you, War Peace. Our father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. Good to see you, Ajanle Koko. A new year, a new Solly. He joins us from Amsterdam. And to keep things 100, His Majesty himself, King Emeka. So there it is. That's your panel so far. Still plenty of room if you want to hop on like a bunny. Hop. Like a bunny hop. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you, Solly. We don't often hear your voice enough. Solly, Baoni.
Mo wà pa.
Look at that. What are you showing you about? Look at this guy. Which one is that one? Is that half Nigerian, half Dutch, and half everything else?
It is the original Yoruba. You people just don't want to accept my accent, but you can understand me, so it's all good.
It's all good. So how are you? What have you been looking at in the news today? Come into it wherever you like.
Plenty things. For example, Nigerian police and Nigerian army are having some kind of subtle beef. And Peter Obi has gone to go and donate some of the, allegedly, has gone to go and donate some of the campaign funds, you know, trying to fool the people again as usual. And the brainwashed people are falling for it as usual. Then that better...
Yeah, I saw that casually in the cycle somewhere, but carry on, yes.
Yes, and that Beta Odu, I don't even know. I just feel like they set... Okay, most people are saying they set her up, but she committed the crime though. But I feel like they set her up in a way that they knew she was going to commit the crime, and they let her commit the crime so that they can do something to her. What and who sets this whole thing up? I don't know why, basically. I don't know why. There's something behind all this, you know. So I'm still suspicious of that, of those kind of that Beta Odu space. Then also Nigerian government, they are stealing police salary. They are not paying police. People holding your gun.
Yeah, but police have always been underpaid. This is why they collect as roadblocks.
Yes, but there's a difference.
You know, there's a tacit understanding between the police personnel and the authorities that, look, you're not going to get that much of a salary, but you have this uniform, so you can go and rob people on behalf of using the government's names. That's how it works usually.
Yes, but this time they're actually stealing their salary. They're actually not paying them. The work that they went to go and do, because their salary was supposed to be in euros, they just took it, like how they used to do to Nigerian footballers. So now they've entered that level where they are stealing from people holding guns. So I don't know how that will play out, but in the long run, that will not play out good. And it's mostly the citizens that will suffer from it, because these people will just go and sell weapons to armed robbers, or they will direct armed robbers to go and rob, one of the other. I'm still waiting for when they will take the action against the people in power, because anytime the people in power oppressing them, they always go all the way down and start oppressing the citizens, which does not make any sense. But anyways, that's just most of what I've been looking at.
Okay, let me take you to the space. Sorry.
Oh, also one more thing. They said they found about almost 300 million in somebody's in a small boy's account. A little boy. I don't even think.
Oh yeah, that's the son of Ahmed Bashir. Or is it? Is it? No, it's not Ahmed Bashir. It's that one that Tunde Sheabu. Yes, his son's account. Was it even 1 point something trillion or? Yes,
265 million dollars. Do you know how many schools that would, do you know how many hospitals, world-class hospitals that were built in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm just you know all these monies that they say they find. So it stops at the headline, but what actually happens to the money? Has it been seized? Has it been packed in the CBN coffers for the supposed owner to come and identify how they came about it? Otherwise, it will be taken by the state. So we don't get the follow-on. They just say, "Oh, and then that makes the headline, and we are all making all this noise." What should happen to the money, or what has happened to the money, Solly?
I think they will just negotiate and they'll collect a large chunk of it and give it back. I think that's why most of these politicians now are stealing in billions. Because if they steal 100 billion, at least they'll get 10 billion or 20 billion or 30 billion out of it after all the negotiation. Because most of them will just rather just plead guilty. When you plead guilty, you set everybody finds peace. You give a chunk of the money away, they let you go away. But if you are fighting them, they are going to find it hard to find the money. They are going to find it hard to interrogate you. Everybody is going to have a hard time. They are going to lock you up. Basically, what is happening to that CBN governor? I'm sure that CBN governor does not want to release all the money that is stole. So that's why they are putting him all through that wahala. But if you just quickly negotiate, you will find everything peaceful. The government will take their money back. They will steal some share out of it. Maybe they will return some of it back into the Nigerian treasury. So that's basically how I see. From this 265, maybe they will get 200 million back. The man will keep 60 million. They will steal maybe 100 million out of it, or maybe 150 million, and then 50 million will go back into, as if they are lucky, will go back into Nigerian treasury. So
all right.
But what I wanted to talk about is how they get this money. People always think that all these things is complicated. I've seen it with my own two koro eyes. The politician enters the bank, it looks for a bank staff, it tells them, transfer this money from this account to that account. They even serve him tea. And one man, do you know how many times I've seen this with my eyes? There's nothing complicated. Enters bank, tell staff, transfer the money from this account to this account. They will give him tea while he's waiting there. Once they are done with the transfer, they will laugh, they will joke, and the man will go. That's how they steal Nigerian funds. There's nothing more than that. All these people, once they say, "Oh, I need money from government for something," once government approves the money, they go to bank and transfer the money. It takes less than 30 minutes. I saw it so many times in Lagos. Should I mention the bank?
I doubt if you saw it anyway. So
no, I can swear on my life how many times I saw it. So I've been seeing this since I was young. I've been seeing that they don't even hide it. Not that they don't hide it, but if you're not paying attention, you know what is going on. But it's not like they really hide it. They already know. They have a corner in the back where they sit down. The staff already knows why they are there. And one man, I say they serve these people. It's like they have VIP. They give them VIP treatment. So I've seen it. It's not. I'm not saying rumor. I've seen this with my eyes.
You know where I saw that VIP treatment? I saw it at the Nigerian embassy. I saw it at the Nigerian embassy in London when we went to do Nigerian passports and whatnot. And there we were, the hoi pollois lined up like a bunch of sheep, constituting a nuisance to the walkway. And then there was another door. You could see them just going in and out, usually dressed in kaftan, our friends from the north. So that tells you then that there's a separate service door for the elite, and then a different service door for you hoi pollois.
So I you know, am I an elite? I don't know, but I don't feel
You're not an elite, sorry. You're just a
but
rascally youth in Amsterdam.
well, I don't feel like an elite, but the kind of things that I've had access to, especially with Nigeria, and the kind of things that I've seen, you know. So if they really want to stop corruption, they have to is the banks. It's the banks that, because all this money, the bank is the banks. One man, without the banks, there won't be any corruption in Nigeria. I promise you. Without these Nigerian banks, there won't be any corruption. I can even tell you the location of the bank. So I've been seeing this with my two Korokoro eyes since I was in, is it GSS or SS? You know. So yeah, it's not surprising. It's very easy to loot money from Nigeria. Very, very easy. The banks don't care. The banks just want to collect their commission.
All right. Still staying within that sort of banking narrative, Lagos banker commits suicide inside bank's premises, and the reasons that she gave is really the most touching. It says, nothing is working in her life. It says our figures are low. That is to work related. Her brain is clogged up. The economy is getting harder. Her decisions are wrong. Her mind is messed up. The future doesn't seem bright. It says she sees extreme hardship and she can't bear it anymore. And this constitutes reasons to take one's life.
For somebody that still has a job and getting paid salary, this seems very suspicious. It seems too well played out. I would say they should do autopsy.
No, they would do autopsy, but what she used, the poison she used, it was found right beside her.
Yes, that's why I said it seems like a script. If she wanted to take her own life, why didn't she do it at home? Why come all the way to work? Why dress? Why shower? Why brush? Why bring the poison?
Maybe she wanted to make the point. Maybe she wanted to, because she left a note, which is to tell you that there's a political element to it.
This is not how people commit suicide. In general, this is not how people.
You have expertise in that spectrum too.
Someone committing suicide is not looking for attention after the suicide. This looks like a lot of attention seeking, which doesn't correlate with normal suicide behavior. You know, so that's why I think there's foul play, especially if it's in Nigeria. I suspect foul play. It's just too scripted, too scripted. And also, they should check the handwriting if it matches with our own handwriting.
Yeah, but does it not speak to the level of hardship that is going on in that country?
There are people,
because there's so many suicides. What's it now in Nigeria? Especially jumping off bridges, which seems to be their preferred. Okay, what about people that go to jump off a bridge? They could have done it at home.
There's no bridge to jump off at home.
No, if they want to commit suicide, like you said, they could have done it quietly at home without going to a bridge to make a spectacle.
But they can't drown at home. The point of
the point of drowning is to take one's life. So it's not like a preferred method. They could have bought this they call it sniper, which is what they use to commit suicide in Nigeria, and drank it quietly in their room without going to jump off a bridge. So what I'm saying to you is that some people, they want to go out in a spectacular sort of manner.
Sorry, woman, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. Good to see you.
Yes, nice to meet you. Thank you, everybody. Solly, I think you are very right. It looks very suspicious. You know, the letter that she wrote down, she wrote it in capital letter. They need to arrest a lot of people in that bank. There is something suspicious about the death of the girl. It's not real at all. It's not real. That's what I think, to my own opinion. Thank you.
You there, Solly?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you to another space. So this now hashtag that seems to be the hashtag for the year. No grief for anybody. So this is the Nigerian pushback now against the circumstances that they find themselves in. But the authorities have latched on to that, and the army are now saying no grief for terrorists. So no grief for terrorists, we all agree, but how are the people not to grieve for terrorists?
I think he was just using it as a slang, as a way to play with the Nigerian police, because I don't see how that slogan is offending anybody. The Nigerian police in their speech says that it is a revolutionary slang, a revolutionary statement. Nobody ever said it was. People were just playing around. Secondly, if it's a revolutionary slang, what is so wrong with a revolutionary slang? Does Nigeria police have a problem with anything revolutionary? It seems Nigerian police have a problem with anything good for the citizens. Like I said, they are bullies. Once their oppressors oppress them, they are always looking for who to oppress next, because they are so useless. They have no purpose. They literally have almost no purpose. What good do they really do in the Nigerian society apart from oppress citizens? Once in a while, they may help Nigerian citizens, but when you actually need their help, you have to pay them. They will waste your time. You probably have to bribe them. They are now carrying POS up and down. Imagine, they are carrying POS to collect money from citizens. And the only reason they are doing that is because we cannot buy our arms. If we all could buy our own arms, will you be collecting money from POS from the citizens? Will you be doing that? No, they would not. So they are bullies. If they give everybody the right to buy weapons in Nigeria, those policemen will starve. They will commit suicide like that girl. Very useless set of people. Thieves in uniform. Their shoes are not even clean. They don't wear belts. They are mostly drunk. You will smell
So
their
that's the most paramount of the problems you have with them. Their shoes are not clean.
Their shoes are not clean. They are disgusting. When I was in Air Force, I had no respect for them. Air Force people have no respect for them. Navy people have no respect for them. They are like house boys. They are the house boys.
Air Force.
When I was young.
When you were young,
yes, I joined the Air Force. I joined the Air Force cadets before my father took me out.
You were a cadet, not as if you joined the Air Force. You were a cadet.
Yes, cadet, yes.
So you're not as if you really joined. You enlist in the Air Force.
It's the same thing. They taught me discipline. Okay. I can smell hate and jealousy.
Sorry.
but it's the same thing. The reason why people in military, navy, and all this code, they don't really respect Nigerian citizens. When you enter this kind of disciplinary systems, they teach you a lot about discipline. You learn to have discipline in your life. You learn to concentrate. You learn to know how to sacrifice, how to outweigh temporary pressures over long-term results. And when you come out of it, you start to notice that most Nigerians don't have discipline. They really don't. The average citizen does not have discipline. I think every Nigerian should go through at least 1 year of military service for the country. It will build a lot of, like Israel does it, it will build a lot of discipline in our citizens. And the country, that reorientation that we are saying we need to have, the country will have it gradually.
What discipline is it going to bring in them? Even the ones you have, your army that you have, how disciplined are they? Hold on, aren't you seeing the one that Sanwo-Olu was the video ops? I mean, the video ops or whatever they call it that he was doing, the public show that he was doing, where he was catching your fellow military guys. Is that the definition of discipline? When you have people who run amok, people are supposed to be disciplined, like you're saying, and you want all Nigerians to be going to that service when even the military themselves are not even disciplined. Is that what you call discipline? Because you wear uniform, you believe you can slap a civilian. you can drive on the one-way traffic. I mean, what do you call that? You're telling me it's
Abuse of power.
So that's not discipline, because when you talk about discipline, you should be able to manage power given to you. So if you are invariably, you're saying people like your age, I mean, people younger should be going for military service. What discipline are you going to instill in them when even the military is not even disciplined? They keep churning out undisciplined, very unprofessional guys. I mean, it's a systemic thing, Solly. It's a systemic thing.
Okay. Rational mind. Can I ask you a question? You have juvie in America, right? Which is for juveniles who are, terrible in society. A lot of them go into the program and a lot of them come out right. Not all of them come out right, but a lot of them do come out right, which helps the society in general. It is much better for some of them to come out right than for all of them to be condemned. Teaching Nigerians a form of discipline will not make all Nigerians better, but it will make a large chunk of Nigerians have a sense of discipline. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not
how do you go about
because
it? Well, you are saying the military will be a way of achieving that, but I'm telling you to not be a way. It's not a way of achieving that. You don't have to.
How do you know? How do you know it's not going to? Give me an
example of the lack of discipline that exists among the.
But it is not. Yes, but it is not all of them, right?
Most of them, even the so-called higher ups, the hierarchy, they are very undisciplined.
It is not most of them.
I give you an example. Somebody, my home bro, okay, that's many years ago. I think I've uploaded that experience here on this platform. I had to go. There was a Navy officer. I think it's a Navy guy. Yeah, a Navy officer. Somewhere in Lupeju there. My brother was having an issue that I think maybe one of his convoy. My brother hit his convoy, and this guy seized my brother's car for over a year. I had to go pretend to be a lawyer to sue his ass. So I was talking like as if I knew the governor, knew everything was there before he knew it. The guy had to release his. What a year! Is that discipline? I can give you many. I'm talking about. This I'm telling you about is about 25 years ago, 25 or 20 something years ago.
So sorry, are you admitting to impersonating here a rational mind? And then also, did you not tell us that you were a lawyer previously?
When I say impersonating here, I had to act like I'm a lawyer because I was quoting the law.
Yeah, that's impersonation now.
That's impersonation.
But we thought you were a lawyer according to what you told us in previous.
With the way he speaks. The way he speaks, they go shudder now.
Everybody lawless.
So my point is this: we have a lawless uniform men, military setup. So how do you expect Nigerians to go and learn discipline from that kind of institution? Come on, I mean, it's a systemic thing. Everything in that country is, for me, it's just beyond my head. Like, how do we ever get there? Will we ever get there to that nation state that we should in the community of nation? I mean, I don't see it. It's not even with all these leaders that are all corrupt, criminals in Aso Rock, all of them. And you said you expect to see something corrupt. Oh, come on, don't be faking yourself. You can go and make your narrative. Make your submission. But for me, I don't. I just targeting you to let you understand that I don't see anything coming out of it. It's a systemic thing.
In general, the military looks better. They are cleaner. They don't hold POS by the road, smelling and alcohol oozing from their hot breath early in the morning. They don't do all that nonsense in general compared to the Nigerian police. So that means they have some form of discipline in general. They have some higher form of discipline in general. Now, if we look at the Nigerian police, there's no difference between Nigerian police and an Agbero. One is wearing uniform, one is not. You can't compare the level of discipline between an army personnel, at least based on Nigerian standards, with a policeman. You can't compare it. That is the point I'm trying to make. I did not say Nigerian army is the best in the world. I'm just looking at the environment which the people are in. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Was there any other topic you'd like to speak to before I go from you to Emeka?
No, I have just gone with the slogan of 2024 against the rational minds, the obedient merchants of no grief for anybody. And I will not agree. Ma so Yoruba, Emile saw, and you accept it. And you accept it with my accent. I will not agree for anybody.
Okay, ọmọ tápà ni náà, tápà ló lè gbọ́.
Ọmọ ló sọ Yorùbá bí kíní máa bí akáyín báyìí. Má sọ Yorùbá, má sọ kíní. Ṣé Yorùbá ló sọ lẹ́nu Yorùbá?
Tápà boy.
Ẹ ṣáà ń gbọ́ Yorùbá mi ṣá.
Ẹ ṣáà ń gbọ́ Yorùbá. Ọmọ mi gan sọ Yorùbá jù ẹ lọ.
So mi ò mind.
Oh my goodness. Bọ̀bọ̀ ti sọnù. Àmì ìyá ọmọ Èkìtì àbí? Ọmọ Èkìtì dẹ̀ ni ẹ́.
Ekiti ń bọ̀. What borough is Ekiti in Amsterdam?
Òun bú kan gbórúkọ ẹ̀. Ọ̀wọ̀ this Chinedu tó contest ní Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. At least oyin sọ Yorùbá díẹ̀.
Òyìnbó ló fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ nílé náà, so ẹ fi sílẹ̀.
I am a pounded yam and a goosey citizen.
You know that used to be a culture, Ajanle Koko. We don't speak Yoruba in this house, and you live in Lagos.
Yeah.
Eh?
That is.
Àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀yà bá wọn sọ Yorùbá, wọn á fún òyìnbó dáhùn.
Ó sad gan.
I tried.
Ọmọ mi máa bá wọn sọ Yorùbá, ọmọ máa bá wọn sọ Yorùbá lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀kan. Wọ́n gbọ́ Yorùbá. Lẹ́yìn pé ìyá wọn gbọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Wọ́n máa ń bá wọn sọ. Sọ́mọ́ dẹ̀ ń bá jáde mi sọ̀rọ̀ àti pé wọ́n máa ń bá wọn sọ Yorùbá dé lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀kan. Yorùbá wọn ó tẹ̀ sound ju ti ẹnu ẹgbẹ́ wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sọ́ọ̀lì lọ. Yorùbá ó mà ga ọ. Sọ́ọ̀lì ló sọ Yorùbá báyìí. Ó ga fún ẹ o.
As long as you understand, I've done my
job.
Thank you. I understand. I understand. Continue, so. You don't reply me.
Rational mind, be so little now, Claude.
Are you following this? Are you following this space? Sorry. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak calls for emergency cabinet meeting as ministers plot airstrike response to attack from Yemen. So it's not an attack on the United Kingdom, of course. I think it's an attack on our vested interest. Britain, US to carry out airstrike against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen tonight. So it looks as though the goings on in Yemen now being internationalized somewhat. Are you following that space?
One man, I don't see anything that comes to Europe. I won't say America or Europe in general, Europe specifically. I don't even care anymore. I don't care. These people, they are playing a dangerous game because they feel like they have the backing of America. And America will leave them by the roadside any day, anytime. I've always said this thing. The only reason why Europe follows America is because they think America is a white country. America is not a white country. America is a multicultural country. America does not care about Europe.
Europe is not caring. Europe is not following America because it's a white country. It's because it's a superpower.
No, trust me. There's also a form of whiteness in it, white supremacy involved in it. Trust me, I know these people. I know them very, very well.
Don't worry, you're not the only one living in the midst of white. We all know them. Don't worry about
So all these nonsense games they used to play, that they will not sit down in their own place and respect themselves, always thinking that they have the better ideology, the best everything, and they must spread it everywhere to everybody because everybody must accept what they are doing. It will not work.
But you understand the main issue? You understand the main issue? Why they want to strike?
I don't usually care. Why can't they ever mind their own business?
Now, when you don't know what is the main issue.
Look, is what is going to happen afterwards that I care about.
They call for trouble. The Yemenis rebels. They call for trouble.
Who caused this problem? Who started this whole issue in the first place?
What issue? Yemenis, they fought their own war.
So why is the British and America involved?
They are involved because their ship is being attacked. They are commercial ships that are bringing in goods from Asia that are crossing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea there, that area there, is being attacked by the Yemenis and back rebels. So that's why they have to protect. When China was not doing anything about it, because the bulk of the ships that were being attacked were ships coming from China. And so since Chinese would not do anything, and US ships also were being attacked, you have to wedge into the matter. So
Okay.
I don't think if you understand the whole thing, what you explain out over there. The Yemenis back rebels are bombarding ships.
Okay, for this round, I give it to them. But usually they always have ulterior motive. And my own problem is what is going to happen after. When these people have refugees, where are they going to go to?
Germany now, is that not where they
exactly? And when they go to Germany, who is going to suffer for the refugees? The average citizen. And when the average citizen is suffering from the refugees, who do they blame? The immigrants instead of their own government. So the thing is always spiraling down. The government will do something, the people will be blaming immigrants. The government will do something, the people will be blaming immigrants. This is why I just remove my matter from their whole. If they really, really, truly want to solve their problem, they will face their government. But just like Nigerian police, whenever their oppressors oppress them, they will go down and punch down. That's the same level I see the whole situation.
So let me interject 1 minute. The reason that Rational Mind gave now is not absolutely true. Let's put things in the right perspective. When the war started between Israel and Hamas, America quickly sent what do they call that thing?
A warship
and aircraft carrier to the Mediterranean. So what Houthi are doing, they are launching attack against those ships they perceive or they know that are taking according to them, those ships that are taking supply to Israel, maybe oil and some other product to Israel. Those are the ones that Houthi claim that they are attacking so that they can feel the economic pain as they have inflicted on Palestinians. So they didn't start it at first. It was America that went there first. And America launched attack from there to launch air attack on a warehouse in Lebanon that they claim that Hezbollah have ammunition and the rest of it. So it's a war. That region is going through the war there is what did you say?
It preceded that attack. The hatred against America preceded that attack that you just mentioned. They just don't want the interference of America in the Middle East. Simple, pure and simple.
What did you say?
I said the attack that you mentioned, the Houthis attack on the vessel before American attack went to the Lebanon. You just mentioned they already have that hatred towards them before there was something. It was more like an interference in which America was called in. So it preceded that attack you just mentioned, not because of that attack on their camp in Lebanon. No. Remember, Saudi Arabia also backed American in attacking these people as well.
Saudi Arabia have been having this. I've been engaging in war with the Houthi. You remember that Houthi have been fighting Saudi Arabia for for several years now. There was a time they even attacked Saudi Arabia refinery. So what they are saying is that, look, American presence there and American protection of Israel, American presence is meant to protect Israel, to supply arms and war equipment to Israel, for Israel to continue to commit genocide has been seen that they have committed so far. So it just we just have to.
I got it.
Yeah.
It seems like what you're saying is what it is, which are not defeated. So why are they?
Sorry, we can't hear you clearly.
Okay.
Hello?
Sorry, I'm just a private. Why are you now attacking cargo ships like the Chinese, the Japanese ships, the Indian ships that are coming from Asia? You're not attacking them, blowing them up. You get it? So we understand if you want to face the U.S. military, whenever you see their submarine or whatever, shoot your rocket, whatever, to them. Face them, not cargo ships that are just carrying goods, commodities to people. But now they're attacking not just only European ships or American ships that are commercial ships. They're also attacking other countries that have no dog in the fight, like the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indian ships, and other countries from Asia. Their ship is being attacked. So can they identify cargo ships from warships? So that's the point. So I'm not saying whatever it is, beef they have with America. Face America themselves. Face their military ships, not face their commercial ships. That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind. Sorry, Dalikoko. Good morning. What they said, according to them, the announcement they made that they will block the Mediterranean for no ship to pass if Israel do not stop their attack on Palestinians. Not necessarily mean America. So they are blocking that route right now, so that any ship that goes through there, they attack it to make a statement. That's what they are doing. Do you get it?
It's actually a proxy war, is it not? With the Houthis being backed by the Iranians and the Yemenis being backed by the Saudis, and now the Western world backing the Saudis.
Yeah. So the Houthis want to block the street. That street, no ship goes through, no ship comes through, just to make a statement to the world, so that Israel should relent from their attack. That's what they said. That's what they be saying. So it's not just America or Japan or China. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Solid. Let's go from Solid to Emeka, see if he's ready for us. Mekos, you're up next. Emeka.
Yeah, thank you, one man.
Is that sleep I hear in your voice? Long day?
Not really. Yesterday was a very explosive day.
The cooking of Pansat. You know, I'm going to cut it out and put it up as a clip.
You have to. You know, it was. Listening back on it, you just snap. It was an exciting, explosive moment.
In fact, if the language had not gotten too rosy for the platform, I would have let it just play out to the bitter end. See, but the language was getting a bit too,
Yeah. But it was okay anyway. I hope both of them can come back.
Sorry, can I just interject real quick?
Sure.
I think, woman. I don't want to speak on it, but I'll comment briefly on this. You know, I understand that Pansat has been how do I call this now? He has been we know what Pansat is or who it stands for, what it is. Yeah, but to allow what happened yesterday to continue, to me, honestly, it's not worth it. This is a family show. The words being thrown around yesterday was not good at all. I've had my own spat with Pansat on this show, and I never for once use those words. I mean, when you have younger people listening to the show, number one is they are going to lose interest in hearing that adults cannot argue in a constructive way. And if you continue to let that happen, you might flag the video on the YouTube. I mean, I think we should be careful about, allowing that to continue. If anybody have any grievance, the least anybody, the coordinator can do is to remove those individuals and let them down at the backstage, and that's it. But allowing them to continue to go on for more than 10 to 15 minutes yesterday, honestly, it doesn't speak for as far as I'm concerned.
They were I told Pansad not to prod at Ijele, because I know Ijele takes it from 0 to 100 in a microsecond, and it's a no holds barred sort of a fighter. Yes, I told him not to prod at him, but Pansad, if he feels that somebody is a big fish, either intellectually or in any other substance, he feels he has to take them on. That's just his character.
One man. That's not intellectualism. Hold on, one man. That's not intellectualism. You see, that was why I had to bail out when I saw this thing was just becoming. Oh no, this is. I mean, you call somebody an intellectual. I mean, if somebody is prodding at you, you should know how to handle such thing. I mean, if you are somebody of dignity, you should just excuse yourself. Maybe say, "Oh, one man, I have to leave. I'm sorry." I mean, that guy. You see, that's why. That's why I just don't want to. I don't want to even jump on whatever he's talking about. Whatever things he was saying. Yes.
No, he's quite knowledgeable. Actually,
if you say you're an intellectual, you should know how to. You should develop a thick skin. You need to know people will prod at you. People will just. Just learn how to in a dignified way. Rebut people.
But people come at it differently now. That's the beauty of it now. It's different personalities now. Imagine if we're all,
One man. Nobody is bigger on this show not to be banished. If I cross the line, I could be banished. It's as simple as that. You ban me for a certain period of time. That shouldn't be tolerated in the first place.
That's
the words being used should have been on this platform. This is an honorable show. We shouldn't dispute ourselves in such a way that as if teenagers are fighting or something like that. No, there's no fun in that. It's not. It doesn't speak well of the show. Doesn't.
All right. I don't know, but yesterday I just decided to let it play out, because sometimes you just have to let these things run their natural course. But there it is. Back to Emeka. You have a different view.
Thank you, Woman.
Emeka, hold on 1 minute, please. But at the end of the day, yesterday we did the right thing. We kicked both of them out. If one man did not put us at the backstage when both of them were having that war, I believe we would have stopped it. We would have stopped it. But one man.
No, I decided to put them in the boxing ring. We'll be doing that when it gets out of when we don't take to 1-in. If two people if they're getting too rowdy, and we'll put them in the boxing ring and let them knock it out.
One man put them in the boxing ring, but when he brought us back, I think I advised him that both of them have to leave, and that is what one man did. So I think we did the right thing. We should not see the platform or us as if we did something wrong. But about one man, next time, I believe you have to listen to the advice of everybody, what they have said tonight. That must not happen. Never to happen again on this show. If people want to start to throw that kind of abusive language against each other, and you tell them to stop and they don't want to stop, just kick them out. And, you can tell them why they are out, that if you still want to rejoin, yes, you can come back on the basis that you want to mind your language and, respect the platform. So that's just it.
All right, back to Emeka.
One man, they've started bombing Yemen.
Yeah, that's what they do now. They'll just blow that place back to the 14th century. We saw it with Iran. We saw it with Iraq. This is all they do.
I'm sending it to you now.
All right. All right. Back to Emeka.
All right. Thank you, Woman. I think sometimes the show and the platform needs a little bit of flavor.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So that what you termed the boxing match between Ijele and Pansat was the highlight of the show yesterday, and normalcy took place immediately stepped in and controlled the situation. We all know Passat's behavior. Passat is always like that. It's not like it's a one-off, right?
Is it a beating that was due him? Is that what you're saying? Are
That's
you
what
saying
I'm actually saying. It's long overdue, right? Passat met someone who could not take, who is also on the other far end of the spectrum. So you understand? I hope Passat learns a little bit of lesson that you just don't come about and start misbehaving all the time. So if it was someone else, like, oh, this is not the nature of this individual, but Passat has always been like this. So Passat Passat actually got a flogging yesterday and a whooping of the ass, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Anyway, let's roll to the show. Good evening to the panelists and comment section guys and viewers at home. Please keep on sharing this the platform, the show, so that we can get more people to participate in this super tonic juice that you are getting on a daily basis. Thank you, woman. So I think let me start with a bit of the update. I just got information that the custom has surpassed their target by 21.4%. Their revenue target, able to generate 3.2 trillion naira as at 2023. So, which means they are going to up it again for them to generate enough revenue. The budgetary target for revenue is 18.4 or thereabouts, or 18 trillion. So, yeah, that's exciting news coming from that space.
It's exciting news, but is it news that should be queried? So these guys were declaring losses for 8 years solid, and then suddenly everybody's declaring a profit now. So what's changed?
The Nigeria Custom. Nigeria Custom have been, I don't know if they declare well. I have not seen their financial statement anyway, but they've always been increasing their revenue target on a yearly basis, right? It's one of the strong revenue points for the Nigerian government. So that's a very good one. So yesterday, I think we missed out. I don't know but I think we actually missed out on the sacking of Polaris, Union Bank. And,
we mentioned it, but we did not build the
conversation
on it.
So that's a very important news that we missed providing opinion on. So the CBN has taken those guys off as a fallback on what Emefiele did, right, with the fund. So those guys could not explain how the bank was being purchased, and after inviting them,
the firm that bought Polaris Bank, it was actually formed 6 months before they made the purchase.
Exactly.
Can you imagine
right?
that?
So Emefiele was just there to enrich himself and his friends, and luckily, the reports coming out now, they've kicked out the boards of those banks and appointed new CEOs to take over for the interim period before they are being prepared for sale to fresh owners. My fear in all this is, you kicked out a few people, then I hope they are not going to be selling it to their friends. You understand? Nigeria is now turning to look like a turn-by-turn situation. Like after your own turn, it's now the turn of me and my friends to enjoy. When we are done, then come and chase us later on. Like what Soli was saying, is it the cousin or the nephew of Buhari whose son had over how much in the account? A 6-year-old child. So I truly agree with the recommendation of Soli, and I also, even with the Betty Edu scandal, right? They've invited the banks affected. We need to hold our financial institution responsible because they are supposed to be escalating these kinds of huge transfers of funds coming in and leaving their institutions. So either we put it as a form of financial penalty, or people need to lose their jobs. So once they see that huge amount coming in either from a government portfolio into someone's account, they need to it should trigger an investigation and they should escalate it to the right authorities. So our financial institutions play a pivotal role in aiding corruption in that country. Let's be very honest about it. So if we want to address corruption and get it head on, the CEOs, I think they should use a couple of them as examples. Probably without sacking them.
Emeka,
Yeah.
me, I think Cardoso is already putting his friends and cronies in positions. He kicked out people from Polish Bank, bringing somebody who is in which bank in Sierra Leone to come ahead.
Why would you even think that way? Why would you even think that way?
Why would I think that way?
We've had a situation where the board has been dissolved in this country. I mean, financial institution board dissolved, and nobody is raised any eyebrow.
I don't know the point. I don't know the point you are coming at. We are talking about friends and family.
We should be more happy. No, it doesn't work that way. This is a private.
Hold on. We are not sad the board is dissolved. We are scrutinizing or looking at people bringing in.
No, see,
I was expecting to hear that you are elevating people. I was expecting to hear them elevate people from who were the ranking officer before, below those people coming up. People from the bank.
It doesn't work that way.
I know. I'm not saying it works like that. I'm not saying it's working like that, but people that are bringing right now, I'm being kind of not comfortable with it.
But they are not. They are interim executive directors. They are not.
They don't even have any authorization to do a lot of things. Just put that to
oversight to prepare the place for new owners that will be coming in and fresh board of directors that will be coming in, right? So they are not there for the long haul. So it's just for a short time to prepare those banks for fresh owners and fresh boards that will come over to take the management of the place. So, like what I was saying, our financial institutions must be held responsible for aiding corruption in that country. They are not doing their job properly. They are not filing the right returns to NFIU as well as EFCC as stipulated in the law. So they need to be doing it, and I think a couple of them needs to be either suspension or sack, or maybe a huge financial penalty, so that they can take that area very serious and ensure that they are reporting to the right authorities when they see certain amount of funds coming in from the government side of things. Not only from government side of things, but also from other private institutions. That's about you knowing your customer, KYC, right? If you're not doing proper KYC, then you have to go and get that guideline in place. So our banks are just joking around, and it is wrong. The government must put it head on that this is what you are supposed to be doing. And if that is in place, you will find out that public officers cannot begin to transfer funds anyhow, because they know that they are watching them. Even if you transfer it to somebody who is maybe a distant relative, but or a proxy, you know they are going to pick you up, or they put the funds on hold, and after investigation, return it back to where it's coming from. So those are the kind of measures that our banks should be getting themselves involved in. Anyway, woman, let's roll the topics for the day. Yeah, woman.
So that wasn't the topic of the day.
Yeah, those are updates. Those are updates.
Updates.
Yeah.
Emeka, they cheat all of us here. Here you know.
How?
They cheat all of us. They cheat all of us here. You go come, you go talk about other things, then you're gonna ask for the main course, the main meal, right?
No, see, we missed out a valuable information discussion yesterday, right?
It's okay,
I decided to just provide. It's not the okay. I see the Nigerian military trying to deceive themselves. I don't think they are deceiving the public, saying no grief for terrorists. It's not about just making or trying to jump into the hype or chasing clouds. It's about putting your mouth where the action is. I looked at this, I just laughed. I said, "This guys, what are you guys up to? Go about and address this situation. if you go to Sahara report today, you will hear the same military saying, oh, that bandits and terrorists are taking over the forest in the country. So you actually know where they are. And you are coming out to make this, give out this information. Instead of you telling us that bandits who took over the forests in the country have been subdued and we have caught them and everything is free now. You see, these guys are just taking Nigeria for a ride. And
can I interject? The last time that I said that they should enter the bush and wipe everything they see out of there, people on this panel told me it was massacre.
I don't know. I don't understand what the word massacre is. That not what they are supposed to do?
I don't understand too, but some people are telling me it is massacre.
No, you can't do that. You can't just go and start shooting everybody.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Listen, my brother, let's learn. Okay, we are on this show to learn. Things, dealing with the domestic terrorism is the most hardest job any security can ever do.
But sir, people don't live in the bush now.
Listen, the community where they establish their camp, it's not just in isolation. They make sure they do that in the surroundings of other villages and other environment. And these people mingle and they mix.
But villages are not in the bush.
Listen, some of these
villages in the bush.
And I give you an example.
Oh, really? That in the forest.
Did you watch
in the forest?
Oh yeah. Yes. Did you watch some of the documentary by the BBC recently? The one that was I recommend you watch that documentary on YouTube. Some of those camps that they have are built around those villages, and some of the villagers also mingle with these terrorists. They know that who they are, but because of the proximity and the way that terrains are, be number one. I'm not saying the military are not capable. They have everything to fish out some of these people, but probably because of religion affinity or cultural affinity, they decided to look the other way, and then corruption also set in. But to deal with domestic terrorism, these are your subjects. These are your people. When you are dealing with the external aggressions, or other neighboring country invading your country, it's a lot easier to close your eyes. We're just talking about America and the UK preparing to go and attack a rebel in another land. So it's a lot easier. But when you have a country turn around, turn the weapon inside to deal with their own subject, that is not an easy task because you have a lot of casualty that will go, that will go with it. So to minimize the collateral damage, it takes a lot of strategic planning. And because of the laziness and other factors by the military, they decided to look the other way around. So it's not just an easy like the way we assume, let's just go and bomb, let's just go and nobody does that. Nobody.
Well, anyway, yeah, thanks for the explanation. But we're hoping that the military gets their acts right and do what is expected, and they should stop chasing clouds. That's not for them. Their work is to ensure that the security integrity of the country is being maintained, and they've been falling short of this for a very long time. This is going to close now to probably 15 years, or if not more. So it shows that the military is incapable of protecting us. Let's be very realistic. They are incapable of doing that. If insecurity has been flourishing in the country for quite a long period of time, then they are just not up to the task. They're all a bunch of failures, if you ask me.
So that's the way your solution?
Do your job. If you have been failing on your job, no, seriously, if you have been failing on your job for more than 15 years, you can't even fail on your job in an organization for a year, then they will sack you. Do your job. Do your damn job.
But some people are saying their job is, if they want to do their job, it is massacre. So how do we go about this?
I don't know, but I would say they have the expertise, they have the skill sets, they have the ability, according to them.
Emeka, this terrorist matter has gone too long. It has gone on for too long. It's now becoming a business. It's already a business.
That is
It's
what
people.
you understand. That is what it's looking like. That's why I didn't want to say it that way. That's why I said
No, we can say
they should do.
like that. We can make references now since some people have been arrested or accused. The former somebody in charge of the logistics general, major general,
Yeah,
that they
that
found
took money to go buy a house in Texas, right?
Texas, and they looted more than 10 million, whatever $1 in billions. And it was transferred, if you read the details, as 2017 or 2018, when that thing was really, really on the high. Buhari actually transferred him. After 2 months, the guy walked himself back again to that position. There's so much money there. In charge, somebody in charge of logistics making that kind of money. Just imagine somebody in charge of the weapon, somebody in charge of the boots, somebody in charge of the food. They become a business.
Yeah,
Just like this, like what I heard. Sorry, like what I heard one time ago. I cannot say it's a fact. You know, this is our airline business. At one time, things went up. You notice it, the traffic, and that time, the major routes in Nigeria where people generally traveled were being attacked every day for nothing. Now everybody started taking plane, and there was speculation that. You remember there was speculation, but I cannot say it's true. That the people, the people on airlines are actually affording that insecurity in that area. So it become a business. So they know what to do.
It's looking like that. At the same time, you know, I would rather would say that we Nigerians are even giving the military the rights to act the way they are. They've not been truly abused. You understand? They've not been abused in a way like, tell them, guys, you guys are incompetent and you claim to be professionals. You guys are a bunch of nuisance. You don't know your job. You don't do your job very well. From the chief down to the last man standing, that's the last corporal. You guys are idiots. If you are being given a job to do, and you have not been doing that job for a very long time. You know, abuse them properly so that they will look deep into themselves and they get so upset, and probably that's the morale they deserve, and go out to go and get this job done. So what they are trying to tell us is that some riffraff can come around and hold the country to hostage, keep us in fear, and that we have a military. We actually have a military in the country, and the military is not doing what they're supposed to do, and the military is coming up with excuses. At that point in time, it's you know, I'll be hoping that they are truly abused in the media so that they can look at themselves and tell us, why are we having these concerns? Why is insecurity flourishing in the country? We've changed so many service chiefs that I have lost count. I don't know which one again is the service chief. Yes, I know their names, but I don't know if this one will last because they may change him soon. And yet, probably we might need foreigners to come and take over the military, the hierarchy of the military.
You said that in jest, but is that sort of far-fetched idea? A lot of people feel that if the Israelis took charge of Nigeria's security structures, even in the background, we will see marked improvement almost immediately.
No, well, let's be very realistic.
Hold on, Femeka.
No, let's be very realistic. The military is not just taking their job seriously. Like, you know, we are not speculating.
You know that military budget, if we gave it to the Israelis, would they not be able? They have the technology and
even have the budget. Even have the budget. They will clean up the place and tell you thank you.
They have aerial insights. They've been fighting insurgency all of their lives. You know, they know exactly what the whole thing is about.
You know, that's why I'm really upset. Let's call the military out for what they are doing. That they are not doing their job very well for over a very long period of time. Each time we are always hearing insecurity, and then we are hearing that military is good. Then, apart from the insecurity, you also have oil theft. You're just hearing nonsense. And then you say these people are working. These are people who are creating problems for us. And if they're creating problems for us, let Nigeria create problems for them too. That's why I say we are too lax. We are too relaxed. See, it comes to hit us.
A quick question, Emeka. So what is your position? Are you saying the Nigerian military is incompetent or they are corrupt? Yeah,
they are both.
Yeah, both.
They are both. They are both, in my opinion.
They are patently both, aren't they? It's visibly experienced both, isn't it? When they've been fighting the same thing for 25 years,
25 years,
and there is no sign of improvement. Things get worse, and their budget increase every year.
Okay. I think I said it before on the show. Okay, I don't agree. Especially fighting Boko Haram, there's nothing competent about Nigerian military, especially the army. It's zero. They are capable of destroying Boko Haram if they choose to, or any terrorist or banditry. Okay, so we know that's not a problem. We said it before. It has become an institution by itself, of course, of corruption, whereby I said it before. Why should the military? And now it's pretty much out of their purview, so to speak, in trying to maybe do a coup or take over the country. They have other ways now to enrich themselves. Why should they be doing a good job saving the country while your politicians are stealing all the money? Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, stealing all the money. The civilians are looting the country, but you want the military to go out there and do an excellent job so you can give them a pat on the back. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. So they found a loophole to continue to be on that route to
on the gravy
take
train.
the money and not do anything. They know how to fight, but the people, the military officers, the upper echelons, they need to be paid. And to submission earlier that the military is more disciplined, or the army or the air force is more disciplined than the police. Yes and no, but I kind of disagree in the sense that, look, the police, they deal with civilians. The military people, they are locked up in their own barracks, and they have to deal with themselves and answer to command. So their reality in life is not the same as the police, especially when the police force is way underfunded. So we have to, not to encourage them, of course, but we have to understand the plight of the Nigerian police, okay? And I know they do terrible things. Do we blame them when someone is not getting paid? They can't feed their family. They don't have housing, adequate housing. Come on, the problem is it's so enormous. So we have to understand what is truly going on.
Daddy, with what you are saying, yes, the angle you are saying, you are not wrong from your angle, right? Why I injected the incompetency word is to show that for over a long period of time, if you have a problem and you're unable to address that problem, but you keep telling the world that you can address the problem, then let's call it as it is. You're incompetent. But the corruption part of it, yes, we can understand that too. And what you're also saying now is that we want to keep our military guys busy, because if they are not busy, they might be thinking of overthrowing the government. But again, keeping them busy is affecting the lives and livelihood of the country and the citizens in the country. So if they need to shoot their bullets, probably they should go and look for an enemy outside the country and start to shoot. So they should not, the insecurity is getting widespread, is expanding. Is it till it takes over the whole 36 states that they will not get serious to do something? If they are so they are afraid of being idle, and they want to, use their fancy toys, express their fancy toys and be happy with the new toys they are purchasing, they can go somewhere else. They can try it in Burkina Faso or Mali.
Emeka,
yes?
Sorry to interject you. When the military were in charge, was the country safer than now?
Yes, it was safer than now. Yes.
So no armed robbery, no kidnapping?
No, those insecurities were not like what we have now. Those could be handled by the police. The military didn't need to come in, get themselves involved, right? And it was not. It was particularly to urban cities, right? Not like everywhere. Where you go now, you're afraid to move from one state to the next state because you don't know what's going to happen on the road. People could travel. People could go about doing their business. Yes, you could hear pockets of robberies, armed robberies, but then it's not like every day, like in one incident, 1,000 people are dead. The next incident, another 1,000 people are dead. No. And again, those insecurities, the insecurity or the crime rate, or which we will call crime, is as a result of poverty. But this time around, this one is a different kind of ballgame that we don't understand. So let's, now the country is broke. We are busy looking for funds. We cannot get economic activity to ramp up because of specific places in the country is in lockdown because of insecurity. Now, if we want everywhere to be productive, the military must take their job seriously. They must stop being incompetent and being corrupt and go to do the job that we pay them to do. Let them go and do the job. Go and do the job. They should do their job. They're a bunch of jokers. They should stop sleeping. Then when you talk to them, they go to social media and be saying, oh, civilian, this, and that. But they're a bunch of jokers. They are very useless, in my opinion. Very, very useless. They should know that. I hope they are listening. You are very useless. Do your job. Yeah, woman, please. Let me go to the other topic.
All right, to the next headline. Pansat, you are unusually quiet. Are you subdued by the experience of yesterday, Pansat? Look at that.
It should be.
Yeah, yes. Let me take you, since we have the window of quiet. Tinubu received brief of $10 million investment prospect in Nigeria's steel sector. So we're back to Ajakuta again. The cow that just keeps on bleeding money to the politicians.
Since I was born, Jakuta has never produced anything. It has always been on the line of prospect. It has always been on the line of potential. But Jakuta has never coughed out any steel since I was born. Now I'm a full-grown adult and I'm getting to old age. Ajakuta is still on potential. Ajakuta is still on possibility and investment opportunities. Everything is possibilities and potential. Well, let's see what would happen anyway. If it's going to cough out a bit of steel, maybe we may celebrate. I hear the Kogi state governor who is actually leaving, they are trying to take that place very seriously. We are talking about going into the industrialized phase of the country. Ajakuta is central to it. Now we have car assembly plants in the country. If we have the steel, Ajakuta steel producing, we can now begin to, rather than importing these materials, we can get from there and move on. And then we can also export. Everything in Nigeria, there's just, the country is a sad situation where people are not, and I keep saying it, we Nigerians, we are not patriotic. We don't really love our country. We don't care about the country. We just want to steal, and steal. So it's wrong that the corruption affecting that place, Ajakuta, is so sad. For decades, that place has. In short, if Ajakuta can speak, Ajakuta will cry.
Emeka.
Yes.
I think I sent one man one article this morning. Woman, did you get about Ajakuta still?
Remind me, what was the content of it? When did you send it? Instagram?
I think Instagram. They are saying that investigating Ajakuta, they said they spent 33 billion for energy for electricity last year.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Right, that they are owing. So which means they are opening the shop of Ajakuta. Ajakuta is not producing anything.
What don't have light? Factory is not working. It's owing energy bill. 3 billion.
Ajakuta's factory is running. The machines are running, but it's not bringing out any steel. They are consuming power, but it's not bringing out anything. I just don't get it. I saw that. I was like, oh my God. And they said they want to investigate it, which means people who are there are just trying to enrich themselves through unnecessary expense padding. It's sad. It's a sad reality. It's a sad reality for us Nigerians. Let's be very realistic.
I would say sell it off, but we've attempted to sell it off before, and then we ended up in a legal suit that cost us money. We sold it to the Indians then, and I think, who bought it back? Was it Obasanjo or somebody? And then we had to pay them a bunch of money, but now a bunch of Indians are now coming to take it take it off our hands. And this is off the back of that summit in New Delhi.
It's because of the corrupt mind. So people go. Is it not someone that went to insert clause in the petrol, the gas issue, right? That the one UK judge saved us from a nasty lawyer in legal lawyer, a lawyer in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources that went to put some clause and do some shady things with some UK guys that would have just, in short, Nigeria would have been sold. Can you imagine?
Yeah, she's dead now. If I remember,
no, she's in prison. She's not dead. She's in prison, right? People we just insert clause and we want to pay off just to enrich ourselves. You know, it's a shame. The way we behave in that country is a shame. Then we'll come and we'll fight ourselves, do this, do that, say this. But when we get into position of power, we just also want to just enrich ourselves, still bleed the country dry. Look at trillions of naira in people's accounts. Trillions of naira in people's accounts. Oh, God have mercy. One man, please, let's move. Yeah, which one is this one?
Emeka, I find this next one quite disturbing. It's coming off the back of that fake booze that they were selling. But this one now, yes, this one now, most paracetamol sold in Nigeria below WH standard. So they've gone and done tests of about 5 different brands. And the ones that they are selling for 500 milligrams, when they tested it, the highest one was 358 milligrams, but the most common one, 185 milligrams. So, I mean, this is ungodly, isn't it?
This is even better. This is better. It's an indictment on NAFDAC. We are talking about people selling chalk.
Essentially,
yes,
as paracetamol.
As for paracetamol for people to drink. People importing fake drugs, substandard products, adulterated products, adulterated drug. That was what Dora Akunlili was suffering, fighting and trying to help. But all of a sudden, that space has gone quiet and people are drinking to their death. People are consuming food, beverages, and drugs that are substandard or outrightly fake or adulterated. We are a bunch of jokers, if you ask me. We're a bunch of jokers. And it is this greed factor in us that I can't really explain. That people would go, like what they saw in Abia State and in a few states in the Southeast, where adulterated products are being produced in the massive numbers and being sent around everywhere in the country.
They were caught in Syria. Some Nigerians were caught in Sierra Leone off the back of this still same narrative.
Exactly, and it was an Igbo man.
Yeah, fake. I don't want to say that, but
it's still a
Nigerian.
Let's say it as it is.
There was fake people.
The trade of fake adulterated products, goods, drugs is being conducted by Southeast Indian businessmen who, out of greed, want to make money, but you don't want to do it the right way. You don't want to do it legally. You just want to do things illegally and kill people. I don't know why people don't have conscience. I don't know why people are just this wicked.
Wait, Emeka, wait. Yeah. That's the way the local part of it. You know, these foreign companies too, they don't like us too. What they actually manufactured for us, they don't take it. At one time, I remember
we have local collaborators that are telling them to manufacture some standard products. We do not have strong regulatory agencies that would address this concern. If you ask for NAFDAC will always tell you that, there's so much they are doing, they are not well funded, they don't have enough budget.
Wait, Emeka, do you know Nigeria sold that Nigeria standard benzene is not allowed to be sold anywhere in the world? Cigarette benzene.
Yeah, that's a strange one.
People actually, my friend.
I have secured permission to speak for a minute.
Hello, here you go.
Hello to panelists and those listening on the comment section. Yesterday, we missed an opportunity for a fascinating...
Hello, Ejele. I'll call you back.
One man, I could hear you.
Sorry. I was on the phone.
an opportunity for a fascinating clash between
Woman, you
roughness,
want to give pass at high BP.
vulgar, unsophisticated, barbarous savagery compared to corporeality, actuality, solidity, and reason. It would have been very fascinating, like I said, to have let that discussion go through yesterday. But the problem was not what's his name there?
It's the language you guys were using, wasn't it?
No, but
it was too robust for this.
Allow me 2 minutes to land. I don't think that the language or any of those superficial stuff is the problem. The problem is with the platform. It's known on this platform that there are 2 rules. Your language, obviously, like you stated, no abuse, and you could pretty much go to any level as far as you respect those 2 things. Now, this man came here, this boy, and he started off on a very important topic. Now, I'm happy that I used my couple of minutes introductory remarks to actually dismantle everything he came here to talk about, which was that Boala is Nigeria's problem, those kind of things that are going on in the country. But I was able to, if you go and you listen to the tape or you play back his remarks before my speech and then my speech, you're going to find out that he couldn't hang. He couldn't withstand it. And I never insulted him. And I never insult anybody. I challenge anybody to listen to my commentary on this platform or any platform. It's not about
Pastor, I don't agree with you on this matter.
Hold on. You've been talking the whole. That's another thing that needs to be changed. We can't have somebody like Emeka here talking all day, right? Making noise the whole day. Now we're here to talk. You have a lot of talents. Like
he's making noise. Is that what you're saying?
So yeah.
You said he's making noise.
Yeah, he is. That's all he's been doing since he's been here talking. Okay, tell me one thing he said today. Can you tell me? Just use a minute. We don't have all day. What has Emeka said today? So I'm saying that we cannot.
The audience delight. For you.
The audience delight.
Now, let me land. What I'm saying is that
all I just need to do is
all we have to do is make a few changes as far as the moderator is concerned. That one man. That was an opportunity for that Ijele and myself to talk and give our views. It's not an opportunity for you to let him go on and on for perhaps an hour. And then when I came on to talk, you wouldn't even let me interject. What was he doing? How did he beat me? He's saying, no, you can't talk. You can't talk. No, I'm not going to let you talk. That's what he's saying.
No, we left the 2 of you to duke it out.
No,
now.
You did not. That's not what happened. You basically left the panel to where if one person says, look, I'm not going to let you talk, I'm not going to let you talk, then the person wins. Is that the way it works? No, he's saying he's insulting mothers, talking nonsense. And that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not against that. But you have to speak, and then you have to let me speak. Because how do I get to win if I don't expose his ignorance and foolishness, right?
So how do you know you win?
I'm saying that, the cheeky, audacious, sharp disagreements, nastiness, harshness, that's not what wins a debate. What wins a debate is substance, solidity. If you look at my the weight and the shape of my contribution, it's going to be round. And his is flat.
You hardly make sense all the time.
Emeka. Listen, leave this clown is overgrown baboon. I'm coming here to talk. He forgot. There's the same Benin.
Why are you insulting him now? Don't insult him.
One man, let me tell you. One man. Let me tell you. Let me remind you guys. 2 years ago, this clown came on this show.
Hold on. You know when we started this session, Ajanle Koko was telling us off for the language.
No, I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting him. I'm not scared of Ansat. 2 years ago, this clown came on the show and insulted his father and his own tribe on the show. That was the first time I met.
He won't let me talk.
No, don't call him names, please.
Yeah,
if you want me to be quiet, let me make my say that he can.
Better than admonishing him.
Hold on, what piece? Pansat is interjecting Emeka, so let him have that window, and then if you want to come in after him, you can. So that
if you make it fast and snap, people are waiting.
Now, there's been about 3 people who have defeated me in debates around here. One of them is Adewale. There's another kid. I don't know. If you remember,
the other one that flogged you was UFC.
USB. Now, how did they beat me? Just like this boy in Japan just beat me now by just calling me a name. You know what I'm saying? That's insulting. That's not how
you're
you
missing
win
out someone who actually flogged you very, very well.
Who is it?
Ijele.
Okay, Ijele. So how do they win though? That's the point. It's like
we're not here to win or not. We just make your speech and get the fuck out on the stage.
You don't want me to line. You have to meet this guy or remove him until I'm done. I'm almost done. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah,
just hear me out.
Yeah, carry on.
The point I'm making is to this case. Now, if you haven't noticed, I try to get into a debate where you have ignorant Nigerian youths ubiquitous on the internet. So I come and I inject them because they're the vector that will have to carry it all over the internet, right? So that is what I do. I come and I talk to these youths that they could insult me to them. They defeated me. Now I see them debating South Africans and they're trying to be nationalistic. And when I get into a platform, I don't support them because that's not nationalism. It's not the way to win. You have to win a debate by the merits and the power of your argument, your debate, the points that you're making. That's never going to go out of style. So if you think just because an ant beat an elephant, okay, yeah, there's something to that. You laugh and you talk about how the ant beat the elephant, even though the elephant ended up squashing it. Yeah, that's imagery right there. That's not how you win a debate by this boy in Japan who just called me a name now, insulting me, right? These are people that, like this Ijele, if he were to stand in front of me, he won't be able to do anything like that, right? Because, well, anyway, so let me just tell you, all we want to have to do here, one man, is actually you that I came to talk to. You're going to have to teach these kids that it's not abuse or talking nonsense. That's not the way you win a debate. We missed an opportunity for a very fascinating discussion yesterday. This guy would have been, because he does have a lot of loose ends here and there, pointers that he makes. It's good to destroy make him weak at the knees in this conversation. So please let that happen sometime. Don't let them violate the rules of the platform. There is no way you're going to come into a platform and say, no, I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to. Have you ever seen that on CNN? If that's how easy it is to win a debate, then no, people shouldn't go to school anymore then, right? So please, and then you should emphasize and say, hey, look, Pansat won that debate because he had the facts. Now, Ijele's only point that he made that I could see so far was that I said 77 billion dollars, right?
You said trillion.
Billion naira. Naira is not in my lexicon or my daily lexicon or anybody's, right? It doesn't mean anything that somebody misspoke and said naira. As far as the 77 is proper. Now, one man, that's a correction you made of me. I'll end with this. That's a correction you made yesterday of me also when I stated that United States has 30 billion GDP.
Trillion, you said. The memory.
I said billion, and you corrected me with a trillion, which is right.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know, if you mathematically, as far as I assign 30 billion to United States and 3 billion to UK, then that's a reduction. So you could look at it as a ratio. I could even have said 3 to 1 or 3 to 0.5. Do you understand? And it be the same thing. But correction taken. Sometimes somebody makes a typographical error.
It's not a big deal.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. That's not.
But I'm also. I'm not on count.
Did you allow person to talk? You start talking and moving and deviating. You make your point. Leave the floor. Let me talk.
Okay, so I'll do that. So one man, I'll yield back. I just want you to understand that this platform, we're here to correct, and that's why I'm here. I suffered all these things so that these kids could be able to complete.
Go sit down. Yeah,
kids. Pansat, let me say this. You know, we do this every day. I do this every day, and it is my role to tune into the personalities that come here so that I understand their personalities somewhat. So you may or may not agree, but I understand your personality. I understand the personal, and that's how I move the conversation. Sometimes I move it in terms of the personalities. So when I understand a jealous personality, and when I was telling you not to prod at him, it was only really because of what happened yesterday.
I'll give you $500 for every prodding, okay? You show me a prodding, and I give $500 right now.
A jelly move, so don't worry about it or whatever.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is that if you say that,
let me say something now. A jelly moves from 0 to 100 in the twinkle of an eye. So that's just his personality. And it's a no holds barred sort of a bruiser type of debater. And he wants to cut very deeply into the pain points. And that's how he does it. And that was why I said not to prod at him. But you completely disregarded me and you prodded at him and he unleashed.
Two things. Number one, I never prodded at him. That wasn't the issue. I really wanted a fascinating conversation with him on his.
When you are calling him this kid, this boy, that's not his language now. It's a
senior, hold on. I didn't do that.
Ego man, and you know what that means.
Listen now, you made your point. Hear me out too. Let's take 1 minute to solve this. Number one, I never prodded at him, right? But I should have prodded at him. But the point I'm making to you is that personality or no personality, there should be rules in any game. There are rules. One of the standard rules, you said it, you don't want that kind of language. But he also have to speak and then give me the courtesy to speak. Because what is done doesn't take a genius. If I don't want you to talk and you wouldn't remove me for not letting you to talk, I could just say, no, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. So that doesn't make, it's not a genius. That's stupid. That's it. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? So he can only fly as high as you let him fly. If you moderate, right? If you give him his chance to speak, and then give me a chance to respond, then you will find out the difference between the two of us. So that's what I'm saying. You could praise him to the high heavens.
You see, a person always show his hand. You think he's smart. He has been talking. Let me tell you why.
Why do you always want to talk when I'm talking? Right? Why can't you shut your mouth until I'm done? Then you talk. Why do you want to be genius when I'm talking?
Hold on, Pansat. What I can do is I can set up. I can set it up for the two of you to duke it out, and Ajanle Koko will moderate on any topic of both of you's agreement, you and Ejele.
Accepted.
All right, I'll speak to him, see if he wants to take it.
Thank you, our anthropologist.
Is he an anthropologist today, not a security expert?
Let me remind this. Don't let me insult this guy. I mean, remind this guy. So they should not be. Hey, calm down, calm down, or I'll tell you what you not like.
You have to do something about it, right? He's from a minority group and he's overrepresented here.
Don't prod at him, he will launch at you.
The way democracy works, right? There's sampling, right? We're here. He's a minority in Japan, of all places, right? He's here just to antagonize the major tribes of Nigeria. That's all he does. So you have to do something about that as well.
Okay.
Why would you let this war piece antagonize Everybody who said
don't you see? Wait, Emeka, hold on. No, I'm not. I'm going to remind. I want to remind him what he did 2 years ago, to show him how stupid he is, and to tell him I'm more better person than him. Quiet, just quiet.
He broke the rule of the
boxing ring. You're going to
impunity.
Can I?
Don't say anything, Solly.
Hello.
Don't say anything, Solly. Just we have enough to contend.
So he already won the debate because he just insulted me with impunity. You were supposed to ban him for at least a couple of weeks for doing that. Now this platform then would rise because it will be ideas. He just insulted me.
Pastor, nobody actually needs you here. Nobody actually needs you here.
All right.
Let me make I want to make this point. I want to make this point. I want to talk to Emeka, not him. I want to talk that he keeps coming into my
unsophisticated, unrefined, unpolished, ill-bred, ill-mannered, thuggish, loutish idiot insulting me with impunity.
Onyamiri Madikwe is still talking.
It's okay now. You're gonna win me because there is no moderation. That's not the way the world works. If you're gonna make a debate, you have to come with some ideas. That's why you're on a platform. You're not here to call somebody stupid, idiot, and all that. That doesn't win you a debate. Now let me hear you. Now you speak and let me speak. Let's see. Let's match weights. Go ahead. It's your turn.
What is that? You are so low. If you claim yourself you are so mighty and you're on the ring with me, just me and you, that shows you are so low.
Is that your response? You know, I had to do this.
You are lower than me, so I cannot have a debate with you.
Okay, fine. Now that's
so get the fuck out of my front. You don't want it.
Okay, well that's a position. Well, you have to measure things by tangibility, the density of what you're talking about.
I don't need to talk to you.
Right? You have to use reality, materiality, correct concreteness. That's you embodying what you've come here to do. If you have nothing to offer, then you stay out and listen.
Emeka, are you there?
Right? You could be on the comment section like I am most of the time.
That's the problem. I don't want to talk with him. I want to talk. See, you keep jumping and we're not at his age. That's his problem. And he will forget that he's dull.
I'm not going to take the bait because
quiet. Let me talk to who I want to talk to.
You don't deserve for me to give you a beat down. There's no need for that, right? You're all right. But all I'm saying to you is that when you come on a platform, it's not always about one tribe against the other. It's about one individual against the other. You could be amenable and agreeable with all, but if somebody does something wrong, then you chime in. That's it. It's a simple thing. It's not academic. So I'm not gonna go. Let me say to you that I don't. When I'm done and I exit in a minute, right? You're not my enemy.
See, this is the problem. But the fact I kept quiet does not make you a sound person. Can't you see that you are so dull?
Okay, fine. No, but listen,
just touch it and let me talk to who I didn't even call your name. I called Emeka. So just keep your mouth mute.
Okay,
just
fine.
Keep mute.
Okay,
it's
fine.
a pity I have to tell you to ask your age.
Okay, that's
man. You say you're intelligent. You have PhD. You can't even add the PhD or add your intelligence. It's not a shame. And you say you have a son of 50 years.
Fine.
You're in Methuselah right now.
I'm not going to.
Man, quiet, man. You're too dumb, man. You're quiet, man. Hold on. Let me talk to. I call out Emeka. Let me talk to Emeka and just keep quiet.
Okay, fine. All I'm saying is that one man.
You don't need to explain. I don't need your explanation.
Will you be quiet? I gave you a chance to speak.
Why will I be quiet? For it's not your turn. This is my flaw. So just shut up. Okay, I won't do you a favor to speak, and you don't even know your place.
Okay, you won. Okay, thank you very much.
I don't need to win. You're not a fight to be win. You don't have what? Who are you to be fighting to win? I don't need you because you're too dull. Okay, please, Emeka, are you there?
All right.
Let me talk to Emeka. Emeka, are you there?
Hold on. Bob,
I am here.
Bring the tempo down a bit. But to be fair, Pansat asked to interject, and he was doing the interjecting. So.
But one man, you said after him is me, and he was done. And when I went to start, he came back to my turn.
He was done now, but
he was done. He yielded, and you came up with a.
Okay, I think it's yielded the space to you now. So ask the Emeka the question.
Yeah, Emeka, another question. Emeka, I want to talk to you. This guy came. I don't want to call his name. His name not worth calling. 2 years ago, he forgot. There's a saying in Benin that a child that poo will forget he poo, but who packed that poo will never forget. the action or the scene. Then it was about Nnamdi Kanu. Then this plan was about IPOB. There's one guy that come here too. They call him Radio Biafra, that come to speak on the funny accent too. They also come here. They always come to this platform. We're talking about then we're just Nnamdi Kanu and Nigeria. Election. There's no election. And this guy just bumped into the show. Came here and insulted his father. My own tribe. I can't say he insulted my kingdom or the authority there. He insulted his own father, but he forgot now. And I didn't say a word. I just kept quiet. Then I was new on this platform. I just kept quiet. The next day, that guy came in. That person I saw that guy to apologize to me, and I took it dearly. I was waiting for this clown. I said his day will come. We don't forget and we don't forgive. We can keep calm. I'm looking at you, but one day you fall. You will fall on. Will remind you. See, since either you do that and that, you see you'll be going to a platform. You're being embarrassed. You don't know what's going before you. You think you just joke with people like that. You cannot joke with anybody. You can joke with any authority. You just come and insult them. Now you are. Yesterday you could even make complete sentence when Jele was kicking you back and started speaking Igbo. You forgot you remember your Nyamere Igbo. Your Igbo. You remember now. You forgot before. You come here, awara. I'm coming for you. I'm not really ready for you yet. I'm not kind of people that jump from platform to platform. Otherwise, anyway, you will see your before. You will see your before. That thing you said with your mouth, that tongue, you will cut out one day by yourself.
All right, one man, you saw how he said he's going to address Emeka, but he's talking to me. He's talking about me. And the incident he's talking about, I don't recall it, but let me believe that he's sincere and there's something that took place. This guy, he moved from Nigeria where he has a king, right? That is one of his worldly possessions, is a king. He moves to Japan where they have a king. But what he doesn't understand is that over here where I am, the United States, we made a foray into that Japan and humbled it and took that king of theirs over there and cut him down to size and give the people democracy and gave the king over there some kind of cultural role and wrote them a constitution. So he's a victim of monarchy. He doesn't have self-worth. He doesn't know the individualism involved. But he makes it worse by being boorish, vulgar, Philistine, like a barbarian, yobbish, primitive. Almost a Neanderthal. Let me land. Hold on. Let me land.
No. Hold on. Can we just move forward? Because you guys are just holding down this conversation today. Can you just let it go?
Yeah, you should go, but don't say you guys. Don't say you guys. That's the same thing I was telling one man. It's not when these people do these things, and I'm only responding.
But you're also being letting yourself to be used.
When he's doing it, he doesn't see the offense in it.
All right. We had a lot of this yesterday.
Can I respond?
Clown. You're not ashamed. You said with your own mouth, you won't come to this platform anymore. You are still here. Is that not hypocrisy? Double standard. You don't have a value.
All right, gentlemen, please. Let's just move on. We had a lot of this yesterday, which was novel, but is not where we want to be every day. But take us to a center space, King Emeka.
Yeah, okay. I just want to provide an update. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day in Nigeria. The Supreme Court will be making their judgment on about 12 states in the country on the gubernatorial election that took place in March. The APC seems bullish with hopes that they may take Kanu. And the APC chairman has said their goal is to increase as many APC governors as possible. Abia State too, my own state, they will be deciding on it. I'm of the opinion and view that Otis should retain that position. He seems to be a progressive individual that probably will get that state out of its rottenness into the light. I hope he wins. And
but all eyes will be on the Kano judgment, though. That's
yes, already they've prepared. They've even brought out security operatives in anticipation of what will take place tomorrow. Most definitely, the losers and their opponents will definitely hit the streets and try to want to create some chaos. But hopefully, we are hoping that nobody loses their life unnecessarily because of politicians, and sanity is returned as quick as possible. I want to congratulate the winners ahead of the pronouncement, and I hope that there will be peace tomorrow in all the states that will be affected. It's going to be sad that because you are trying to support or you're a fan of a politician, and then maybe you don't like the verdict, you go out to begin to create chaos, and then maybe you inflict pains into people's life, or you cause them grievous injury or death, or you yourself suffer the same fate. Anyways, let's see how it goes. Exciting times tomorrow. I think it's something we might be discussing on the platform tomorrow. So tune in, guys. Don't miss the weekend show, which is going to be very explosive. Don't forget about that. Yeah, one man. Let me stop talking so that others can come in.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Emeka. I still want to hear from you about Nnamdi Kanu. Let's go on from you, Mekus, though, and let's go in the direction of should we actually go to Pansat? Let's come to you, Pansat, and take us to the Nnamdi Kanu space. Nnamdi Kanu sacks legal team after Supreme Court laws makes fresh appointment. So some of the reasons that he's sacking his legal team was that they couldn't really get him through the finishing line. And that finishing line, some of his expectations was that his medical care, they could not facilitate it outside of the DSS facilities, and for him then to go and meet his doctors abroad. So unrealistic expectations, but Nnamdi Kanu sanking his legal team. Are you following that space, and what's your take, Pansat?
All right, thank you very much. On these sorts of issues, if you were just looking at headline alone, you know that something is wrong. Supreme Court loss. What happened at the Supreme Court? Would you really say that was a loss? The Supreme Court admonished the government of Nigeria in their verdict. They says, look, you cannot be going around kidnapping Nigerians illegally. And that we're admonishing you for doing that right now. Virtually in all the legal issues that Nnamdi Kanu is seeking for his freedom, the court, the apex court, have already made that judgment by saying that that rendition was an illegal rendition. However, on a technical note, as far as the hierarchy of the court, they're saying, but it doesn't mean that their court, and I believe that was a wrong interpretation by the court. The court erred in that ruling, that they still must return it back to that appellate court and give them a chance to conclude. But with prejudice, they've already made the determination that it was an illegal rendition. That is the biggest win you could have. So basically, they're just going through not a substantial angle, but procedural. That's a heavy win. He's free as far as that court is concerned. Now remember, that's a Supreme Court. So from the headline alone, it's a rubbish article. Now we're not privy to his reasons or their tactics. It may be a tactic to change firms. There may be a conflict somewhere. There may be sickness. Nobody knows for sure. And I doubt if they're going to reveal any of that to anybody.
Pansat, Nnamdi Kanu's prayer to the Supreme Court was for them to uphold the verdict of the appeal court, which was that by the mere act of an illegality, you can then have legality on top of that. So him being renditioned from Kenya is an act of illegality. Then having them then go through the legal process, you cannot have that off the back of that illegality. But that was upturned, and that could have set him free. So he did suffer a loss.
No. One man, I want you to calmly, soberly go and read, because I just gave you a version of what actually transpired. In that same ruling, the court said that he did not jump bail. Right now, that is the nexus of all the activity, the crime that they're accusing Nnamdi Kanu of.
Treason is his charge, not
hold on, please. Now, in that ruling, the main thing that's had all this things going on is that he was on bail. I mean, he was on bail, and they're saying that he jumped bail, he ran to United Kingdom, and all kinds of nonsense, right? But the court, the apex court, in that same ruling said that the activity of the Nigerian army, the Nigerian government, to go to his home to arrest him was illegal and appalling, shameful. I mean, you should go and look at all the adjectives they applied in that. This is the Supreme Court, a usually reserved body, right? Telling them that Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail. Even if that's the only win he got out of that court, right? That's a huge win. Now, basically everything Nnamdi Kanu is looking for, Nnamdi Kanu, as far as that court is concerned, is just as innocent as you and I. So don't mind the procedural stuff about going back to the court so they could then conclude over there. They don't want to render them FATA, and then they're going to come back to the court that's already given their opinion on all these substantive issues. So please, that's another thing. Somebody on that comment section was telling you, just for views, look at what you put down on this headline. Why don't you want to make us better panelists? True, that's fine. That's that's your prerogative. But we also want to make you a better host. Like this, Kenneth Okonkwo, my love for Tinubu is growing. That is
all right. All right. Let me play the clip and then come off the back of it. It's only about 2 minutes.
Wait a minute. If the president calls you, Mr. Okonkwo, won't you go?
You know, in Nigeria, after seeing that picture, I think everybody is a suspect, including me.
Oh, dear.
It's just that I've not had enough evidence to convict myself. You know, there's nothing wrong in seeing the president. You don't say no to a president. But there's something wrong when you psychophantically make a 360-degree to all the principles you say you hold dear. What have changed? Now, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He has the right to command me to come and see him. I would not have a choice in it, but I would have a choice to what I would say. I would have a choice to my demeanor when I had finished seeing him. What he cannot command is what I would say. But if he says I must see him, I have to see him. He's in charge of the security of myself, including me. You have to respect the office of the president. From where I come from, there is an adage that when you're giving a message to the king, you can deliver the message. But when you're told to go and carry the king, you cannot go to carry the king. So it is.
If that's not a love letter, I don't know what is.
So he has moved from the space of he's not my president to this lovely poetic.
Leave that clown we call what's the Kanayo? What's his name? The lawyer. He's a clown.
Okay,
not jumping.
This is Kenneth Okonkwo.
Kenneth Okonkwo, yeah, Kenneth Okonkwo. He was the one going to court the other day, jumping from one place to the other.
Come off the back of what you played. They're gonna make you forget. Please, could you remove this guy whenever I'm on this platform? Just take him to the back, and then when I'm done, you bring him up.
That is your problem. You cannot dictate what you don't own. Just see you are too dull. You're not on this platform. Please,
don't rise to the bait every time out.
All right, I hope you listen. I hope you listen to that. But look, one man, Kenneth Okonkwo, it's an orator, right? He has eloquence, articulacy, fluency, gift of the gab, basically. So the way it's
articulacy, is that a new English word? Is that articulation being substituted?
No, articulacy, it would be the tense. It's the same word, but in the sense that I'm in my sentence, that's the proper way to use it. So now he also has high regard for the office of the presidency, right? He's polite, he's courteous in that clip, and showing a clip.
That wasn't a love letter, that clip.
No, for the presidency, for the office of the presidency, but he's also eloquent. He's humbler than during the campaign period. That's what you're noticing. Yeah, that's something. But you have to listen to what he's saying, though. See, I said to you in the comment section that Kenneth Okonkwo displays the difference between the Igbos and the Yorubas. That's what you're seeing right there. I mean, it's stark. Now, this is the kind of honesty that doesn't make me a lot of friends. Right? He's an honest man.
Expand on that difference a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm going to it. But I want to do it, with soberness, so that you can appreciate that and maybe take some correction. When you see Kenneth Okonkwo being candid, being honest, do you know the meaning of the word corporeal? Do you know what that means?
Well, you tell us.
Okay, no problem. So what has happened lately? The arrows are pointing in different directions now between the Yorubas and the Igbos. The Yorubas are turning out to be an iniquitous tribe. Not 100%, obviously. There are some in your tribe. Yes. Now, the problem, though, is that when any of them...
Could you say that again? Could you say that again, Pastor?
Let me land here. When any of them display that quality that should hold us together, such as Rational Man is one of the people here. You say he's not a Yoruba. You say Obasanjo is not a Yoruba. Right? What is the name of the attorney that I have a lot of respect for?
Falano.
That's also an activist.
Farotimi.
Yes. So you could tell right away.
By activist, you mean obedient?
No, that's what I mean. You see, I purposely withheld his name so that you could guess. And guess what? You just went to him.
Yeah, because
you have somebody in Lagos. What is the name of the guy that contested for Lagos run for governorship?
So what you are saying in essence is that Yoruba doesn't unite people.
No. I'm saying something far more sinister than that. Please hear me out. There's no good way to
don't cross the line. If you cross the line, you have another ejele in your hand this evening. Okay, I promise you that.
Yorubas are iniquitous, right?
Exactly. I will get that right.
Tell us more, Pastor.
Try it.
Let's let him land. Let's let him land.
Cross the line.
Take him
out. Guy that run for governor in Lagos State, right? They say he's not a Yoruba guy. Here is somebody they should be proud of. What is his name? GB, whatever his name is.
Chinedu Rosevivo, yes.
Okay, you call him Chinedu, right?
Yeah, his father called him Chinedu, not
anybody with gravitas that is honest, that's progressive. You say it's not that he's an Igbo man, right? And then when somebody pointed out to you, you start talking nonsense. What am I supposed to say here? We can adopt don't ask, don't tell policy. Fine. Then we could do that. But if you ask, I'm going to tell you. When you saw that Kenneth Okonkwo standing there, a man, eloquent, composed, but truthful, honest, humble with humility, educated, patriotic, you are scared to death. You want to come here and malign him. You do it even to the level of panelists here. But fortunately, one man has one trait, which is he's attracted to people like that, even though he wants to bring them here and cut them down to size. You couldn't do a show here with just Yorubas here. Even if you have Rational Mind here, and sometime when Rational Mind is not here, then at Jan Lekoko, there's a gradation, there's a hierarchy. Once I'm gone from here, then the bile will be on Rational Mind. And once Rational Man is gone, then it's on Ajan Lekuko. And then until you're left with just Yorubas here, and then when somebody tunes in to watch the show, it's nothing but an iniquitous show going on. So what I would say is to say respectfully, we could use the don't ask, don't tell policy for now. But at some
Stick
point,
your respect up your ass.
When I told this guy is too tall. He's over
Leave
fed gorilla with cocoyam.
People
didn't believe me.
Tonight.
So
I beg. Let Pastor continue. It's entertaining. Let him continue.
Let me conclude by saying that.
Also, don't conclude yet. Go ahead.
Emeka, you are another character here.
Another Yoruba, right?
He has to tell us where he's from.
I'm another Yoruba man.
You're not a Yoruba man. So I'll just say, if you want us to come here, maybe on a Sunday, and we'll kick it and we'll talk nonsense and we'll drink beer and we'll just play around, fine. But from Monday to Saturday, the show has to be guided with one thing and one thing only: true or false. We can't be cutting down our good people. Badebo should be the future of Lagos State. Peter Obi should be the future of Nigeria. Rational Mind should be the future of one man show. People like that. Not Baba. Baba to me is a northerner. He's a Muslim. He's married to 2 wives. He has 2 wives. For one thing, he has 2 wives. So claiming that he's in the United States is not true. He'll be in jail if he has 2 wives. He's a northerner and he's in disguise.
Oh my goodness.
He's trying to take us back. We're not going to let it happen.
Where do you smoke this evening, Hassan?
So, but anyway, I say that in all
You are just a sick child of a gorilla father. That's what you are.
Is
You are
somebody?
a sick child of a gorilla father. I'm telling you, it's not speaking.
He wins.
Baba at cocoyam. No, they don't feed them. That region, they feed them with cocoyam.
One piece, you have to hold your peace for a moment. Yeah.
That's not fair. Anyway, one man, you have a loaded panel, so let me kick it back to you unless you have another topic.
Yeah, I want to take you to this space, and then from here we're going to someone else. Sorry, whoever is not speaking, please be muted. I think that's Papa. Hold on. Yes, I want to take you to this space. Most paracetamol sold in Nigeria below WHO standards. So, shocking but not surprising for the fact that it's not even adulterated. In this instance, adulterated. But they are 5 milligrams they are selling. But when they checked the content, it was as low as 100 and something. So now this thing that we have, money at all cost, Pansat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So paracetamol is an acetaminophen, right? Acetaminophen. It's like I guess for those who are in the United States, be something like what is that drug that it's Tylenol, right? It's available in 325 milligram and 500 milligram, right? Nothing but calcium stearate or magnesium stearate, some cellulose, some kind of docusate sodium, benzoate, and all kinds of chemical ingredients. From the story, the first time you read the story, I heard them talking about the doses and how apparently maybe it's not adequate doses. It could have been a typographical error on the labeling. What is it? They're going to have to go through.
They tested it.
Yeah, but they still have to go through a judicial process. Right now, there should be a concern. We're talking about medical stuff.
They tested about 5 brands, and all of them came short. Yeah.
Who did the testing?
The WHO and British pharmaceutical something.
Okay, but you do know that we do have enemies, right? They don't want Nigerians to be independent and to grow. Not even refine our own oil.
You mean it's not within the Nigerian character to make fake drugs? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that it seems to me that all our genius, as they're trying, as crudely as it may appear when it's in Kuwait, when it's in the beginning, you're not just going to go and set up a massive factory run by robots. They have to start somewhere. Just hear me out, because they do it in our refinery. We have people in the creeks refining oil. So instead of going in there and use,
this is not product. This is not just ordinary product. This is a drug. This is a medication.
I understand, but you could don't think that who cannot err. They could err. Right? Let me land. Don't get me wrong.
Do you know that before they make that statement, them and the company that make this product, they will have conducted that test together and discover that yes, they are lying to the public, and they have to make a public alert that 500 milligram as they claim on their package, is actually 300 milligram that is there. That is fraud. That company should be sanctioned by Nigerian state.
Look, like
they actually tested 5 brands, and all of them failed.
I don't care what they've done. What I'm saying is that they could also err, right? When you have an analgesic, antipyretic drug, it's not rocket science. It doesn't rise to the point of trying to shut down anybody who's trying to innovate in our space. The Western medicine could be over the top, having people get what do you call it? What do you call it when somebody get used to drugs and they cannot get hooked on drugs, right? What they call, what is the proper term for that one?
Withdrawal.
Huh?
Withdrawal.
Not withdrawal. In essence, people get hooked on drugs because it's too strong. They want people to be on medicine in perpetuity. What did you say?
Addicted
to drugs.
That was
what
from
and what our people are trying to do here, and they could demonstrate it in a laboratory, that you don't need all that concentration of this particular drug, because it seems to me they watered it down to a degree, right? So if you are, we're gonna have to look at the whole thing holistically. And these actors, they have been devils in the past. I don't want to run off with the headline. Now, I'm not saying they could not make their case. I'm saying that they have to come to our courts in Nigeria and make the case as to why we should retard our entrepreneurs. Everything is not throwing our people in jail or stopping their business. I'm talking about, hey, look, they're importing fake drugs. What do you know how many people get killed in the Western, for example, in the United States? How many people get killed in drugs, even over-the-counter medicine? And they cannot even kill a goddamn common code. Now, in those days, I used to be proud of Western medicine. So, when you go through surgery, they will change your heart, and they could put a baboon's heart here and there and pumps it and there. But they're not even doing that anymore. We lose so many people in the hospitals. I went to inspect, I'm not going to mention the hospital here. I went there and I was going through and I saw a patient come in, and you have skinheads, people who are like, what do you call these people?
We know what skinheads are. We know
gangsters.
Gangsters
with skinheads drawing blood from a poor patient who he hasn't even seen a doctor. And he's pulling vials upon vials of blood from that patient for testing. And I couldn't believe it. And shortly they came back again because it's not coagulating very well. And they keep pulling blood. Do you know what? These Westerners, these doctors, they don't even know what the hell is in the blood or everything that's in it. They don't even know what's in water. So giving somebody plasma does not replace blood. You don't know what this patient, what their blood type is. I'm talking about the moment the patient comes in there and you're lucky to be seen by one of these staff, It's a goddamn nurse, a skinhead, pulling blood vials out of their system. You can't even put that back. You don't know what the hell is in that blood that you're pulling out. I say that they don't know because when you go into atomic level and then subatomic levels, you find out that things are not just made out of atoms and molecules. You have quarks. There are all kinds of things in the blood that you cannot replace. So no, I don't like their methods, but I'm not going to have them use the fallacy of who or whatever, Nigerian government, to be beating down our people, especially in the Southeast where people import drugs and all kinds of things. They say
is that where the defense is coming from?
No, it's not. I'm trying to say that
are you defending criminality?
You do have that slant.
That's exactly what it's doing. Okay, let me tell you real quick. So you're going around the bush.
Because it's people doing this are from your region. Is that what?
No. And by the way, just Pansat, I think Prince wants to interject as well. But let me just add this: they did not actually mention any region here. They just did the test and gave us the report.
I know, but before Prince, who is a friend of mine, I like Prince. He's a good guy. Before he interjects, I'm saying that you heard me say Westerners here and say that we Africans have to innovate and we have to start from, rudimentary levels. If it's people in the creeks, refining oil, they are better than Dangote, who is a fraudster when it comes to his own refinery. You encourage those people in that creek to license them, find out what they're doing, encourage them, give them grants to actually do it properly. You don't just go there and start putting them in jail and destroy them where you can't even do it. The Northerners have nothing. They don't make anything. They have no patents. They don't
But Pansat, these companies, these drug-making companies are legally licensed, and yet they are making false information on their drugs, on their medication.
This is health.
That's criminality. That's criminality, and some people should go to jail for that.
No, listen to me. They are not.
And how many? Hold on.
Take that interjection from Ajale Koko. Then take Prince and Chooks as well, and then round it up, and then I'll go on to Chooks.
So that's fraudulent. 300 milligram should have been sold less than 500 milligram because that 500 milligram have more is it potency or what did they say?
Yeah, potency.
Potency. So it costs more. So they overcharging people for less quality product.
Can I respond to that?
How would that? Hold on. How would that be quantified now? And how would they get people to refund what they've been overcharged? That is what we should look at.
Yeah, hold on.
Take all the interjection.
Before you go to Prince, because I'm sure it's going to be totally different flavor there. Hold on. Ajahn Lekuko. I don't know if you ever watched the show in Nigeria that's a guy that used to say bad condition. Have you ever heard a comedian who has a bad condition? And if you don't know, he's a comedian, he's a Nigerian. He has a lot, you could Google it. He's a very funny guy. And one of his kids, he goes into buy a shoe, size 9.5 is his size. But then when he found out that the size 13 is the same price as the size 9.5, he said, okay, well, just go ahead and give me the 13 then, if I'm gonna be paying that much money. Do you understand? Now, if you're going to, let's put it this way, if you're going from Lagos to Onitsha, for example, and they're gonna charge you 10,000 naira, but it's the same price to go to Aba. Are you gonna say just because it's the same price, just take me to Aba all the way? No, you're not gonna do that. There are many things that could affect price, what they paid for it. So you're not supposed to go by that at all, right? You're not supposed to. These people, to make it short, what I'm saying is that they are these drug makers. They had patents that expired 50 years ago, over a generation ago. And the other countries, other continents are developing and doing and producing those drugs that they're producing, but they don't want us to do it. They're doing this to retard us when it comes to all our materials. They want to set up prices. Now, when I'm talking like this, you're supposed to support me.
Wait,
not,
so should they
when I
should
go
be
local,
profit
right?
at
When
the,
I go
at the
local, I'm
that
trying to
people-
tell you that they are not good actors. Let's put it that way. Our
so you
people are
want to
supposed to
maximize
compete.
profit at the expense of people's health. That's what you want. You want more profit at the expense of people with a
No,
shorter
no.
life.
If it's, I just told you that if it's something that is rocket science, fine. Now, in this case, they are being accused of diluting.
All right.
They are not taking the drug to a higher dosage, which would then have worse side effects. It is my opinion also that these drugs are in too high doses. In essence, they make it so
Either
people
it's
could
the
be
dosage
hooked
or
on
it
it.
isn't.
Pardon?
Either it's their dosage or it isn't. You have to give the right dosage for what is prescribed. You can't short the dose to make an extra profit. This is all a
Well,
profit.
that's what I'm saying. You have to hear from both sides. If I'm making a drug, in essence, if I go and I find out that Western industrial complex are making drugs in a way to have people get hooked on it, and I love my people, then I do the proper. Will you relax? Let me just answer that question. It's important. Hold on.
Yeah,
If
but you're not answering it now. You're just going off on a
You're
tangent.
going on tangents that lead to nowhere. If it says 500 milligrams, it should be 500 milligrams, not 3 something. They're cheating the people who are meant to be receiving 500 milligrams and giving them less. This is only to increase their profit at the expense of people's health. This should be prohibited. Right. They should be sanctioned. It's just that simple. Everything else you're talking is meaningless.
I know, but you see, I was
let Prince come in, and then you have a 2-minute window to round off. We need to move on. Prince come in.
Yeah, just a few seconds here to the last speaker that chokes her. Anyways, it's all about quality of healthcare. When people are taking like the wrong dosage for their condition, how they get any better? If the doctor prescribed them a certain milligrams and they're taking less than that, essentially here the manufacturer, they know what they're doing, right? It's about reducing the content, the potency of each pill or the drugs, so people can essentially buy more. Because obviously, just like pain medication, if it's not working for you, you increase the dosage, and in so doing, of course, you buy more of their product. It's all about profit making. So, in fact, going around the circle trying to justify what is going on, it's unacceptable. And it is true. I stand with you in the fact that in the West also there's abuse of drugs, prescription drugs by the manufacturers and the consumers also. It's everywhere. But this kind of thing, this simple thing as testing paracetamol should be done in Nigeria. Why do we need the World Health Organization to do that for us? I would think we have an agency that does these things already, right? So let's just admit our wrong, and we don't have to point fingers, but it's doing that essentially. They will do that also to the level. I mean, paracetamol is what we call it, over-the-counter medication, right? But they would do the same thing also for prescription drugs or drugs that are meant to maybe to help cure or prevent cancer or whatever. They would do it. It's all about greed at the end of the day. So in other words, we should have an agency that's able to monitor what is going on in our healthcare, because again, this leads to poor healthcare overall.
Exactly
right. Look, hold on, please. I don't want to get lost. You can interject after. Let me respond to you. Because, Prince, I'm looking at both sides, and these other people are looking at only one side, right? Now, paracetamol and ibuprofen, they're different drugs that have similar activity and action, right?
What does this have to do with the level?
Please, I'm going to tell you, because hold on, you're not listening. You were listening with no. Why I'm saying, okay, let's talk for real. Hold on, please. Hold on. Now, look, let me tell you that acetaminophen is banned in the UK, right? In 1998, there was the legislation introduced restricting pack sizes and all kinds of things. Why is it banned? Because of induced poisoning, self-poisoning. And then paracetamol induced hepatotoxicity. Hepatotoxicity. Google that. So you know that that particular dosage is actually why they banned it. But there's a lot of politics being played, in this field, right? Is Tylenol, is it stronger than paracetamol? With all the fancy names, is the dosage that we're talking about. So you do have to hear from both sides. The heavy-handedness. Let me land now. You're not listening for one thing. You're not listening. I'm giving you.
You're not saying it. You're using
I'm addressing you, and you, first of all, get off the net and go Google what I just told you. Right?
You didn't
it's
say
banned
anything.
in the.
You didn't say
one man.
Because of ibuprofen in another country, then they should be able to give you less drugs than it's on the label. That doesn't make any sense, sir. You're not making any logical sense.
On that particular issue, I said if it's just as a simple typographical error on the packaging, right?
It wasn't all right, Pansah. Just round it off. You are starting to somewhat drift.
I'm not drifting.
Yes,
your tolerance for the truth is
no.
very low.
What you are saying is not consistent with where the conversation is. It's not a labeling issue. It's a content issue. And
I spoke about the content.
It's not an isolated thing. They tested 5 main brands, and it's not a political thing. It's a World Health Organization intervention. And they are not in a position to sanction. They're just in a position to alert and inform.
Okay, but one man.
I don't know. You're just going off on a tangent.
No, I'm not going off on a tangent. So why don't you, instead of doing a proxy stuff with me, you and I, you name those 3 things. Number 1, you said I'm non-responsive. This guy, I was talking content. Then he came back to say, look, how could that be relevant when the packaging says 500 milligram and something inside is less than that? Right?
Either it is 500 or it isn't. If it's not,
but listen now. Let me deal with one man. Okay, if you have anything related to one man is doing a proxy battle. Hold on. For one thing, I'm responsive to his concern, but I am trying to have you widen your aperture a little bit. You do not live in a vacuum, right? I do not believe in extrajudicial sanctions. People just making allegations without having a third party be an arbiter to determine. I want to hear from the other side. You are going by the fallacy of authority. These people, they are WHO, or they're UNICEF, or they're the Nigerian government, or the American government. But the power of that individual to come out there and face his accusers and say, hey, look, that is not true. First of all, that's not what we ordered, or whatever it is. You want to be able to hear from the other side. But I said, in certain cases, when it's held, yeah, there should be more concern. But the allegation is that the dosage is of lesser quantity. In essence, it's not something that could harm you more than the real drug would have harmed you.
It doesn't have the intended effect.
Will you relax?
All right. Just bring it home now, Pastor. We want to.
So the argument about urgency is therefore mute, because they're arguing that instead of 500 milligram, that is less than that. So there's no urgency now, because if you take the drug, the worst that will happen is that it will not kill you as fast as the food. It's not going to kill you.
Intended effect that the doctor wants it to have. So you will,
exactly, but unfortunately, the doctor,
your health will suffer as a result.
I know, but see, the doctors left the room because they're going over there and have it. Remember that toxicity that I asked you to go and look up.
No, Pansah, we must move on. It's just this is.
Yeah, it might be. Is it if you're talking about it?
No, you're going on and on for too long, and I want other voices to come on. I came to you actually earlier than I should have, because other people were here earlier.
Well, God forbid you come to me earlier, right? It's not like the kind of nuggets that I'm giving you here is something you get here on a daily basis. I'm here talking to you. You should be paying me for this.
All right.
But anyway,
send in your invoice.
Good.
Send in your invoice via.
Thank you for hearing me out. And
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
stay.
our
If you have more
anthropologists.
questions, you come back to me. I'll leave my mic open. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mike. So not Mike. Thank you, Pansat. So that's Pansat, who has now recovered from the ghost bars from yesterday. So let's hear from Chooks now. His connection is a bit wavy, but hopefully it improves in the course of. But you couldn't hold back on that space, Chooks. These people are underdosing drugs, putting people's health at risk.
Exactly.
Nigeria, of course, so not surprising.
Well, Pansat, he illustrates the what's wrong with Nigeria. There is incompetence on many levels, and the same with people taking shortcuts. In the United States, we have a Food and Drug Administration that monitors the effectiveness of the drugs that people are prescribed and over the counter. And if the drug does not contain what it says on the package, then there will be sanctions, the drug will be taken off the market, and the manufacturer's ability to sell drugs in the United States will be taken away. In Nigeria, there seems to be a wild, wild west where people are, putting drugs for human consumption that don't even contain the dosage that's listed. You cannot have a healthcare system based on information that's not accurate. So you have to bring that under control. But I fear that there's so much incompetence and so much corruption in the Nigerian system that it's not even possible. If they're doing this with paracetamol, what else are they doing it with? What other drugs are being affected to the same extent? So this is not a good sign for the people who live in Nigeria.
It's not a laughing matter, is it? It's not something to be joked about with.
No, not at all. There was other things that I came to talk about. They were talking earlier about Yemen and the fact that there were going to be airstrikes on targets in Yemen. Now, the reason for this is that in a hostile milieu like the Middle East, the United States has to advertise its willingness to attack any person who would profit at our expense or who poses a threat to us and our allies. So this is the logic of deterrence. So anybody who wants to steal from us, you have to kill them. You have to flaunt a hair trigger for violent retaliation. Anyone who would steal from you or who would damage your allies, because not only is our economic strength predicated on our military strength is predicated on our economic strength, but we have to deter people from seeing us as weak with airstrikes, targeted killing, and sending drone strikes or sending in special forces. So these people in Yemen, there'll be a lot of violence until they understand that they cannot steal from the United States.
But the United States can steal from them, of course.
Well, unfortunately,
look at that.
Unfortunately, nation states operate in a system of anarchy. So the only way to reduce anarchy is to create a hierarchy, and that is with military power. So the United States participates in what's called Western hegemony. That's the foreign policy of the United States. Ever since the Bush, Clinton, and Obama administrations, the United States foreign policy is Western hegemony. What that means in practice is that the United States will topple any authoritarian leaders and make other countries look like the United States with a combination of social engineering and military intervention. So this is why we're targeting this Russian guy.
No, it's actually dominance, isn't it? Really, that's what it is. It's Western. That's fanciful words, but Western dominance is what was essentially what you're saying, which is essentially military might, which is might is right. So the stronger person gets the fat of the land.
And with that,
sorry, one man. It's all about America's manifest destiny. I mean, if he aligns with it, we go for it.
So it's still might is right, isn't it? You have bigger guns, therefore you steal from everybody else.
Well, this is how. Without this strategy,
Do you think America is good for the world, Chooks?
They are the hegemon. They control the power. It's not about good, it's about power. They're in power.
Okay, but they are not there to serve the greater good, just to serve their own pecuniary interest.
They are there to steal, they are there to take as much as possible, and they are there to not contribute anything. They love to destabilize government if it favors them. They will do anything to anybody if it favors them, including destroying Europe. If destroying Europe favors them, they will destroy Europe. Meanwhile, these mumu Europe people, they don't used to use their brain. They don't have common sense anymore. They don't even think. Anything America says, they will just be nodding like a gamma lizard.
Sorry.
Sorry, don't be angry now. It's politics.
Well, man, when it comes to America, good for the world. America is perhaps the only country. Perhaps America the only country that's been able that has spent a lot of resources in spreading the gospel around the world. So that in itself is great for the world.
Sorry, what's the gospel? What's the gospel?
Unwanted gospel. Who begged for gospel?
The gospel of truth.
Is it not democracy that you were spreading? I was waiting for you to say that.
No, I'm talking about the Bible, the word of God. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
You see, one man, all these US people, as long as they are benefiting, as long as they are inside that US, they will not say what America is doing is bad, because all of them in that US benefit from it. But if they are not living in US, they will not say the same thing. That's why they are quiet now. That's why they cannot answer.
When they are buying a liter of petrol for 50 kobo, of course they will continue to.
They love the US. They love it. Me too. I'll come and join you people and be oppressing the world.
Sorry.
I think we've lost Chooks. All right, then Prince carries on. Yeah.
Sorry, before you move on. Sorry, what happened to Roman Empire? Same thing that will happen to America. If you look at America and Roman Empire, it's the same pattern. They are everywhere. The American base is everywhere. They got into every business.
World peace. America cannot be destroyed. It's not even just about military power.
No, not destruction. I'm talking about. If you look at Roman policy, a Roman Empire, their policy actually destroyed them, not the might.
Yes. But what I'm trying to say is America is a different case. Their geography favors them. If you want to attack them, you cannot even do it, because where do you want to come from?
No. America is not going to. Nobody is going to defeat America militarily.
Yes.
What is
internally?
What is likely to happen is that the potency of that military might will be dulled by the intellect, and I think we're seeing that happening now. We have cryptocurrency, which is going to ultimately break that currency space, and then you have globalization, which will ultimately also affect their dominance. So I think we're at the last phase of the American hegemony, as Chooks put it.
Yes, it's going to be a financial war, not a military war. You can't end.
You can't out-muscle them in military.
Yes, you can't out-muscle them there.
Well, I can agree with you that Americans' downturn may be imminent somewhat, but I tell you that not because of weak military capability. It's because, somebody, I think it was Charlie that said it, the policy was the war peace. The policy of America and the division that's going on right now in the country is what is going to crumple the country, quite frankly. And we've seen that going on right now. So America, it has a lot of potential left, but just like every empire, it will come to an end. And I said it before, as others have, at this point in time, it is what they call the managed decline of America. Some people somehow, the globalists, the old-headed people, they want America at every point, which is kind of sad, but that's what is going on.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the space of the young banker that couldn't handle the weight of the economic hardship in Nigeria and had to take her life. Soli had a different view on that, but I think this really is an offshoot of the state of the nation as it is at the moment. So take us to that space, Prince.
Oh, okay. You slotted me in. Okay, one man. All right. Hello, everyone.
No, I think Chooks dropped.
Chooks
Yes.
dropped. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I was listening to it got me thinking what Sully was talking about earlier about being they should investigate. Obviously, they should, but it could be a more than what is being presented right now. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, if I were to go with that,
because we're seeing a rise in the spate of suicide and suicide attempts, especially in places like Lagos. People jumping off bridges and whatnot. So, and it's all down to the men are being emasculated because of the economic hardship, and women are having to do things that are unimaginable because of the economic hardship. And some of them are even being pushed in the direction of this young banker.
well, okay, yeah, say if there wasn't economic or hardship, the women are in a different place right now in our world, because yeah, they are competing and they are doing very well in hardship or not. So it's to me it doesn't really matter. But we say I'd like to know Lagos in comparison to other even non big cities in Nigeria, right? So we have a real sense of it because living in Lagos by itself is a stressful place to live and work. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so how much of that is really contributing to the stress level and the suicide rate of people in Lagos or the big cities? We need to know that in comparison. Yeah, back to this banker lady. I mean, I didn't hear much about her position. I mean, she's not like a branch manager or the person in charge of anything. So, I mean, then I would have, maybe tried to permutate that whole, maybe she was involved in some illegal stuff or some fraudulent bank transaction or whatnot. But we don't have that. She seems to be a very simple young lady, I would say. So,
Prince, she left a suicide note. It says nothing is working out in her life. Her figures are low. So she works in the sales bit of the bank. Her figures are low. It says her brain is clogged up. The economy is getting harder. Her decisions are wrong. Her head is messed up. The future doesn't seem bright at all, and she sees extreme hardship. I can't bear the pain anymore. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Dad. And then I'm sorry, my siblings. Dear Lord, have mercy on me. So that's what she said.
Yeah, if it was true, I mean, it's really sad, but yeah, banking. I heard the bankers in Nigeria they make pretty good money. At the same time, there's a lot of pressure and stress. So I'm not sure how long she's been doing that job, and she might be in sales or marketing, and yeah, that could be getting to her. And couple that with work-life balance and other things. Yeah, it could lead. I mean, anything can push anyone to commit suicide. So, better to the police to do the proper investigation and also the letter that she wrote. They can
Prince, we're losing you. We're losing you. Have we lost you completely, Prince? No. I think he's driving. That might well be. Can anyone still hear me?
We can hear you, woman.
Yes. I think Prince is.
We can hear you.
All right. Let's go on. Let's go
Can
on
you
to
hear me?
the rational.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. Yes.
It's better. Okay, yeah, I could hear you clearly.
Yeah. Oh, and now he's dropped completely. So there it is, right there. So rational mind, pick it up from there. Do you want to pick it up from that young lady? Rational mind. Been a while.
It's been a while, one man. Yeah, it's quite tragic. What I saw in the news space concerning the past. Somebody just sent me a picture of this girl. I don't know. I hope it's. I mean, let me not say I hope. I want to pray. I want to suppose that it's the same girl. Somebody sent me the picture of a girl lying in a bathroom floor. I mean, a toilet floor, and just you could see her mouth foaming and foams all around her. I want to believe maybe she's the same girl. I don't know, but then that's what I saw the picture. Very pretty woman, young woman, and even far dressed. She was dressed more corporate like the normal banker would in Nigeria. Very young, and you will imagine what could lead this young woman to this. We've seen over time about this demonic APC has come into power. We've seen a rise, a sudden surge in the numbers of people who just snuff my out of themselves. We heard about, was it a DSS girl, or was it somebody who was in the police force sometime back, a DSS lady who committed suicide? Some people said it was manipulated. Some people said, I mean, it's all kinds of things. I mean, these are young people. You ask the question, what is going on?
It's really a story of the economy, isn't it? Because there's a real spike up in that.
I think it's
people taking their lives.
It's both for most of them. You know, I heard you when you were saying something about there's a way you put it a few minutes ago. You said something about the situation in that country is driving these kids, these young people to the early grave. Like, imagine. I mean, maybe the way you read that, what I get left behind those notes was what really, she can't bear it anymore. You know, some of them, it could be chemical imbalance. You see, that's the thing. When we come on this platform, we tell you that. And I come under this banner of your mental health is important to you. You see, that thing, we take it for granted in Nigeria. And am I surprised? Am I surprised that we have that problem in Nigeria? When even our own health, some of us, I remember when I was in Nigeria years ago. I mean, I can't even remember ever going to see a doctor. You know, when did I start going to see a dentist, to see a doctor? It's not in this country. When I came to this country, I started going to see a doctor and dentist. Some of us about the Rupaku buy at the Rupaku said that the Rupaku at the close up.
You know, it's funny actually. I have no memory of going to the doctor as well when I was in Nigeria.
Because then you see, life is different back then from what we used to know it today. You know, a lot of us, I tell some of my kids, I said, look, I mean, you need to stop. I mean, when they were younger, I would say, go out, go ride your bike, go to the field and play, go to play center, go swim, just go to the gym, and you know, you want to sit down and let me not digress from what I'm
okay, let me just interject here, Angelica, rather rational mind. I know it's your floor right now, but say, what would you say about the suicide rate in the Western world? Let's just say America. Okay.
I was going there, President. You know, one minute I go off time. I just go off tangent sometimes. I know sometimes just because I have so many things in my head to say.
Okay, and to that, okay, since you're going, hold on, since that you're going there, but I think, listen, a lot of things are changing in our culture, especially in the big cities like Lagos, right? And I don't think a lot of people, they found the balance of how to navigate this Western life or this Western world that we live in and the environment. Okay. People watch stuff on, they post their naked picture on whatever, on the social media. Somebody finds out or whatever, they commit suicide. People get stressed at work, they commit suicide. The same kind of problems they have in the West
real
now.
Pressure. Yeah, you're right, Prince. Carry on. I'm on board with what you're saying. Carry on.
Yeah. So the same pressure that people have in the West is now the the result of it is now being emblematic in our society also. Coupled that with the baby mama issue also. So we pretty much, it's become a merged society somewhat from different parts of the world. So that's part of it. Before we start blaming APC and Tinubu and all these things, it's just the reality of.
Come on. I mean, come on. I will blame APC and Tinubu, the demonic party that Tinubu and Bubu created, and the old people that helped them in creating it. I will blame them because the sudden. I mean, oh goodness, we've never seen ever since Bubu and Tinubu got there. We've never seen this surge, the increase in the number of people who just snap the life out of themselves. We've never seen that. The scale at which we are seeing it now, it has never been in the history of Nigeria. I'm not
ever since
ever since the demonic APC government came into power, created by Tinubu and his demonic people. So my point is this. You see, what I'm saying is this: is that I blame it on mental health too. But how can you, a country where some of us don't even go and see the doctor, talking about your mental health? A lot of people, there was a way my mom used to say it. Is the way not everybody that you see that
it's not everybody that is wearing suits that has nonsense.
If anybody's going to tell me what to say, not you, so sorry.
No, they used to tell me too now. They used to tell me too.
They saw Yoruba, correct me.
Well, they saw Yoruba. One they saw Yoruba.
One they saw Yoruba. She boy saw Yoruba. One they saw Yoruba. I mean, boy, mama, very much in the job. What I'm trying to say is that I'm just bantering with you. Sorry, no disrespect. My point is that you see, I mean, how many psychiatrists do we have in that country? A lot of our kids they go to college in Nigeria. They want to be doctors. How many of them are physiotherapy? I mean, as a physiotherapist. How many of them are therapists? I mean, I remember sometime back, a girl I used to know many years back. She told me she went to Unilag there. She started studying guidance and counseling. And this girl, she was looking? I mean, normally the kind of people they are needed in schools to help tutor kids. Like in my own, when my kids were going to school, we were seeing in elementary and middle school and all of that, they have counselors. They will go to them and talk about whatever they're going through. I mean, and you, God, come on, do not get me started with Tinubu and his APC demonic party, especially in Lagos, because Lagos would have been a template for me. But let me not go there. My point is this: is that we can't even take care of our own physical health. Like we're going to see it. I mean, where are you going to even see the doctor? Go to Lutz there. Go and see the crowds that are waiting to be treated. And there are no some of the doctors are no longer there. They japa come up for that country. Now you're talking about psychiatrists, people that need psychiatric, mental health help. I mean, they don't even talk about those people. Not everybody you see walk the street of Lagos or the street of any part of Nigeria.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Just on what you said there, this was one of the things that I'm always inviting people. And by the way, what we talk about is what people send in. But this was sent in as well. It says but it didn't make the cut. It says in Ogun, it's 1 doctor to 6,400 patients. So that's the ratio right there.
Can I ask a question about that stat?
Go on.
My question is, are students not graduating every year? How many thousands of
they are leaving the country now? You know that. So
all of them up to the point that is 1 to 6,000. It can't be all of them. So this stat seems
all of them are leaving the country. Nobody's staying behind. Everybody's leaving. Anybody that's got a doctor in Nigeria, the next thing is to move abroad.
1 to 6,400.
I'm telling you for a fact. I have somebody that couldn't even practice for a year. He just left, and he's a well-educated guy.
Why couldn't he practice?
He couldn't even wait to practice a year.
Why couldn't he wait? Did he just want to jump?
He knows the situation in Nigeria now, so he didn't want to waste his time here.
Let me continue. You just leave Solly alone.
Now because the stats don't make any sense. How many people are?
It doesn't make sense. But you are.
Sorry. Countries like Britain, Saudi Arabia, etc. They send in private jets annually. As soon as these people are, I can just Google it and bring because I think
we have some of them here. We have Simba. Simba is not the doctor in Nigeria.
You know, they fly them out just as soon as they're graduating. They are flying them out. You know,
look at Simba, our Simba that is here. Is he not in Saudi Arabia? Is he not practicing in Saudi Arabia? I mean, what are we talking about? You see, Solly, Joe, please. No, you yourself, Solly. Did you finish your higher institution in Nigeria? Well, as soon as you get the opportunity, didn't you go back? Didn't you go live for Europe? And after when you go to Europe, why didn't you go back to Nigeria? You see, when some of us, if you just come here, we start acting like an hypocrite. I mean, you'll be pointing, telling people why should they japa? Why would they japa? Why would they run away from that dirt of a country? Now in the hands of criminals, and you're telling me that they should not.
The surprise is that it's even 6,000. I was thinking it's more like 10,000.
Well, wow, are you sure that figure is even? Let's just leave that. Let's not debate. Let's just say that 6,000. You see, it's just outrageous that. I mean, our mental health. I mean, this case.
And then they don't pay them, and the doctors are on strike.
And then so you're telling them to sit down and wait in Nigeria. Imagine. I mean, I was chatting with somebody recently. What's it, Simba? Somebody said that. He said something about somebody who finished from medical school. He was working in a private hospital, and they were paying him, I think, about 120,000 naira. My goodness, 120,000 naira a doctor? Yeah, that's what they pay him.
And in Saudi, they are paying them 20K a month, tax free.
$20K a month.
This is what UK is saying. It says my friend makes 20K dollars in Saudi, and that's not per month.
Yeah, you see why Nigerians are suffering. So when these politicians, criminal politicians, when they sick, they fly themselves abroad and go and look for the best of the best. You see, Nigeria, we are not ready to fight these people and get rid of them. When we are ready, this is just the beginning. I mean, this is just the beginning of a prelude to what is going to happen. For me, I just look at it that it's a mental health issue. It could be depression, which I think everything still boils down to mental health. I mean, am I so surprised? Even some people call me on this platform. Some of them, they live abroad. They call themselves abroad, young people. They come here and they start talking. And sometimes you just wonder how some people.
How many people on this platform do you think will pass a mental health test? I think maybe Ajale Koko, but I can't vouch for anybody outside of Ajale.
Ansat will never pass. I can't
vouch for anybody outside of Ajale Koko, including the comment section. I think we are all just the bottom of that.
So, one man in conclusion for that, as far as we see, if we have, even here in America, we have the problem, we have that challenge. The rate of mental health workers to people, even that the figure too is high. They don't have enough people to treat people mental health, and some of them they don't even want to avail themselves of the opportunity that is available for that. But that's a different. What Nigeria own is just worse. That even our own. Your own health, this is not even mental health, your own physical health, like, you have it, when you're talking about drugs that is being imported to Nigeria or even made in Nigeria, look at the kind of, it's short of the dosage, the pharmacological, I don't know, maybe I said it right, dosage that should be there, the content that should be there. And we have our own Food, Drug and Law Administration, which is the NAFDAC, and they cannot even control distance. You see, man, I've said it. Nigeria is not a country. It is just a business enterprise for the politicians to continue perpetuating these shenanigans of always using us as guinea pig, our people as guinea pig, making whatever they can make from them, change it to dollars, go and invest that money abroad, and come back again and look for more and continue impoverishing our people. You see, we're not ready to move forward in our country. And it's just the beginning, because a lot of people you see walk down the street of Lagos or any part of Nigeria, a lot of them were sound mentally. I mean, haven't you seen videos of people when this interior guy I was one of those people that was even praising him here on your platform and other platforms, saying that, the guy did very well. My brother, my sister went and just got his passport within how many days? He got his passport. A friend of mine in Frankfurt that I was with in Frankfurt, he went to Nigeria consulate in Frankfurt. He went there that same day, he got his passport. I was like, this guy is doing wonders. And you believe that this guy, I don't know that these are just criminals pretending to be, pretenders. I mean, like, man, a lot of people have mental issues there. And you see people, was it on Arise News or what did I see there? When some people were saying, no, they should allow him. They are trying to they are shunting the guy. Even the better Edu too, is people from his own South or whatever. All of them were saying that no, it's a made up thing. I mean, that tells you I mean, if you see this elderly man that was even talking about this guy from the Ministry of Interior, championing him and telling him that they should leave him alone, blah blah blah. You start wondering. Even I had Ruben about it today when he was commenting on it. He says, "What is wrong with Nigerians mentally?" This is just an example of what we're talking about. Because people that are mentally up there, that are right up there, will not be championing the cause of people who are just criminals, who are there to just ruin your lives and the lives of your unborn kids. You are only here for maybe like 100 years, and then how many years after that your grandkids will come up?
Rational mind. So, sorry, I think you're lumping in together.
I would lump it because it's a complicated. It's a complex matter.
Mental.
It's all entwined. It's all
yeah, but
entwined together.
I get you.
It's both the socio-economic and political issue in Nigeria that is making our people go mad and making them go insane. They're not there anymore.
Rational mind. Okay, hold on. People, there's true, genuine, mental problems that people have. But at the same time, people have their own their orientation also. What you think that is bad to some people, they've been thought that it's a good thing or there's nothing wrong with it. So you're lumping in people's orientation, the way they see life and evaluate life and their values with mental problem. It's not the best way to go about it.
Come on, Pimp Daddy. Forget this. Dogo Turenchi.
Pimp Daddy.
Yeah, Pimp Daddy. Is
it PDD?
Pimp Daddy. Sure, you remember that LQJ, Pimp Daddy, and you're Pimp Daddy.
I get you on Rational. So hold on. Are you saying
that's back in the day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's back in the days. Yeah.
Rashma, are you saying no? What you're saying? Are you saying that corruption is Are you saying people corruption is not easily acceptable in Nigeria? Are you saying it's not?
Corruption is what?
It's not easily acceptable in Nigeria. Is not like
acceptable? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, is it not? Yeah, is it not easily acceptable in Nigeria? Corruption.
It has permeated the whole fabrics of that country, whereby.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. The orientation of the they're not crazy. Don't think they're crazy. They're not crazy. My point is that they're not crazy. They know what they're doing.
One man, can you help us go and dig that video of that man, that old man with this kind of my BS, that is white BS? Can you go and dig it out and go and bring it up? I mean, bring it on and see the way the man is talking about this Bumiola, what's his name, Bumi, whatever, this interior guy. Look at how he was vibrating, talking about no, let you leave him. I mean, like, oh my goodness. Now, who do this to us? And you are here telling me, speaking Dogon Churenchi, telling me this and blah, 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 blah. I mean, come on, dude. I know it's because you've been here. Maybe you were born here.
No. I thought you actually agree with me. In regards to Bumi Ojo, I'm not talking about him. Whatever corruption is involved in that.
Of people who speak that they should leave them alone. I mean, have you listened to some of it? Even like this girl, this lady that was chased out.
I'm not down with that. We're not talking about helping Rational Mind. We're not talking about that. I'm trying to make my point here. My point here, Rational Mind, is that look, what is not acceptable to you, to some people, or in some culture, is readily acceptable. So you try to lump everything together as mental problem. It's not right. That's my point.
It's not right. I mean, oh, come on. You see, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this to you. It's either you are living in La La Land, you are living your own alternate universe of yours, which I think that's what it is, because you live here in America, where most of us who came here, we met a lot of things, opportunities, and we jump at it because we could recognize it. But our people back home, they're just living a misery. When you read Victor Hugo, they say Les Miserables. When you hear that word Les Miserables, that's a description of how Nigerians are. They are Les Miserables. It's a miserable life those people are living in that country. You can't go and, you have health issues. You cannot, if I have to bring my dad here to come and get medical, I have to bring him down here because I don't trust anything. Like, look at what you're talking about, just common paracetamol. And you're here talking. If people are not mentally.
I do the same, or we do the same. Our mom comes here for her medical needs.
So why do we have to do that? If Nigeria is okay, if we have we supply most Western countries the best doctors. Why can't our doctors stay back home? because you have a political system that has affected both the social and the economic side of the country. And then we're here talking about people going nuts, all because they are under pressure. I mean, some people at the age of 20-something, I mean, here, let me not go into them. Some people here at the age of 21, they're already married, they're having kids. You go Nigeria, you see a 50-something years old man, he has not married, he's still living with his father. Why? Because there's no opportunities. I mean, I don't get it. I do expect him not to go mad when he sees somebody who was born in his presence, maybe because he did Yahoo, or maybe by some way, maybe he has people in the government, or he knows some people. He's already buying house, living in a Porsche, driving a Porsche car. He has married one of the most beautiful girls. He's having kids. This is a child. This is a guy who is enough to be his own child. But this man is still living with his father at the age of 50 or 50-something. Still living with his parents because he has no opportunity. And you don't expect him not to go mad mentally, not to start thinking. And you see, my brothers, you see that we face it or not. Nigerians will have to take their own destiny and their own fate in their hands. Their destiny in their hands. You see, it's live with them. Because
Rational Mike, please, can I interject you for 1 minute?
Go on, please.
What you just said just reminded me of something. 17 years ago, Nigerian embassy in Japan was very corrupt. Like, you can go there for your you want to marry now, to just go through the normal legal document that Nigerian embassy will sign for you. You can be going there for the next 3-4 months. They will not answer you. Not talk about passport. It was so bad until the stage they brought one answer ambassador. The guy cleaned everything up. That if you go there less than 2 seconds, they will attend to you, get what you want, where it's supposed to be. Now, I never see anybody praising that guy because guy did his job, like what he's supposed to do, his duty. I never see anybody taking that, like making that as a reference, go that, oh, this man is too good or is a saint. Why am I saying this? This Ojo guy, yes, it is something about passport, but we are taking that like something great. It's his duty. The partners were there. It's for him to distribute it. That will not take away that he's corrupt. Now he's been indicted in three cases.
Go on, land your.
Yeah, in 3 cases. When he was the NGC chairman, he siphoned money from his local government. The project was supposed to go to the local government. Akpabio case is there. The one Akpabio came to say openly. When they were saying off your mic, he was beating contract. That is conflict of interest. He was getting contract from when he was House of Rep. Now he's a minister now. Same company having problem again. And people are saying, oh, we should not kill our best. But what about his corruption? He's highly corrupt man. If not one of the most corrupt ministers there. This is the problem of Nigeria.
You see, it's a mental problem. You know, sometimes I don't know if you heard about kleptocrats, as a kleptomaniac. Somebody wants to steal. He wants to steal. Our criminal leaders, they are all kleptomaniacs. They just want to steal. Not say they don't have. They have. These guys they have, but they want to steal more. Just like somebody just walk into a store. Well, he has money in his purse. He has a wallet. He has a credit card, but he wants to steal pancake. He wants to steal some pomade. He wants to steal some shampoo. He has the money to pay. That is a mental thing. It's a mental disease. Both the leaders, they're all mentally challenged. Maybe forget saying all of them. They're walking like they dress in the big attires or big whatever. They're all mentally unsound. How can you live in a country like that? You continue milking that country. You continue.
Would you not say that it is actually most Nigerians that are mentally unsound?
My brother, woman, it's a mental issue. With this thing we're talking about, we're just joking. We're just making comedy out of it. I'm telling you.
No, there's serious mental health issues in that country that is not addressed. It is right across the whole population.
Yeah. So in conclusion, for me, it's so sad this young woman died the way she died, and that note she left behind. It's a true reflection of, no doubt, what she was going through. She's under pressure, but I think it's more than just the pressure, because when you're under pressure, how well you deal with pressure, it all boils down to your mental frame of mind, your frame of mind, or your mental health. Some people, when they can't, like she said, remember what she said, I can't take it no more. That is, I forgot what's that English word. I think this is our lady here, Dupsy. She used to use that word. She has reached the climax of what a mental capacity can bear. Sometimes, our people says, "Yeah, show me your bed." My mom used to say that. Yeah, show me your bed. Like it's not. I mean, suffering is not like stew or soup that you can just. No, it's not like that. Nobody wants to, because sometimes mental issue can make you. You said.
Rational mind. So people are saying that. What are people thinking about? The salary earners in Nigeria with our economy. Do people reason at all? How can these guys survive? These guys that earn salary in Nigeria survive? Even 50K salary. You talk about people earning 30,000, 35,000 monthly with families.
Ekene, what you ask yourself, what was the salary of level 14 in Nigeria? That's what you ask yourself.
I don't know, but I don't know why our government are playing the life of people like Lido. They're just playing them like Lido. They don't care. You allow workers in 30,000, 50,000.
Because nobody is doing anything about it. You guys cannot come together without arguments and do. The best protest I saw? The best protest I saw is what those CAC people or that church Christian association did. They went out together. There were thousands of people, thousands. None of them arguing, all of them with the same motive, all of them coming together. No violence, nothing, and they meet their point. If that thing was happening every day in Lagos State, there will be change in that country. Not turning it into NSAS, smoking igbo, and just protesting every day. People should not go to work because these politicians, they know you won't do anything. You complain. When you meet these people at parties, you are smiling with them and taking picture. They will not take you serious. No, all these Nigerians complaining, all these, even these people that are supporting Obi, if they see Tinubu tomorrow, they will smile and take pictures. That's the reality of it. So they are not. Nobody is really serious in that country about what they want. They are not ready for change. They are not really ready. And should we blame mental issue? I don't think we can blame mental issue for that. Is it? Should we say that they have no survival instinct?
I don't know, but the way people take it as if
Nigerians are notoriously cowardly, though. Solid. I think that's globally known, but especially
not coward for a woman. Let me say this: it's not coward.
I don't think we are cowards. I don't think we are cowards.
The thing is this. You see, this is just like. Let me give you an example of what is going on in Nigeria. Example of that is your platform, one man. Some of us says these people are criminals, and we speak the way we speak, like the way I speak here. I'm always on Tinubu talking about him because I'm angry because our people are suffering. Some people come here, you see, Tinubu has just appointed this economy is going to, like you, one man. See, I have a beef with you sometimes, too, one man. You will come here, the other people have unleashed banditry and terrorism on Tinubu's government. My goodness. Like, Tinubu is the main thing, not Nigerian people. I mean, what I expected you to say is, they've unleashed terrorists on Nigerians. You said like Tinubu is the main. Oh my God! You see.
Yeah, but the government is the target of the terrorism.
I don't get me wrong. You and I will know ourselves. I understand why you did that. You're trying to bring in people like me to come and start beating you and start cursing you. Why must you say that? That's why you draw me. Like what even brought me here was when I had Solly talking about the other thing that did this girl matter. That was what actually brought me because I was driving home at that time. But my point is this. It is not about Nigerians. It's about them. Terrorism was unleashed on Nigerians. Tinubu doesn't die. He's in Asoro. But why are people dying? Nigerians. But some of us will come here, will just embellish things, make it look like, oh, he's working now. I mean, he's doing his best. Oh my goodness. We cannot. The thing is this divide and rule thing. These people, they succeeded in dividing us. Same people that are suffering like you and I, if I were to be in Nigeria, they will come on this platform and they will be championing Tinubu's cause. And these people are also dying in their house. Some of them voted for him, and some of them are lamenting now.
And when you speak up,
is that a mental problem?
When you speak, they make it a ethnic issue. It will not be as if the South or the East is against the West governments or the North is against the West governance. That's how a lot of Nigerians see it.
It's a mental issue. People are mentally unsound. You know that you are suffering.
But in the country, they see the country going down. Like if I tell you the price of stuff as of this January, you guys will marvel.
How much is the sack of Jerica rice? I mean rice now. My sister was telling me 7,000 naira. Is it 70,000 naira now?
Yeah. Yes.
Here you go. When Bubu came in, it was 7,000 naira or 6,000 naira when Bubu came in. Look at what a demonic APC government.
Hold on. Nobody buys rice by the sack. And do you buy rice by the sack where you live? Nobody buys rice by the sack.
You mean me? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, you buy it by the quantity that you need.
I buy rice by the sack. Yeah, I buy 50 kg. That's why I buy the box. We have a rice that we bring from Nigeria. I don't know where they bring it, but
rational mind. You're talking about rice. Do you know how much?
People buy it. People that can afford it, they buy it. They buy
rational mind.
One Derica.
Yeah, but yes, but then when you buy a sack of rice, that's rice for 3 months, isn't it?
Exactly. It pays you that when you are buying one Derica cup.
Yeah, so the price is commensurate with the period that I should.
Check. This is the thing I have with you, man. When you start going off this tangent of it's commensurate and you start speaking this your British.
But is he lying? He's not lying though. He's not lying.
Rational mind.
We Nigerians are our problem. We are our problem.
Rational mind. You always come with ulterior motive.
Sorry. Wait.
You buy a bag of rice that will last you.
God bless you, Soli. God bless you.
You buy a bag of rice that will last you for 3 months for 40 pounds. I mean, it's too cheap even.
Rational mind. Rational mind. I'm talking about rice. Do you know how much for kola nut now?
How much for kola
nut?
Okay.
Who the chocolate nut?
See, my Arewa friend in Benin, the head of Arewa. You know how much those guys is making for kola nut? Truck of dollars is bringing it down to the southwest, south. You know how much for 1,000 naira for that small one? And it doesn't last a day. That truck ends a day. Tomorrow another one will come. What we used to buy like a bag for 1,000 naira, buy just one ham. Like
it's growing in the south now. That's what
but we are buying it. Who's going to the farm anymore? We are buying it now.
I get you.
People are making kola nut now. It's so expensive. I'm just using kola nut. It's so expensive. Do you know how much for? Do you know how much for tortoise? A little tortoise is 15,000 naira. Forget food.
If you know how much they sell,
These are all Babalawo stuff now.
No, one man. When I'm saying this now, I think it's one man. When I'm saying it's one man, I'm saying it's funny. That to tell you how bad the economy is. These are the things you can pick that you pick. You will get it for free. You pick us in the bush for free.
You could buy tortoise. What are you buying?
Oh, you think only Babalawo just tortoise? Do you know how much for snail? Now I was bringing it stage by stage. Hold on. You will laugh again. Do you know how much for a bag of snail now? Snail. It's Babalawo, right?
They're talking about staple food. Like
I'm talking about staple food. Wait. No, rational mind. Hold on. Since
this is a staple food, is that what you're saying?
Wait, no, I'm talking about snail. This is hold on. This Congo is called in English word African giant or Congo meat. Because of the rise of high blood pressure, kidney, and all that, you know they actually tell people to eat snail. Snail is the hot cake now in the market. People will use the water. Don't you know they use for medicine to drink to suppress high blood pressure?
I
And
don't
some
know
people use for
that one. No.
You don't know now, so you're not going to that area.
Medical stuff.
It's not tradomedical. This is just go to the market. People eat snail more because of the beef.
I don't know. The last time I spoke to people back home, none of them said they were eating snail.
Not snail.
Snail, yes. Snail is more delicious than cow meat. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. But let's not
go there. Because of high blood pressure and all this kind of disease we have in Africa now.
We know. What is please? Let me just move on because other people, I know people like yourself need to talk to. So let me just move on because
I'm Prince is back. Yes, yeah.
So my point is this: is that what is please? I beg you, no vex. I can just move on. So the point I'm trying to say is that it's a mental issue. I've had people coming on this platform. They will be championing Tinubu's cause. I don't say you should not champion it, but let's be objective. You tell me to be objective too. But our people are suffering. And you are here praising this guy. You'll be reeling out some stuff.
You know what? Rational mind. You know why people always push back against you? Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's problems. But you can't say he is now. Okay, because he is just in government 6-7 months.
Okay,
and those the problems we're having. But you know these things now.
Do you disagree with that, rational mind? Do you disagree with that? And if you do, tell us why. You disagree with what one man just said.
If somebody is part of a rot, look at Lagos State. There's so many things Tinubu could have done.
I disagree with one man. And I can give you many reasons.
It's part of the rot. It's part of those elites that really sunk Nigeria to where it is. Look at that Lagos State. What Lagos State is earning is not what we are getting back. The taxpayers' money that is being used is all for Tinubu's politics and all the crap that is going on.
Lagos State is one state out of 36 states.
Can you give us some facts about that, please?
One man is referring to the entire Nigeria. And him as president of Nigeria, he just assumed office 7 months ago.
I understand.
The problem there is not the cause of Nigerian problem. That's what one man is telling. And if you disagree, tell us.
No, but rational mind knows that as well. So I don't quite know why is suddenly saying all the problems.
I will tell you.
Yes, we are not saying Tinubu. Nobody can say.
Hold on,
rational mind. Yeah, we are not saying Tinubu is a saint, and we cannot say that it's not part of the corrupt system. But to say the problem of Nigeria,
Lagos is not doing well.
You want to ascribe all the problem of Nigeria to him?
Okay.
No, that is wrong.
All right. So this is my own take on that matter you just said. Now, I've said it on this platform. I've said it sometimes in passing. I'm not saying totally pinning all the whole problem on him, but it's also part of it. Now, let us leave Lagos State. He brought Bubu. He knew, maybe he knew or he doesn't know, I don't know. But all his thought was, you go, he said he brought him. He said, he wants him to become the president so that Emilio come after him. That's what he said. So what this guy was all about was that he pushed this guy. When Papa Shoron's child was killed, he was asking the news reporters, where are the cows? This guy was doing everything so that he will get there. He doesn't want to criticize. He knew what the Bubu that he helped to become president. He knew all the crap he did, but he doesn't want to. All he was fighting is he wants to be there. Finally, he got there now. What are we saying? So he was also instrumental into where we find ourselves today. That is why I cannot forgive him for that. Because he sold the Bubu to us. He financed it. He financed all this guy. Does he have money to even pay delegates when they were doing it?
Can you blame yourself for voting for Buhari?
I did not vote for Buhari.
Those who voted for him in majority, are they beating themselves up?
The only thing I did was I was routing for him, but I never voted for him.
Okay,
I want you to
it's
understand
as
that.
you
So you
campaign for
supported
him.
Buhari. So do you take part of the blame as well?
No, I did not campaign.
Exactly.
No, listen. I did not campaign. Listen.
Yeah, you said you were rooting for him. So do you take part of the blame
in my
as well?
own way. Hold on, in my own way. I sit down when I talk to people like yourself back then. I'll say, well, yeah, that guy. I know him back in 1983. I remember when I was a Boy Scout. I joined Man O' War. I know. In fact, that's what I told
So
them.
you thought Buhari was a good idea. Hold on, you thought Buhari was a good idea in 2015.
I thought it was because
a good idea.
I thought it was a good idea because I was going by what
So are you taking part of the blame for his failure now?
Don't do this. What about with me, woman?
It is the reality. It is a logical question.
You won't pin me down to that. Hold on now. But as soon as
you won't answer that. You won't answer that.
I will answer now. I'll answer you. I answer it. Comment section.
Of course, criminal near yes. Criminal
Ganiu, slow down, please. Ganiu,
kò sígbà tí mo ráyè mo lè wá bá ẹ l'Amẹ́ríkà gangan tó bá sọ pé
ọmọ alárẹ̀ ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́ please ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́.
irú àwọn bá ya mọ ẹrú ikú ni wọ́n
Little rational man, go ahead.
So just but rational mind, I have a question for you. Do you believe that? No, a question for you. Would you still have the floor now? I'm not taking the floor from you. No. It's a conversation. Let us throw this question for you. Do you believe or do you think that Tinubu supported Buhari to destroy Nigeria the way Buhari did for 8 years?
You're not talking about issues. It's tantamount to also supporting it. He kept quiet. I just give an example. When the Maronding cattlemen from Bubu's tribe were marauding everywhere, that led
good question, Baba Janle Koko. Good question.
So what I'm saying is that when they were asking him that, what does he have to say? He's saying that where are the cows? This guy knew, but he doesn't want to hone it that, these people, your people are terrorizing our people. He doesn't. All he wants is that he wants to be there.
But that happened during Buhari's second term.
I'm talking about the economy, the way Buhari destroyed the economy.
Everything joined. You see, listen, we cannot extricate one thing from the other. You see, if our farmers cannot go to farm, is that not is that not hunger? When they can't go to farm, how can they earn money to pay their bills? You see, everything is all connected. You cannot extricate one thing from the other.
So why is it probing all Babangida? All Buhari's people? If he truly supported the way, supported him to destroy. Why is it probing them?
He got there. He met empty treasury. He went campaigning and.
Why is it probing them now? Hold on. It's a conversation. As you are telling us that he supported him to destroy Nigeria economy, why is he probing them now?
Okay. I'll answer. I think I had that question. That was what I was getting at. He came in there. He meant empty treasury, almost empty, and he wants to be president. If he doesn't want to fail, he needs money. And how? We saw him going globetrotting all the whole world capitals, going and begging them for investors and asking them to give them money. He saw that doesn't well. Nobody coming with massive investments.
No, the Indians are here today with 10 billion. One man tell him.
That what?
The Indian group. They are here.
I beg you, Baba.
Check your news portal. One man even read it here. He said 10 billion. They wanted to buy Ajaokuta or start their own from scratch.
This is not the other guy came with 14 billion. The other one came with 14 billion.
I don't just get it.
Can you read what is on the screen? Can you read what is on the screen?
I can tell you that this government is government of propaganda. They govern with propaganda. I am 100% sure of that.
I mean, I don't
propaganda
know
when you see with video presentation about their discussion and their visit to Ajaokuta steel mill. That is propaganda.
Is this the first time if this is not the first time they are coming with billions?
Business is a process. Thank God you are a trader. Trading, the day you pay for your imports, is that the container will arrive? No, it takes about 2 months. When it gets to the port, it takes you about a week or two to clear even your container. So this is process.
But I can argue this with you, but I don't have time for that now. Well, maybe when I have time, we'll argue it out. I will tell you that this government are not serious at all.
Okay, bring it on when you're ready.
We can bring up all the news they want to bring. When they are serious, I will tell you they are serious. They are not serious for now.
Yeah, but it's not up to you to
then that means I will have forever to wait.
That's your subjective view.
You and I, we're outside Nigeria, and somebody in Nigeria is telling you what is on ground. All of us here, we're criticizing it. You just showed us a picture of a girl who snuffed life out of herself. A banker who
that girl situation is a tragedy. If you know what happens in banking sector, right? So her first excuse was pressure of work. That is the first thing she wrote there.
It's a tragedy.
Don't you know what girls in marketing, the kind of pressure they are in?
I mean, I don't pray anything. I don't pray any of these things to any of our kids or our own person. But sometimes we just come here with trivialized things like it's a casualty.
I'm not trivializing. I'm putting things in their proper perspective.
No, there's no proper perspective here because we've been seeing this propaganda. This is the same propaganda we had about these idiots. They went to Dubai and they're telling us that they've lifted what's it called? They've lifted what's it called? And
this billion didn't start in this government. It started from Buhari. They started bringing in these billions starting from the time of Buhari. The one they didn't pop. Then after
a kidney rational mind. Aside, there's nothing you can do. You can only shout and rant. Nigeria is going to be better. Nigeria is going to be better in your presence. All of you IPOB, you just be shouting and ranting for nothing.
The only thing you always say is people shouting, people lying, people do this, people do this. I don't even know whether they don't see your brain. They don't see your brain. Every time if people say their mind, the next thing you say is they lie, they do this, they do this. Is that the only thing you know how to say? They don't see your brain.
What's not lying?
They are lying. When someone says the objective truth, you don't.
What is objective truth?
You
keep saying it's objective truth.
No, wait now.
What is the life of Nigeria? The average Nigerians in Nigeria. What are their
Everybody knows that you people are just. You don't want Nigeria to be great at all. You don't want Nigeria to be great. And Nigeria is going to be great. Nigeria is going to be great. I'm telling you that now. All of you.
Oh God, Nigeria will be great. Nobody says Nigeria will not be great. But if greatness is what if this kind of if this is what you are championing for greatness, you don't have brain. Honestly.
Kenneth, you are all IPOB. You don't have brain. Nigeria is going to be great. That's what I'm telling you. You people are IPOB. You are all IPOB and Passat. That's why when Ijele came on the board yesterday, you can see you people. You are the only one that is criticizing everything Tinubu does. You criticize it. You are all like POB. You can see your behavior. It shows that you are a true like POB member. You are criminals. You are criminal. You are all criminal. You rational mind, you are the number one criminal. You can't even say your identity. You can't say where you come from. You are criminal, rational mind. You can't say where you come from. You keep on pretending like you are Yoruba. You keep on pretending you are not Yoruba man. You are a criminal. IPOB.
One man. Can you?
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. Yeah, just tell you. Wèrè tiẹ̀ wèrè yẹn èmi ò lè sọ lú ẹ. Èmi tó fẹ́ wo wèrè ẹ̀sán lálẹ́.
Ganiu, you have to moderate the language.
Òun ló pè mí wèrè náà. Ṣé tó bá pè mí wèrè kí n má pè mí wèrè padà?
Both of you then moderate the language.
No. Òun ló kọ́kọ́ pè. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá fún mi, èmi náà máa fún.
Let's talk. Yeah. I'm listening. Your IPOB.
Tó bá ti ń dún nínú igbó àbí ibi tó kíbi tẹ́ bá ti ń dún mẹ́tàlá ẹ̀ kò lè súnmọ́ bí tí máa wà.
Ó yà sọ bí tó wà.
Farabalẹ̀ o. Mo fẹ́ speak ọ̀pọ̀ lẹ́nu.
Mo ń gbọ́ ẹ.
Tó bá yẹ pé orúkọ ẹ lóòótọ́ lórúkọ ẹ pé orúkọ ẹ ni Ganiyu àbí Afọlábí kí ló orúkọ ara bí kí ló pọ̀ lóòótọ́ máa wo ẹ̀yìn ẹ o.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹ ò nọ́pọlọ tó bá nọ́pọlọ ò ní sọ ìwọ ò lè sọ bí tó ti wá èmi sọ bí tí mo ti wá fún ẹ. Ọ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹ ò nọ́pọlọ kí ló ó yá mo gbọ́ ok ẹbó ló ti wá ó yá sọ bí tó ti wá fún mi oníkèmí máa wọ ẹ̀yìn mi rational man gbọ́ wọ́n máa ń gbọ́ sí òun bú mi tèmi bá bú ẹ sí wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀.
Gbogbo ebú tó ń bú mi láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìyànṣe ìbú.
Máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ mò ń gbọ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ wọ́n ti fi mí pẹ̀lú ẹ lẹ̀ criminal ní ẹ because òun parọ́ òun impersonate yàrá Yorùbá sọ ìlú ẹ gangan fún wa ibi tó ti wá criminal ní ẹ IPOB ní ẹ no lie kí ló ń parọ́ fún èkéné ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gbogbo ayé mọ̀ pé IPOB ni pasat ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ anybody mọ̀ pé IPOB ni ìwọ náà IPOB ní ẹ sọ́bi tó ti wá fún wa nítorí wọ́n bí ẹ sílẹ̀ Yorùbá gbọ́ Yorùbá kátàkà kan wọ́n á máa sọ̀rọ̀ anyhow kí ló ń ṣe ẹ́.
Ṣé o ti parí ọ̀rọ̀
ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò lè tán pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ because ó dijọ́ tó bá sọ ẹlẹ́tọ̀ ara ẹ̀
Ìjẹ̀bú tó ti wá gan máa tà ní Ìjẹ̀bú tó ti wá.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ owó tẹ̀ tó bá mú yẹn tó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ò ní sọ orúkọ tó ń sọ yẹn ò ní sọ láyé ẹ ò ní sọ.
Ṣé kí ló sọ pé mo lè sọ ṣé Ìjẹ̀bú ẹ mo lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ibi tí mo ti wá mi ní kò sọ Ìjẹ̀bú ta ló ní kò sọ Ìjẹ̀bú who said you should see ta ló ní kò sọ Ìjẹ̀bú.
Wèrè ara ẹ̀ ni mo sọ Yorùbá.
Èmi ní wèrè ok jẹ́ ẹ sọ fún ẹ rational mind dúró náà jẹ́ kí n pẹ̀lú ẹjọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé ṣèbí n pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ní conversation sí we are having conversation so tó wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé Yorùbá ni ẹ́ ó mọ̀ kan sọ ibi báyìí ni mo ti wá lóńdó ibi báyìí mi ní kojúwe àdúgbò ẹ fún mi a ní pé irọ́ ló ń pa we know you people sórí behaviour yín la máa fi mọ̀ yín IPOB ni ẹ pasat IPOB ni gbogbo ọ̀wọ́n yẹn sórí jẹ́ ǹsọ̀ kankan fún ẹ lẹ́nu sórí àwa Yorùbá orí wa ọpọlọ wa ti pé nítorí a ti gbà yín láàyè ní sùúrù àná ní sùúrù jẹ́ ǹsọ̀ fún ẹ ní sùúrù ọ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹ ọ̀dẹ̀ ní sùúrù fara burúkú balẹ̀ tó bá ń bá àwọn èèyàn míì sọ̀rọ̀ tó máa ń wò ẹ́ tó máa sọ pé Yorùbá ní national mind àwa mọ̀ ẹ́ dáadáa ò kì í ṣe Yorùbá ṣé kò yẹ yes mo mọ̀ ẹ́ ok ó mọ ọkọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní sùúrù ó yá búra sí pé Yorùbá ní búra fíṣọ sọ pé kí gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ní ilé ayé ẹ sọ pé kí gbogbo nǹkan tó ti ṣe ilé ayé ẹ kó bàjẹ́ olórí burúkú ọmọ Yíbò ni ẹ confam Yíbò ni ẹ let me tell you something yes ó jẹ mí nìkan because ó lè má ní sùúrù jẹ́ sọ nǹkan tó ṣe fún ẹ ó lè máa wá sórí platform ẹ̀yin IPOB ẹ máa wá sórí platform òwò wa ń pretend pé Yorùbá ní ẹ àwọn èèyàn kan wá máa believe ẹ ayé àtijọ́ nìyẹn gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ti ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin Yíbò ti ṣe fún wa ṣòro bóyá orí wa ò pé a máa yà nílẹ̀ wọ́n kì í ṣe bigot a máa very soon a máa yà yín lẹ́nu ẹ máa rí pé you people will see the other side of Yorùbá ẹ má tètè a máa pasat you people should be taking your load and be going to your place àti olórí burúkú èké nìyẹn gbogbo yín la máa lé kúrò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá pátápátá gbogbo Yorùbá please ẹ máa lọ ẹ má tìlú alẹ̀ fún wa ọ̀rọ̀ wèrè wo ló wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ wọ́n máa lè burúkú ọ̀rọ̀ wèrè wo ló wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ mo wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ I'm with you sọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ.
All right, enough of that. Sọ
nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ olórí burúkú ọmọ.
No. Ganiu, hold on. Ganiu, I'm not. This will be the last time I'm going to caution that. Mama lo ru àwọn èdè yẹn.
Ẹ bọ òun ò lò fún mi kò ń pè mí wèrè kò ń bú mi èmi àjọ ń búra wá ní náà.
All right. I don't know what this platform is degenerating to. You were admonishing us yesterday. Hold on, Ganiu. You were admonishing us yesterday. Rational mind, and you are the protagonist today.
It's because hold on. You see. Hold on. You see, you don't group me among those people.
Support Ganiu.
See what Jackie Sorrow. Jackie Sorrow. You see, I don't dignify people like these idiots that just came up.
You see, you call me idiots. You see, one man, you didn't say anything. You call me idiot. You know,
I said.
So if I call Tinubu, no, I'm just. Nǹkan tí mo sọ sí ni pé wọ́n máa ń gbọ́ tó bú mi tẹ́ bá bú ẹ padà lọ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀.
Let me talk. He talked about.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Let me answer this guy. The point is this. If right from comment section, mo ti rí ẹ̀kọ́ tó ń bú mi. Ó ń ṣe Yorùbá kíníkan ọmọ àlè ní ẹ kíníkan olóyè burúkú ní ẹ ló ń dá padà fún ààrẹ. Mi ò bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ mo ṣe anything. Ó wá sí bíbáyìí. Mo rí pé o ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fẹ́ máa já sọ̀rọ̀ tí ọ̀rọ̀ tó pè é sí. O ti máa ṣe Solo Makinde àbí? Because wọ́n ti yàká gba ojú ẹ̀ rí.
Ọ̀rọ̀ orí internet wọ́n pe everybody sí ṣékùnrin. Mala sọ pé wọ́n pè é sí ọ̀tẹ̀ ní.
You had a monologue. I was just interjecting. You won't allow me to interject you. Now you won't interject me. Now, you started calling me criminal. More IPOB. Was a polo burúkú ni ẹ. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lo ọ̀rọ̀ òṣìṣẹ́ rẹ̀. Wọ́n á ní kékeré mi má dá padà fún ẹ. Ṣé o máa lè bí tara ẹ ló pè mí ni? Ṣé o máa lè bí tara ẹ ló pè mí? Èmi ò sọ mọ́.
Mi náà máa lè. Ọ máa lè ní ẹ because o lè júwe orí ò pé o kì í ṣẹgbẹ́ ta ni you are crazy o kì í ṣẹgbẹ́. Do you know my age? Are you so? Sórí ẹ̀ yìí ni. Do you know my age?
Okay, hold on. I will tell you. If I tell you I'm older than you, it's because
you must be mad. You must be mad for saying that you are older than me. You're older than who? Yeah, how old are you? Yeah, kí n máa send. He says, "Èmi pẹ̀lú one man àdúgbò kan náà là ń gbé."
Foul land will lead to a kicking. No, don't get kicked out. No foul language.
So, ó bèèrè lọ́wọ́ mi pé báwo mo ṣe mọ̀ pé mo ṣe jù ẹ́ lọ. Somebody who is mature. Tó bá màmá mi náà sọ ńgbà yẹn nígbà tó ń wà láyé pé ẹlòmíì wà wọ́n kọ̀ kàwé ni wọ́n kọ́ ọpọlọ. Tí èèyàn bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ bí òpònú bí wọ́n ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó ṣùọ̀ pé ẹni yẹn bí a tó bá tẹ̀ dàgbà gan àgbà lásán ni àgbàyà ni èyí tí mo sọ pé mo jù ẹ́ lọ nìyẹn and I'm sure I'm older than you. Let's forget pé mo ní this baby voice. I'm sure I'm older than you. Because somebody hold on. Somebody who is mature tó dàgbà ó dẹ̀ pera ẹni Yorùbá. Àwọn Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n sọ pé ẹni tó bá dàgbà ìwà ẹ̀ máa ń rí láti máa ń mọ̀ pé ẹni ìyá àgbàlagbà.
Irú òwe wo nìyẹn? Tí ó ti rí mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ kì í ṣe Yorùbá.
Farabalẹ̀. Bí n bá tẹ̀ pọ̀ owó yẹn bọ́ ṣe sọ mo fẹ́ explain.
Kì í ṣe Yorùbá you are not part of us.
Ṣé ń gbọ́.
Why tó ṣe ń parọ́? Rational mind, why are you lying? Why?
You interject. So you see, this guy has always come here.
Why are you lying?
Ola.
No. I need to speak to you personally. You know, I respect you a lot, and see where I found you this evening. I'm not really happy.
I know. I'm so sorry. Sorry about it.
There are some things that you have to let go. You understand?
No, it's just this idiot. This guy. No. This guy comes here.
You see, you call me idiot.
No, rational mind. Only
you are an idiot. If you're not an idiot, you won't be telling me. You won't be talking to me the way you talk.
Rational mind, listen to
Rational
Ola,
mind,
please.
you are an
Listen to
experienced-
Ola, please.
You are an experienced person, and you know I really cherish you and I respect you so much, and I don't really want to find you in this situation. You see, one thing is this: if there's anything unique about this platform, is the level of intellectual capacity. You know, we are talking of a forum that we see the like of Ogbeni. We are talking of a forum we see the like of Kulata. We are talking of a forum we see the like of Emeka. Was it Baba is here? Ajale Koko is here. We are even talking of AI and so many people like that. And you can see what we've brought out here sometimes, that even we start looking at the mainstream media when they discuss some things, we know quite well that someone must have raised that in here and they are raising it there. And when we start turning the thing into a motor-pack show, it's just a matter of time we will be losing our importance. And this is not what we want to hear here. See, if someone is coming here to infiltrate, if someone is here to change our way, I think we should be able to be very careful and be able to detect that and just try to move away from that.
Yeah.
So I beg of you, I beg of you, and I beg of you, please let this slide, because
okay, all right, I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go. Yeah.
So the way it is this: everybody is entitled to his own opinion. If you see anybody that is trying to kill your opinion, instead of doing fire for fire, I beg, let it slide, and we can always find
I'm here. I allow people to interject me. I don't have any problem. But when somebody starts interjecting me and start calling me names and Oshomo Yoruba, criminal, yeah, this kind of a thing. Although normally I should not even dignify him with anything. I try not to do that. I was just not really.
So Baba or can you so see your Lara? One important thing is that since nobody is seeing your face here, like myself, I fled before. Even the person I fled against, you understand, the person is still one of my best buddy there, because and that's Mike. You know, the days he insulted me immediately. Even when people were even asking whether I should be ejected from the vote, I said no. That's not the essence. It's just for us to correct ourselves and so nobody should try to gag anybody, irrespective of the way we present ourselves. That's who we are.
It's a common, it's a regular trademark.
No. Because you are an elderly person, and you know I know you. Because you are an elderly person, you shouldn't allow. No. Because that's where I'm concerned. You understand? Because
it's just sometimes
better than what you are doing now. Not always, Baba. So, not always. You have to be MCU or you have to be someone. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. This our current president is a living example. No, whether we like Tinubu or not, this is a living example. See the way they insulted this man. Even Rauf, that happened to even Bill, is someone that even brought up, was even saying that the man pee in his body. Look at everybody that went against the man. Look at everything. If it were to be another person, as I speak today, the like of Amechi will be sweating wherever he is. The like of Alegbeshola should not be working today if this man, if Tinubu were to be other person. So look at what happened. Till today, this man is not even seeking any revenge against those people that tried to mess him up. And this is the person we are discussing today.
But then look at all this.
That's an example of an elder.
Hold on. But look at all what some of his attack dogs come here and do.
Forget.
No, Jackie Soro. Let me talk.
No. Rational. You are not going to win. You are not going to win this irrespective of how you want to do fire for fire.
You've been saying, let me talk. Let me put the word in. My point is this. I know I'm not the only one on this platform. There are many people on this platform, and I'm so sorry, guys, that I had to go this route and I had to stoop that low to this this fanatical guy of Tinubu, always coming here and wanting to start a fight with me, and this is not my nature. I know ever since I've joined this platform and I've seen this toxic from the Agbado people, I think I've also been toxic like them too. This is what I'm trying to say. Your mental health is important. These are the kind of people that comes here and they beat down on you mentally. They want you just to become mentally deranged and retarded like them. And I sometimes I find it very, very difficult to hold back. That's why I have to stoop that low to become retarded like that. I'm not a retard. I'm a sane person. But I'm so sorry, guys. My people that are listening to me that know me is not to be like that.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, this is my own take. This is hello. This is my own take as well. I'm so sorry.
I'm not done now.
The problem I'm having is just for somebody. People like Ola, I respect all of you. Everybody on this platform, I respect you a lot. You understand? I come to this platform to learn, to listen to people like Olata, Ola, and Bishop. Wait, let me talk.
You won't tell me when I finish. When I'm finished, I'll tell you I'm done talking.
Okay,
you won't tell me when
continue.
I'm done talking. So yeah, so because
I want to say something to you.
Okay, talk. So I can take over the floor. Please, real quick, please. I beg you, please. Go on, Kenneth.
No, carry on, rational mind, so we can leave that space. Yeah.
Okay, so one man, I'm so sorry. Again, let me apologize to you. This is not me. I know you know me very well. You know me at least from coming here and for our personal discussion. This is not me. It's just sometimes I feel this Agado people, because when they carry this, their fire come, and then we run away from them. We don't want to they think maybe we're this kind of flaky kind of people. We're not flaky. If you give us to, I will give it to you. They've labeled us like the Nobel laureates, whom I so once used to respect, labeled us fascists. And then who are the real fascists today? You see all this, like this guy here that comes here everywhere. He comes here.
Lower Utumboruka, rational mind. Chill. Dupes in the Winnie comment section.
But you see, no, but when I was talking and he was interjecting me and he was saying that I'm criminal, I'm IPOB, that was why I need to address this guy once and for all. Maybe the way I address him, maybe I should have not gone that route. But the way he keeps saying that you're not a Yoruba, I mean, how can you tell me I'm not? Are you the one who you want to be me to my Yoruba?
Ó ti fẹ́nu ara ẹ̀, ó ti sọ ń bí báyìí rí pé òkì ṣe lórí platform yìí tí òkì ṣe Yorùbá.
Mo ti sọ púpọ̀ mi báyìí. Mo ti sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ohun mo ti sọ mi báyìí. Mo ti sọ lórí platform yìí.
Ó yá ọmọdé tó àgbà tó
ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ tèmi, please. Rational mind, I don't have any problem with you. But me fẹ́ kó má let me talk now. Me fẹ́ kó má deceive àwọn èèyàn mi. I don't want you to deceive my people. You are not in Yoruba. There's no problem in that. Oh, Bishara wa 100%. That's what I'm saying. Oh, kì í ṣe Yorùbá 100%. Nǹkan tí mo sọ nìyẹn, mi ìbú ẹ o, mi ìpẹ́ ń rìn dìdìrín o, mi. Okay, sọ bí tó ti wá fún wa.
Mo ṣe máa sọ fún ẹ, mo jẹ́ nìkan ni, ṣé mo mọ̀ ẹ́ rí ni?
Continued with the program. Please, enough. The two of you is enough.
Conclusion for me, the issue of that girl, it's so sad that she went the way she went. For me, we need to hold our politicians responsible. They are the reason why our people are having mental issues. Because like what we just seen here a few minutes ago, or just some seconds ago, the division, we see it everywhere. We cannot come together and think constructively and find a way out of this this crap that we find ourselves in our country. But we're here to pedestalize and worship personality and label some people as anti-Yoruba, anti-Igbo, anti-Hausa, and come label people because they don't support your criminal leaders. And for that reason, they are not from that tribe. Even though they are from that tribe. It's just beyond me. And I tell you, let me say this in passing, in conclusion. Most of all, UK, Nigeria. Really, I will haunt you. I will haunt you. I don't owe you anything. You cannot come here and be asking me who I am, where I'm from. I don't hold you that.
So, wà hunt me. That means nǹkan tó bá mú ẹ hunt irú nǹkan tó bá mú ẹ hunt irú èmi. That means.
No, sorry, Gade, I had to mute you. Rational Mind, thank you as well. Let's go on to Prince Daddy. I think that has run its course.
Better.
Prince Daddy, over to you. You see, your connection dropped and you got us in trouble. Prince Daddy. Let's all blame we blame Prince Daddy for that, what just happened now.
Yeah, I truly apologize. Between the two of them, and I don't want to belabor the whole thing. At the end of the day, they both sound like friends, actually. Ghanaian and Rational Mind. They can make up. It's not no big deal.
It's no big deal, but it's a curious one, the guy seems to have taken it upon himself to take on a Rational Mind as a project, and it will come from the comment section into the studio, insisted that Rational Mind is not a Yoruba man, which we all know. We all know that anyway.
I was cracking up here every time Ghanaian says that. Every time Ghanaian says that, I was cracking up, man. I always laugh.
Even you believe that I'm a Yoruba man, Abi?
Did you not tell us that you're a quarter something, a quarter Martian, and a quarter from Pluto, or something?
He speaks French. He's Nigerian. He speaks French too.
All right. That's too nice.
Anyway,
wait, Rational Mind speaks French? Why?
Yeah.
Are you sure you are even Nigerian? Why does Rational Mind know French?
Why would you know? A lot of Nigerians speak French now, but let's get back to Prince. Prince, let's take it back. It's somewhat of an anti-climb. Let me take you to, this may not even mean anything to you, but I just saw it. A lot of people sent it in, and I just thought I'll add it to the mix. What's that guy from Glow? He's retaking the second spot as the second richest Nigerian. And Femi Otedola now moves to the fourth richest Nigerian. What are we making of that? Or is that not really anything that we should really have anything to say about?
Yeah, it's something. I mean, the conversion is like, what, 1.2 billion, $1.2 million, right? That's a lot of money. To the security funds in Lagos. That's a lot of money, one man. I mean, actually, hold on. It's only worth 1.2 billion, right? It gave what, 1 billion net.
Only?
Well, relatively, right?
Yeah,
compared to
it poverty stinks. Only $1.2 billion.
No, 1.2 billion, and they give a million. Is it $1 million to Lagos State Police Fund? It's quite generous.
He's a very generous man, actually. There was a time he went to a university and sponsored the whole class.
Okay, I was listening to Dr. Abati earlier also, and he has a name for him, the rich man that keeps giving. That's his nickname for him. So yeah, it's quite commendable. He has I can feel him. He has a good heart. I understand his daughter that sings was the one that went to present the prize money. So it's good. I mean, whatever it takes to help security in Lagos or in Nigeria, I'm down for it. But hopefully, they can actually build like a real. Sorry about that. Actually, they can actually build like real police station and pay the police people, the policemen and women. That'd be great. But yeah, it's a nice feel good story.
I like Otedola actually. Normally, I don't like rich Nigerians because I'm always dubious as to how they came about their money. But I don't know still how he came about his money. I think he actually came about his money from offshore oil dealing back in the day. But his his generosity.
There was Xenon oil now. He used to own Xenon oil.
Yes, yes. There was a time he was narrating this story about his friend taking him to some space, and he ended up buying a whole truckload of wheelchairs for at this disabled institution, you know, and it does those things endlessly, you know, and often quietly as well, which is admirable, you know. You know,
and if I'm not wrong, I think it's fairly young too, what, like 62 maybe?
Yes, I mean it's still in town. It's on Instagram. He's enjoying his daughters. You know, I even like his parenting style, which is sort of a body up sort of parent rather than a authoritarian weight down up. You know, I like the guy, and I don't often like people.
Well, man, if you can like Saraki, trust me, you can like him or Tedela 10 times more.
All right, let me take you to this pharmaceutical space. And look at this guy. His mind is in the gutters. Look at what this guy commented. Can you see that?
Don't mind him.
When I tell you that the people, 80% of the people here, they are
and
not.
He commented it publicly.
They are normal, you know.
Publicly.
All right. Let me take you to this paracetamol storyline, which seems to be the one that is gripping the session today. Your take, Prince.
Yeah. No. Talking about it earlier. Well, I like Chuk's submission on it, but Pansat was kind of Pansat had some good points, but was kind of going around the circle. Didn't want to acknowledge that wrong mislabeling drugs. That in itself it leads to poor health for the people. So, but yeah, it's just an attempt for the manufacturers to make more money at the end of the day. You know, if they can reduce the potency of the drugs and people buy more, of course, the more boxes or more pills move off the shelf and they make more money. So at the end of the day, it's people will always compromise for their own pocket, for their own greed, and it's human nature. I mean, and that's why I heard a saying from this former U.S. president. He said, it said, trust but verify. That should be our mantra in Nigeria and in everything that we do. It's quite clear from Bete do to Joe, and everything we do should be, I trust you, but we have to verify, making sure people are doing the right things. But the interesting thing also, when it comes to drug labeling in America, for example, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, gives the manufacturers or the producers leeway on how to label stuff. Sometimes things they call 100% organic, sometimes it's not 100% organic. It could be 95% or 90%, but they allow them that label because they've been able to justify to the FDA why it should be 100% organic as opposed to 90 or 95%. But someone said earlier also, maybe we should be actually thankful that, instead of them selling us chalk or some other dangerous substance, at least we have a real drug with less efficacy. So maybe overall it may not be a bad thing. Not that we're encouraging it, of course not, but it is what it is. A place where regulation lacks in almost everything. It's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to make sure things are right. Just like when we were talking the other day about policing and having enough money to have adequate security, because it requires a lot of money, a lot of funding, and the government does not reserve such funds to help in policing or making sure we have safety, safe drugs or safe equipment and tools in our country. I don't know, but I think somebody mentioned earlier. I can guarantee we have an agency for sure. That's one thing about Nigeria. Actually, if you look at it, Nigeria has laws about everything. as much as the United States does, and we have agency for everything, but it's just non-functioning. They don't do anything. Was it 2 or 3 years ago? They had this guy on television. Maybe I was watching that yellow show, and it was talking about they had this. They spent, I'm not sure how much they spent, a lot of money though, over 30 years, in order to research Kilishi. You know what Kilishi is, one man?
I know, I saw that. I think it was some sort of a science and technology sort of department, and they asked them to come and, we've set you up for so many years. What have you done? We've discovered how to dry Kilishi, and that after the $500 million that has been budgeted.
You know what Kilishi here is beef jerky.
Beef
that's
jerky.
what we call it here.
Yes, and they claim to have discovered how to dry beef jerky. The most ridiculous bunch of.
Imagine, I mean, well, let's be real. Sometimes when we blame all these people, any place, even here in America, one man, in the West, where you don't have oversight, where you don't have an agency or somebody's job to make sure things are working, we are all human beings. People will take advantage of the situation. Trust me, I don't think because Americans trust everyone, their workers, that's why they introduced time cards and punching cards. I don't think so, because if they did, they wouldn't introduce those things, as mechanisms for tracking the hours and making sure people are doing what they're supposed to do. That's like rational in a normal society. That's what happens. And the Nigerian state is built on lack of such protocols, because it's always a game in the system. How to game the system, that's how it's always been. So this notion about Bete Edu and this Ojo guy, because they're young, the new crops of leaders, they're going to do the right things when they have the opportunity to steal all the money they can. It's a joke. It's a joke,
Is that not the most disappointing, though? There's the clip going round of this Bete Edu that she gave, where she gave her hairdresser $1,000 tip. Did you see that clip?
No, I didn't see, but I heard from you like a couple of days ago. It was yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see the clip.
You have the video, man?
No, I have the video. I can show you.
Can you play it for us, please?
Yeah. Hold on.
She just said Vicky, and I opened the envelope. When I opened the envelope, behold, all the staff were smiling, celebrating all the staff. It is too much. This is too much for lunch. This is too much for lunch. This is too much.
I don't want to be confused. Let me know what I'm doing.
Honorable Angel, did you see what Madam just did to us?
So there it is right there. Imagine.
One man. Look at how they are sharing our money.
Yeah, well, there it is, but the real disappointment is that they are meant to be Gen Zs or millennials or whatever. So that is to tell you then that there is no hope for the future, Prince.
Now, I was saying earlier, one man. That's what I was trying to explain to Rational Mind about orientation and people having been traumatized. It's our orientation. It's a normal thing. What we call crazy or abnormal. It's so normal over there. I don't know. To me, I mean, it's people like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't expect that this young, even much younger politicians are going to be any better. Why should that be the case? I'm surprised how people think that way. It's like they live in an alternate world. Oh yeah, because they're young, they're in their 30s or 40s. When it comes to power or into position of authority, they're going to start doing everything right. Well, it's quite clear that Ojo guy himself, he had a company whereby it was doing business or receiving contract from the government and getting paid. You said it before on the show. Bete Edu herself, she was a commissioner in River State or Akwa Ibom, wherever she's from, and so they themselves have been in the system. They've been in the system. They know how the system works. So I'm not sure why you would think they would show up to the biggest stage and all of a sudden become saints or angels. It doesn't even cohere.
Prince Dad.
Yeah.
Let me say this to you, woman, real quick. During the electioneering, You saw this lady everywhere with Tinubu. Are you telling me that all those things, like all the keyboard warriors that people like her and other people like this guy, the Minister of Interior, do you think that all those positions they just got it, they got it because they were good? No, because they contributed. They spend their money to campaign for him. And so what do you expect when they get in there? Won't they recuperate their money back? That is it. That is the politics that we play in Nigeria. There's no hope for that country because as long as we use the same system, whereby because one man wants to run for president and we all that are one man's friend here, maybe one man's club friend. So I want to give you $1 million to support your campaign. Prince Daddy says he's going to do the same. I mean, we all say we're going to campaign for you with our own money. But what do you think we just do that just for the sake of because we like you? No, it's because we knew that when you become president, we will come and meet you. Can you give me that contract? Can you make me this? Or this is my boy. Put him there. That boy that I'm putting there, I'm giving to you that you should put there. He will be making money for me, or I'll be getting contract from his ministry. It is just how it is. It's the corruption.
But to be fair, is that different from the politics of politicking in America? Is that any different?
No, you see, don't get me started on that. I don't want to go there. Let's
but answer that question though. Answer that question. Is it unique or peculiar to Nigeria?
Well, man, you see, let's not compare America. America is different in all levels to Nigeria. They have a system that works. I mean, just a few. I mean, I was expecting to even maybe you're going to talk about that. We hear a son of a president facing an ethics committee over some allegation of corruption and some kind of stuff that was a sitting president, his son in Nigeria. A president is a monarch. You didn't even touch his family. How much more say you want to even bring him before any ethics or whatever? I mean,
and again, if you're being fair, that's exactly what is going on. That's exactly what is going on here in America also. The same reason why Hunter Biden is thumping his nose at the Senate from not showing up, or the Congress for not showing up. Let's move past that. Anyways,
my point is this, Pim Daddy, is that my point is that you cannot compare America with Nigeria in so many levels. They have a system, they have institutions that work, even though it's just to show for the optics. But those optics still kind of deters people from doing. I mean, look at so many people that have been. I mean, in the Congress, some Congress people were being kicked out. It's because they have a system that works.
You mean in America, if you get caught, you get punished? Is that what you're saying?
Most people they pay for it.
Oh, you mean a bit like Better I Do?
Except, well, man, we saw a congressman who used campaign money for himself, and he got kicked out, and he's still facing FBI investigation of that.
You have to paint the right picture.
Yeah, Better I Do being with the FCC. Is it not the same thing?
Well, man, there's a lot of people speak, right? What's my brother name who's in Lagos over there? A lot of people haven't spoken, and we're waiting for second round. Can we move on to other panelists so that?
All right. I thought it those stuff, but yeah, carry on, Prince Daddy.
You want me to do something so that I will not speak?
No, carry on,
you
Prince.
speak later. What was the topic one? Actually, one man.
Let me move you to a different topic. I think you were speaking on Otedola, which was just a fun little cameo. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to two international spaces. Britain, United States to carry out airstrikes against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. And people have been sending in clips, so it looks as though the confettis have been raining from the sky on Yemen. But this is a proxy war, of course, and the local Yemenis are the pawns.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it, but I don't know in details of what is going on. But yeah, it's the British and the Americans, right?
Yes.
You could yield it to me, Prince, and I'll handle it for you. Do you want to yield it to me?
Well,
3 or 4
no,
minutes.
hold on. Let me chime in first. when when I know we don't want to talk about American politics, but when Trump was in power, America had zero war, and no country, especially in Europe, was encouraged to go out there and be a cowboy doing crazy stuff. They all told the line, and they knew what's up. The new sheriff is in town. Trump threatened to defund NATO if these European nations do not contribute towards NATO's funding. And guess what? Germany opened its pocket, his wallet, and paid up. So did many of these other countries, including your country too, one man. So now comes this Democrat Biden, and guess what? See all the work that is going on. This thing about going to drop bomb on the Houthis in Yemen, it's part of the whole global system of the military industrial complex. Quite frankly, that's what is going on. Because if Trump had been in power, or someone like Trump, they would have resulted in some kind of a negotiation somehow to resolve the problem. Or to find amicable resolution to the issue. Sometimes, I mean, Trump, they called him crazy, but he was the one that took upon himself to go to the DMZ to go meet with Kim Jong-un. The same person prior to him coming to power, America was under Obama, trying to go to war with. So this is an offshoot of this lawlessness that is going on now around the world, from Ukraine to now Yemen and all these other places. Unnecessary. Again, at the end of the day, dropping bomb, who's going to die? Of course, the children and women and innocent ones are the ones to die. That's just the bottom line. So I'm not a big fan of the. I mean, I believe in America, protecting its territory, especially the territorial integrity as it relates to the country borders. But when it comes to going overseas and dropping bomb on people, it's not my forte. I don't buy into it. That we can always talk and negotiate, and all these groups, whatever you want to call them, in Yemen. The CIA, they have books on these people. They know what is going on. They absolutely know what is going on there. But again, it's all, if you trace it back, it all goes back to the military contractors, and that's when Vivek Ramaswamy calls Nikki Haley that she's corrupt. This is part of it, because she's also running for president. And she's also part of the system. Part of the system, the corporatocracy of the military industrial complex. That's where she belongs, and we need somebody. Or straight away, we need Trump to come back, because if he did, no more war. I'm telling you, the war between Russia and Ukraine will be over. Literally be over.
It wouldn't need to carry out a war anyway, Prince Daddy, because they usually do that war to secure a second term. That's usually what the American presidents do. We saw it. We've seen it endlessly. We saw it with Obama. We saw it with George Bush. As soon as because when you get to the latter ends of your administration, you become increasingly unpopular, and then they just look for a country to blow up to rally the people.
That was
the old model. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, the thing here is America did not initiate this. Apparently, some group of Houthis took it upon themselves at the goading of Iran to block an international or militarize an international highway, maritime highway. That's the Red Sea, which is the shortest route for all vessels going to Asia from Europe. Now, blocking that place has made it expensive, because now they have to take a longer route It's like what we call an Israelite journey, which puts inflation on freight charges, insurance, and stuff like that. So naturally, if this is allowed to stand or to go on for too long, this year's projected economy worldwide will just go up north. So this is the problem. There could be food shortages and a whole lot of things. And then do the world policeman fold his hands and look on while this kind of rubbish happen? Who are these people? So they just need to obliterate them.
Yeah,
at one go. This is the situation there.
Well, I can agree with you, Baba. If that narrative or that story is true, actually, because many
it
times
is true.
Well, I don't dispute it, but many times they always have this elaborate, beautiful stories that are very logical. But at the end of the day, if you dig in, like in WMD in Iraq, you will see that there's something else behind it. How come the Chinese are not part of the negotiation to clear that strait that's been blocked?
You know the Chinese now, they will go to sleep knowing America will go for it. So they are cheap people. What do you expect? Because it's like what is going on in Gulf of Guinea. You can see until Europe came to our rescue, we found vessels find it very difficult to traverse the West African coast. So they are right, as far as I'm concerned, in this regard. Sorry about the interjection.
Can I ask a question? The route, who owns that route?
It's international waters. It's international waters.
Are you
and
sure
they want to control it? It is international waters, the Red
Sea.
Are you
sure it's international waters?
So sorry, yes. What's the route again? It's not the Suez Canal, is it?
No, it's not the Suez Canal. It's not the Suez Canal is different. The Suez Canal is Shuttle Arab waterway.
Between Africa and the Saudi Arabia Peninsula, there's that water, the Indian Ocean.
So because whoever owns it, because in maritime, I don't want to say maritime law, but in maritime understanding, you have to be, your country owns X amount of nautical miles into the sea, depending on depending on the geographical size of your country. So they look towards the landmass and then calculate. So it might well even be their territory, which they've ceded to international trade.
Exactly. Yeah. So Simba, I get your point. I know where you're coming from, but I'm not the owner of the floor right now. Please, Prince Daddy, go ahead. Sorry.
Prince, is Trump eligible to contest?
Of course, and is leading. But so I'm trying to see different straits, right? Is that a Strait of the Hormuz or the Strait of Gibraltar?
The Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Oh, is that Simba?
Hormuz.
Yes, okay. Gulf of Eden.
Yeah. That's the Yemen. That's
it's a narrow entry. It's a narrow entry between the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. And they will now pass through the Suez Canal.
Who owns it?
Yemen is a boundary between Yemen and Djibouti.
So?
And it's a very narrow part. So even it's not up to that nautical mile that you are talking about, because Red Sea is also
it's their territory.
Yes, what they are doing there is just protecting their own interest, and they are seriously harming people of Yemen.
When we talk about the Panama Canal, all vessels pay. They register them. When we talk about the Shuttle Arab waterway, which is the Suez Canal, they pay. But this particular one is a freeway.
No, it's not a freeway. How can you say it's a freeway? You know how much they are paying to?
Who does vessels pay to?
It's so tucked in between the Oman and the Gulf of Persia. That is the freeway. It's so tucked in that somebody has to be in charge of it. It can't just be free.
So this is Yemeni territory then, and if it's Yemeni territory, so they can't have right of refusal. So are you saying that if Nigeria starts providing gas to Europe, and if we say no, we don't want to provide again, it's fine for them to come and bomb Nigeria?
Yeah, if it's going to cause international.
You see what I said?
Sorry, apologies. What did you call it again? I think people want a visual of what it looks like. What did you call it, Simba?
The Strait of Hormuz.
The Gulf of Hormuz.
H-O-R-M-U-Z. H-O-R-M-U-Z.
Woman, do you have Google Earth?
These US people, I've always said...
Sorry, hold on. Did you say the Straits of...
Yes, S-T-R-A-I-T.
Okay, yeah. Carry on.
I've always said it. These US people, anything that is benefiting them, they always have a way to just justify it as long as they are benefiting from it. Oppressors up. Let me not say what I want to say, but they strike again. They strike again.
We'll ban you for coming to the United States. You're not careful.
No, that's why I don't want to talk. I still want to come.
This action is
what's special about your country, say that with the Shakaros.
US and
the pounded. Let me tell you, I don't live in the US.
You know how many Canadians are running to America, yeah? How many Canadians are running here?
The US is the best.
But you know how many US
the US is the best country in the world, apart from Nigeria.
Are you in Iraq?
Tonight, they're not going to have a good night tonight because they're like Baba said earlier, the activity in stopping even China, Japan, if they narrowed their thing to Israeli ships, fine. But this time they're hitting innocent passengers and people traveling through that Strait of Hormuz. Thank you. But
the Strait of Hormuz, hello. The Strait of Hormuz is not the one is not the one in Yemen. No. The Strait of Hormuz is the one in the Persian Gulf.
Right, they're showing
this
a map.
Is along the Gulf of Eden.
Yeah, they're showing the map. I don't know if you could see your screen.
Yeah, I can see it's a Strait of Hormuz.
Look at it now. This is not Yemen now. Look at Oman. Look at Oman here. Look at the map. This one is the Persian Gulf. There's no Red Sea here. This one is Persian Gulf, between the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. The one we are looking for.
Egypt.
The one we are looking for is different. Go to Saudi Arabia area.
It's the southern part. Go down.
No, this is
it's
just a picture. It's just a picture of that.
Why don't you use Google Earth? Use Google Earth now, woman.
All right.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The conversation could continue. I think that they are obstructing trade and having ships pass through that.
That's what they made you people to believe. The origin of the war is not obstruction of the ship. The origin of the war in Yemen is all about what is happening in Africa. It's about resources.
Yeah, it's the remote cause of these activities between Saudi Arabia and Houthis, right? So this action where Biden is pounding them, you cannot remove Saudi Arabia from engineering propaganda.
Desperate.
But the immediate cause of the activity is the war between Israel and Hamas. So that is their own excuse. Houthis are trying to defend the Palestine, telling Israel to stop their activity in.
It's not true. What you are don't link. There's no link. There's no link. Passat. There's no link. There's no link between the war between the Palestinians and the Israeli in this one. There's no link.
No. That's their reason. I'm not buying it.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, I'm saying that's their reason, is that they're trying to defend and
no.
So hold on. That's Houthis' reason. Now somebody like you and I could say, look, we don't buy it. But the activity of United States in bombing Houthis tonight is because Saudi Arabia has been undergoing war with the Houthis in Yemen, right? Hold
yes,
on.
yes,
For many
yes,
years,
yes, yes,
Saudi
you are
Arabia
right.
has been founding them.
Passat, you are
Okay.
right.
Yeah,
That
go
one
ahead.
is
So
right. Yes.
I was just interjecting. I'm just saying all these parties have very many reasons, but if we look at the
Iran is
geopolitics,
backing the Houthis. You see that is a political thing.
yes,
The Iran,
It's a proxy
you understand?
war, just like Hezbollah is attacking Israel from the southern Lebanon. So it's a problem. But why should small me go and slap Michael Tyson? Am I crazy? Do I want to die?
Okay, but do
No,
they not have?
who is
Do they
Michael
not
Tyson
have?
that they're stopping?
Is it not their territory? Do they not have right of refusal?
They
Then
don't,
second,
not in that sea.
no,
No,
so they don't have right of refusal on top their own territory.
no, it is not their territory.
Basically, with what you are saying, then
You know,
Europe
let me tell you, let
let
me
me
say
finish.
this. The problem here, they are afraid. Let me tell you, the Houthis are backed by Iran. The reason why US, Britain, even Saudi Arabia are fighting the Houthis, they don't want, because the Houthis are backed by Iran. By the time if they seize power in that country, they know that they'll be in charge, and it will be very difficult for them to have that route to be shipping all their goods, because it's a shorter route from Asia to Europe to America also. And
they are
that's why
Shiites.
they pay a lot of money to Egypt through Suez Canal to use that route. But how much are they paying Yemen? How much are they paying Djibouti?
And then they should face Egypt to collect their own costs or VAT it.
You understand? And that is why Egypt receive a lot of international funds from America, from all these people. They receive a lot of support.
About 5 billion every year.
Yeah, you know what? With all due respect, Simba, the way I deal with Saudi Arabia is a rule of thumb, right? Normally, if I'm not very familiar with an issue and I go, on which side is Saudi Arabia? And then they tell me, and then I choose the opposite side.
On the side of America. So if they don't
Right?
allow it, America will not do it.
That's what they do. They've corrupted the United States.
What you guys are not factoring in, concept. What you people are factoring in is there's a rivalry between Saudi and Iran. It's a rivalry.
Right.
Not just rivalry. Fierce war and hatred. Shiite and Sunni.
Which is unfortunate, because it's like choosing between the devil and the
Deep Blue Sea.
Deep Blue Sea, right? But when we look at Saudi Arabia, the activity, for example, in Nigeria, without Saudi Arabia, we'll be soaring. We'll be doing so well. We won't have any problems. Over here in the United States, without Saudi Arabia, Trump would have been like the best president any country.
Passat, if we can just leave it from Arab Islam hate and then just because the topic is engaging enough without doing.
We're having a great. I don't think we disagree at all, because the point is that here in the United States, without Saudi Arabia, right, we would have had Trump to be the best president ever, because Trump wouldn't have any fault without Saudi Arabia. Because I don't think it was on this platform that I made the case that the only Achilles heel for Trump is his corruption with Saudi, right? Because he supported some people going into an embassy in Turkey and slaughtered somebody, a journalist. He was weak on that. He supported that. Right?
Jamal Khashoggi.
Right.
Khashoggi.
So he made a big mistake by doing that, because he's come out. He doesn't care if it's the Pope. He doesn't care if it's the establishment. He just exemplified himself by promising the United States what he's going to do in office, and he did it. So right now, we cannot choose between Biden and Trump, because they're both corrupt when it comes to the Saudi Arabia. Now, you come to Nigeria, they in OPEC, they won't let us set our prices. They won't let us set how much we're going to sell. They want to allot us a significantly less amount. They're selling like 10 million barrels a day, and they want to give us under 2 million a day, right? And we're 213 million people, and they only 30 million with 20-something million visitors in their country. It's unfair. Now, when it comes to religion, they're promoting a very dangerous part of religion, right? Their own Islam. It's awful. It has a lot of terrorists all over the world, including Osama bin Laden and the people who knocked down our Twin Towers. So they're all over the map in the whole world. They're not a democracy. It's a bloody monarchy. And they're causing a lot of trouble. Their fight with Iran is a cause of problems, even in Nigeria, where they're massacring our Shia population, right? Trying to please this Saudi Arabia, right? So they're fighting with Iran, and that's making Iran have all these terrorists all over the world. And they fight in Yemen and all those things going on. So Saudi, to me, is a very bad actor. I'm sorry, Simba, because I don't even know if you could say film over there. You cannot tell the truth over there. Else they're gonna come and get you, right? You don't have a freedom of speech like we do here in the United States. So we're gonna have to speak for you. If I were you, I wouldn't even say a word. So now, to end it, and then I think Kenneth hasn't spoken, and we want to move it along. But I'm saying that Saudi Arabia is a bad actor internationally. In all the problems we're having in the world, they are the problem. Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
back to you, Prince Daddy. But Baba has not spoken as well, so it'll be Baba then Ekene. Back to you, Prince.
Okay, so I thought I was trying to pull a fast one there. But anyways, yeah, did we figure out which trade it was, or which water body was?
Yes, is this narrowness here? I think that's where the contention is, because it's actually giving you the names of cities, which doesn't help because we don't know this region. But you can see Dubai here somewhere.
No, one man, that place is very far away from where we are discussing. Very far. That is in the east.
No, but this is the strait that you talk about.
No, the strait there is, you call that the strait.
Go to Egypt. Go to Egypt. Don't you know where the Horn of Africa is? The Horn of Africa.
Go to Horn of Africa. Above Somalia.
They call that strait there Baba Mandab Strait. Baba Mandab Strait is not Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is in the Persian Gulf. Yes, here.
Yes, this is it.
Can you see on that Horn of Africa there, where there is it Somalia or is it Ethiopia?
Djibouti.
That is what we're talking about.
Look at that narrow entrance into the Red Sea. So they call it Baba Mandab Strait.
Can you move that Google Earth? Can you go northeast? Yeah,
no, it's already there now. That is where your cursor is.
It's there already. Yeah, that is it.
That way, that's the strait.
You can see that it's very narrow.
So it's coming from the Red Sea. The vessels going to Asia, they traverse the Red Sea and come down to that narrow space and go towards the tip of the Horn of Africa, and then hit the
they go up
the ocean, the Indian Ocean.
Yes.
So if they don't allow them, that means they have to go left-hand side first and start coming down to Cape of
South Africa
and start climbing up again.
Yes, that's our water. That's actually our water. It's just that we're letting these Arabs kick us around. That's our water right there. If you look at the land mass compared to that water right there, that's our water as Africans.
Can you blow it up?
Which water?
Can you blow it up? Can you just blow it up?
That Red Sea right there, that Gulf of Aden, all that stuff is our water. You see,
you have a sea, you have a sea between two regions, and then one region will claim absolute dominance over it.
Look at the land mass, right? It's our water.
Which land mass are you talking about? Is it about land mass?
Yes, that's how you do it. The land mass and then the ratio of that water. But here's the thing: we're Africans. It's our continent there. That water belongs to us, right? Now,
if you look at Djibouti,
if they don't want to listen, what happened to them in Gaza now is going to happen to them, because Egypt, all that stuff is ours. That water is our water. right? And I don't know where the hell they came from, and
if you want to have a good discussion, you can't come from the point of bitterness you have against certain religion or certain tribe. You can't be talking like this.
No, I'm saying, no, listen to what I'm saying.
You have to be objective. You have to be past. That is the problem you have. You have to be objective, and that's why most people attack you. You don't discuss things based on facts. You are biased, and you have a very dirty mind.
No, listen to me. It's like if you do it.
Are we going to the boxing ring again?
No, we're not. Listen to me. We're looking at the map. That's a funny thing. We're looking at the map.
No, that's why you're having a problem all over the place.
It's okay.
Let me land.
Let
me land. We have this huge land mass, a whole continent, right? And then you have this water. That's our water. You can't do it in China. If you go to China and you see any water around China right there, you cannot say it's yours, where you're a tiny little island, right? So, might doesn't make right. Right now, it's like the humiliation that the Chinese suffered, and then when they came back, they gave Britain a day certain to get the hell out of there in some of their islands over there. That's exactly what's going to happen here. So if you're a peace lover, if you're a pacifist, start thinking right, because that is our water. It's right there. That's a huge continent, and you have this little enclave over here coming and claiming our water. I mean, how do you determine that this particular sea that surrounded Djibouti and our Ethiopia, Egypt, all these places, this water here belongs to us? It's just that we're docile and we're not united, so they're humiliating us every day. They're known as desert people. They got sand, but because we're just fighting among ourselves, they come and claim our water. I just want you to think about that.
When you say our water, I mean, by whose definition, who's apportioning the waters?
Go and look at the way the United Nations assigns things like waters. It's just that we don't have anybody representing us. All these waters should be named the Strait of Africa, right? It's our water right here. How would this tiny little area come and claim the sea that's dividing these two spaces?
It's most important trade route.
Yemen is not small. Do you know that Yemen is a very big country? Mostly vast desert, but it's a very
desert. Rational mind. If you're just looking at the map, if you look at, Saudi Arabia is more than ×3 the size of Nigeria. Saudi Arabia alone.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia.
That is not. What is the population? Okay, forget about visitors.
Forget about population. We are talking about. You are the one talking about landmass.
No, I'm saying. Listen to this.
What are you saying? You are not making sense. You are just laughing.
I thought you were patriotic Nigerian, right?
Let's not go that route.
You're patriotic Nigerian, right? So you shouldn't be disagreeing with me. The point is,
but you should be, if you are looking for fairness and justice, you shouldn't be talking the way you are talking.
No, I'm a fair man. I'm a fair man. Don't worry. I believe that you and I are on the same side.
So Simba, what do you propose?
Propose? What do you mean by what I propose?
Because they are bombing the Houthis right now to submission. So how do we stop
let me tell you what is going on. What is going on in Yemen is not different from what is going on in Syria, and is not different from what is going on even in Libya. You understand? It's just, let me tell you, it's political, and they fight for resources. That is it. All this one that you are talking, because Baba, you are the one that started that because of the route, is not actually because there is a fear of, because they know that, let me tell you, what they have been enjoying now, because they are the one control. The same thing that we are fighting, that, okay, this Western world did not allow us to enjoy our resources. It's the same thing that is happening in Yemen. So if we are crying the same problem that we have, and then we see another country that's trying to fight injustice, and we are seeing because
do they meter it so that they pay, or what is?
It's not the problem. Is not about this route now. Wait, see, they know that if the rebels were able to take over that country, then they are going to have a problem. And that's why it's a preventive measure that they are putting in place. Now there's no disturbance, because let me tell you, the major disturbance around that route is actually moved from Africans. The Somalians, pirates, the Eritrean pirates, and that is why if you go to Djibouti now, all these major economies in the world, they have their military base in Djibouti. USA have their own, Japan has their own, China has their own. Everybody.
So that tells you that place is very important.
Yes, it's very important
so
to all of
the
them.
Stomach of the world.
Whatever. You know, the reason why we talk like this is because some of you people, you live in those world, and you are talking. That's why you started it by saying because what they are doing. Look, if they are doing the same thing, if they are doing the same thing that they are doing for Egypt to other, let me tell you, Egypt is the only beneficiary along that route. The other countries, what are they doing for Djibouti?
They are all
what
Arab,
are they doing for
all
Djibouti?
Muslims.
No, just hold on. What are they doing for Djibouti? Djibouti is one of the poorest countries in the world, and they also have that place is also part of what they're supposed to be enjoying. They put their military,
but the military basis has improved their economy. The military basis of some of the world powers.
What is the per capita income in Djibouti?
No,
well, I don't know. I don't know as I speak, but I know if Japan parks their boats there, America parks their boats there, and some other country, at least they pay, even if it's ordinary token.
It's an assumption. Don't say what you don't know. It's an assumption.
Gentlemen, let me. Sorry, Rational Mind. Let me bail out. Hand over to Ola. Thank you for today's session. To the super chatters, Ola, Ayo, of course, and AB and UK. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. So
have a restful night, woman. Whatever is remaining of the night.
Yes, thank you, Baba. Ola, acknowledge that you're there. And Ola.
Yes, fellow Nigerians.
All right, to you.
Okay. Thank you, woman. Welcome everybody for the to the second part of the show. So we shall continue where we left the matter. I think what we're going to do is that for those people that are yet to speak, I think they will have the priority to speak. Then maybe we go like 4.
I'll wrap it up on that.
Yeah. So there we go like maybe 4 minutes monologue, and people can throw their questions and you respond. So maybe maximum of 7 minutes to 8 minutes for everyone, so that every voice can be documented. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Please, Daddy, please continue.
I was saying earlier when Baba gave his submission earlier about the route for the chief for the trade route. I did challenge that narrative of Sinbad, and there comes Sinbad saying something counts.
Are you far from your mic, Pim Daddy?
Oh,
I don't
know. Is it better now? I'll just use my headset. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I say now Sinbad came with a different narrative to Baba, and that's what I was suspicious about. That look, we hear this nice logical narrative, but at the end of the day, the true reason why they dropping bombs or whatever they're doing there is not known yet. Just like what happened in Iraq with the WMD. So we need a couple more days to really get to the bottom of it, to see the reason why or what is going on. It's probably part of a more extended agenda that they have there. They always have agenda in those places anyway. So we yet to see. And yeah. So I guess on that note, if there's no any other topic for me, I guess the next person would be a Kenneth, I believe, or whomever.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I just want to ask a question, and I think anybody can.
Kenneth is on now. Kenneth has not spoken now.
Yeah, Kenneth will speak now. I just want to throw a question so Kenneth will speak, because if I told you that I understand all this war, Yemen and Britain, if I told you that I know the implication on Nigeria, for now, I'd be lying to you. So I just want to shift back to Nigeria. So the question I want to ask is this: And if anybody can provide me an excellent answer, would be good. How will you measure the success of the current administration? So, just in fairness, how you want to measure short time, medium time, and long time. So, who want to take on that?
Well, since I have the mic, let me take a crack at it.
No, you can't take the back in that now. I mean, Pim Daddy, if you're talking now, let other people talk.
Rational mind. You are the center of attraction all the time. You can't.
No, I'm not.
I put in the comment section earlier. You're getting upset. You're getting perturbed because Emeka was becoming the center of attraction. You didn't like that, so you have to speak up.
I don't like being I don't like being pedestalized. That's it. I just believe everybody's important. So
okay, I got you. You go ahead, or Emeka can go ahead.
No, I think Kenneth, are you there?
If Kenneth is there, let Kenneth speak. Yeah. So
yeah, Kenneth, go ahead. Yeah.
The question is, Kenneth is, see, this administration, you understand, we all have expectation. You know, we just need to move away from the bad experience of the past administration, right? How will you measure success when you consider this administration?
Well, thank you, Allah. Back to base. I'm back to Lagos here. Having spent a while in the village and the way I see things.
The struggle continues, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, today I start business today. Honestly, Allah, I don't see any achievement in this government for the past few months. Anybody? It's not the issue of hating the administration, but with their current budget, the kind of consumption in that budget there is no clear path for success in this administration. The consumption that I see in that budget is not a thing of joy. There is no clear path for production. And I made bold to say that the economy doesn't work the way this administration portrays it. And I will always say that, look at what is happening in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. I wish this government can keep aside all this palliative of stuff and focus on how to be productive or how to make a productive nation. Because I don't know why Nigeria like free stuff so much that they forget that all they need is for the government to make a very good business environment for them to survive. Rather, they focus on palliative measures and all that. And Nigeria is still talking about palliative measure when other countries are moving on beyond that. And that is why you saw this corruption in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. That ministry has become the worst ministry in our system. It has eaten up a lot of billions. People are not seeing it. So, and this government is still going the same direction that Boo did and become a failure, because what you see in all this palliative of stuff is that they use it to siphon money. They use it to siphon money. Why wouldn't this government take very positive action in production? Why? Look at their budget. The consultants fee, even in that ministry on other days, when they budget money, they give you consultant fee. Consultant fee is even more than the money you give to the people. What are you consulting? We are not serious. Nigerians don't want to learn. But me, I just sit down and look. I want to know where this all this propaganda, all I see is propaganda, honestly speaking. And I will continue to say that. Everything I see in this government is propaganda. The last time they gave a 50% cutoff in during Christmas travel, even though I didn't see any, but people say they see. But they have come out to say about 160,000 benefited from that. I don't know where the 160,000 come from, but honestly, what I see is that they want to corner in another money from there. They have already mapped out the amount, the millions they have spent on that, on Christmas transport, which I didn't see anybody that benefit from it, even though people say they see. But me, I didn't see. I paid my normal transport. I spent my normal expenses, going in and coming back. Both me and my family. Nobody is even talking about it. Nobody is even discussing it in the park. So it's all about propaganda.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anybody
Please,
want to?
I want to put in a word in there too, please, if it's okay.
No. I will give you your 4 minutes time to talk, and people will question you. Now, anybody ask
answer your
for
question on the thing you asked, Kenneth, about assessing this administration. I just want to put a word on that.
Pastor, you will go after Ekene, but I want people to question Ekene logic about that production and what it means by production, because obviously we don't expect the federal government to be the one to be producing for us. At least to encourage the private entity. So anybody that wants to ask Ekene question can ask Ekene question, so Ekene can respond. Then after we give Pansat time to tell us how he's going to measure success.
I have a question for Ekene.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ekene, sorry, I'm very surprised that you can come here this morning and be talking about palliative, because if I could remember very well, you are one of those people that will come on this platform and be chanting, "Hey, he didn't put palliative measure before he increased the fuel price. He didn't do this." Now you are against palliative. You are now saying that okay, they should do things that will improve the economy. So why the sudden change? Why do you not think that palliative is not going to work? Because you are one of the people that is entering palliative.
If you say that, it means that you don't follow me very well. If you follow me very well, you know when I talk about palliative measure, you know the things I speak about. I don't talk about dashing money to the people, budgeting money for so to just dash people. That's not the kind of palliative measure that I've. You can check my previous
So did you,
comment on
when you
that.
are talking then, did you highlight your own form of, because most of the things that we do here, excuse me, let me finish. We come here, and every time I've been saying that it's not always good, because one of the things I noticed that we always follow the bad wagon effect. Once some people are saying certain things, then everybody will just follow. Hey, palliative, he didn't put palliative in place before he do this. And then we are good at complaining and highlighting problems. What about when you are talking about your palliative?
Point.
What are those things? What are those things that you mentioned as a form of palliative?
I said it here that the kind of insecurity
say
we have
it again now, so that we can remind us. Say it again.
I said it here that I expect the government to go very aggressively to tackle the level of illiteracy we have. I want to see them.
Palliative? Illiteracy, is it palliative?
Those areas you can put palliative there. Yes, you can put palliative in education.
You're only saying all these things. You are trying to dribble when it fits your narrative.
No, let me finish.
You
don't want me to speak.
You are very vague.
Now. You asked me a question. Let him talk. Let him answer your question.
So that you can
let me finish.
Okay. Let him speak. Everybody will ask him questions.
Yeah. Any serious government will know that putting palliative in education is the best way to go. Our education, and I talk about the insecurity we have in this country, the government is not going. That's the reason. That's even more reason we have food inflation in this country. That insecurity in the north, and they're not doing anything about it. They're just moving about sharing money. That's not the type of palliative that they should be giving. The insecurity we have in the north is contributing almost 90%.
Palliative insecurity. Palliative insecurity. How will you? What is palliative insecurity?
I talk about putting palliative in education. I didn't talk about palliative insecurity. I'm saying the way I wanted to.
The second one, you are the one saying it now.
Let me finish. Let me finish. That is my mind, and I still stick to that. You can check my previous contribution on when this administration started. The area I want them to go. What I expect from them. You can check my previous comment on that.
When you did. You talked.
I said so much about the insecurity in the north that they're not even looking towards it.
Right.
It's contributing 90% of food inflation in this country. Yes, but the government is just keeping calm. Something will just happen. They just dose out money, go and share there. That's how to govern a nation.
No, but Kenneth, let me shift you before Soli ask his question of Pansat. Now, the thing is this, food inflation is not limited to Nigeria. Even where I am now, let me give you an example. If I was going to buy a 20 liters of canola oil pre-COVID, it was around $19 to $20, right? But today, it's about $100. You understand? Look at the jump from $19 to $20 to $100. Canola 20 liters. So you will see that food inflation is not about Nigeria alone. It's something global post COVID-19. So and I think Nigeria is not isolated. So don't you see a connection between the global effect and what is happening locally in Nigeria?
Well, I don't see, maybe because the way I think, I don't see. And the way I reason things, I don't see any connection to that.
Let me explain to you.
Let me finish. I understand what he's saying. I understand the question he asked me.
Sorry, wait. You come in after Ekene so that you ask him question.
No, he doesn't want to understand. He has his own narrative.
I understand what he said now. Are you the one to explain to me? I understand. He's trying to connect what is happening in Nigeria to other nations.
You say you don't want to understand. That's what you say. He said you don't want to understand because you have your own way of
the way I think. I don't understand. I don't understand it that way. I don't understand it that way. That is the.
If you don't understand something that way, that means you don't understand it.
Let me make my point now. What is your problem? If you don't want me to speak, my friend, shut up there. If you don't want me to speak, what's your problem?
Calm down.
Why are you taking words out of my mouth?
Don't worry.
I don't come here to make nonsense comment.
Okay, please go ahead.
Just go on. Simba. Just go on, Ekene. Just no vex. Go on.
But maybe you should take a minute to calm down. Then let me make my statement. Then I'll be leaving shortly to go to dinner. If it's
okay. Pascal, please go ahead. Make your statement.
Dinner this hour, Pascal. Dinner this hour.
Believe it or not, what I sacrificed.
11 o'clock. What are you eating? What dinner are you having at 11 midnight?
It's 9 o'clock.
I've not eaten.
9 o'clock. Where are you?
I'm not eating.
I'm in the West Coast. I'm in the West Coast of United States.
So, what part of the West Coast? California?
Yes. So it's 9 o'clock.
I see.
Yeah, 9:10 to be exact. But anyway, the question that Ola posed, it's key. We have to, of course, be fair to the nascent administration. They've been there for under a year. But it's enough for us to have to make some determination. So the question is proper, right? Tinubu, like I said yesterday, came in and he hurriedly announced removal of the petroleum subsidy that then set a lot of things in motion. But there are people who would appreciate that he did that. If you look into it, people who I respect said it's the right thing to do. Whether he did it the way he's supposed to do it or put some quote unquote palliatives to cushion that, it's not what we're going to be talking about here. But Tinubu's administration look increasingly sterile. More alarmingly, it has adopted the worst habits of its predecessor, Buhari, by combining painful lack of direction with poverty of integrity. His leading administration officials.
Give examples.
Of what? Of what? They're obvious.
You said it is sterile. Give us the example of how it is sterile.
I mean, it's obvious.
Yes, enlighten us.
They have not curbed insecurity in the country. It's gotten worse.
Who would have curbed it?
Pardon?
Who would have curbed it?
The government.
Who else? Who else would have curbed it?
There's nobody. That is their role. The government of Nigeria, when we say government, will mean everything from the central bank, who would handle the fiscal policies, and then the government itself that's supposed to. Hold on. I have to flow. Let me just make like 2 minutes remarks, and then if he doesn't answer the questions you have, then you could pose a question to me. What I'm saying is that these things that are obvious, remember, I can explain it. So, but if it's obvious, then let's not belabor the point. There's inflation in the country that's over 28.9%. So when we say the government, it's not Tinubu alone. We're talking about our National Assembly. We're talking about the courts, all of them, right? Especially those who are in charge of the monetary policy, and then the CBN, that's in charge of fiscal policy. But anyway, so like I was saying, there's lack of direction. It's sterile, right? But the most important thing to remember is that
you may want to correct yourself because of the audience. You said CBN in charge of the fiscal policy. Did you say
the Central Bank of Nigeria
in charge of fiscal policy?
Yes.
Not the Ministry of Finance?
No. The central bank's role, their major role, believe it or not, is curbing inflation.
Yeah, you said fiscal policy or monetary.
Fiscal, just the fiscal, fiscal policy.
From CBN?
Yes.
What economic theory is that? I'm just wondering.
Well, where is the confusion coming in from?
Yeah, because the primary role of the CBN is to manage the monetary policy. Why the Ministry of Finance manages
maybe you should ask him whether if he knows the meaning of fiscal policy. He should tell us the meaning of fiscal policy.
I had it juxtaposed. Yeah, sorry, you're right about that. So the monetary policy. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's just a twist of the mind. So anyway, the most important thing that we want to talk about the administration. It's with they're often the indignation at the administration at this current moment. They have been preaching asceticism. Asceticism is like austerity, right? When they talk, they want people to cut back, for Nigerians to sacrifice. But in reality, they are practicing prodigality. I don't think I have to explain that to you. You could see that in the budget that they presented, amounts that they've put out for the yachts and for the bulletproof vehicles and the presidential fleet, $38 million set aside for presidential air fleet is more or less the same amount set aside for the student loan program, for example. I know you wanted an example. To renovate official residence of the president and vice president, sport utility vehicles for lawmakers. I think it's over $150,000 per automobile for 460 legislators. At a time, the minimum monthly wage for a federal civil servant in that country is less than $40. $40. It's absurd. Let us sink in. That's absurd. $40.
Okay, Pansas, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You know that the Tinubu promised cutting wastages in the government, and secondly, are you aware that the president has no right to the budget, or let's say to the allocation to the National Assembly, because the three arms of the government, I think they share the this is it RAMFAC or what do they call this government agency that is responsible for sharing money from taking care of the both executive and the legislature. So the thing I'm trying to ask is this: if Tinubu is not responsible for allocating money to the legislature, but the constitution, so how do we blame Tinubu for this? So I just want to know.
No, the criticism on him is not unmerited, right? He is the one who presents that budget. He presents that budget and he has to assent to it before it can become law, right? So when you have an omnibus bill like that, you could blame Tinubu for everything else. You cannot blame him for bribing his way into getting whatever he wants, right? If whatever he wants, he would have gotten. Look at he's an illegitimate president. He got that by bribing his way up to that level. No, but it's true. So in this, in a nutshell, as I know, because it's just not right to criticize somebody without saying something a little positive, right? I'm a fair guy. So there's a handful of household names like Finance Minister Wale Edun, Central Bank, and Olayemi Cardoso, the Health and Social Welfare. Mohammed.
Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Cardoso is CBN now. Wale Edun is finance.
He doesn't know anything now. You just come here and start talking.
No, that's exactly what I said. I said the Finance Minister Wale Edun, Central Bank.
You don't drink cancan.
Olayemi Cardoso. Even if I made a mistake like that, it's not. It's a subtle mistake, but I'm sure I know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to say there's a few people who are working properly in his administration, but no, it's dire. What do you expect? Right? The country is in a straitened economic circumstance, and they're talking belt tightening while I just told you their prodigality in the way they're living and what they're doing. There's nothing working in the country. He's an illegitimate president. Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to go what Ola said before, connecting the issue with the other nation.
Okay, go ahead. I want to hear that too. Sure.
Yeah, the reason why I said I don't believe that, and I cannot connect it to other nations and all that, because we have not done things. We have not even do anything that other nation did to improve the life of their citizens, and we are complaining that the same thing is applicable to us, that the same food inflation happening in other places are applicable to us also. I don't believe that. We have not done half of or quarter what other people did to improve the life of their citizens. Nigeria have done that. We have not even started. We will not make use of our land mass. We will not make use of even the oil we produce. We have not make use of it properly. We've not had a functioning refinery. We've not had electricity. We've not had a good educational system. We've not had a good road infrastructure. We are the worst, even in Africa. We've not had just name them, and you say that the same thing is applicable to other people. That is what is happening in Nigeria, when you have not done what other people have did for their nation.
But this situation is different. As we speak today, the level of homelessness in Canada now is frightening. You understand? If you're a renter today now, if you rent house, you're already afraid of what is going to happen to you when your lease or rent expire, because you don't even know what your landlord is going to do. You understand?
That's a common thing when you come to in fact, I don't know why people compare those areas with Nigeria. When last did you visit Nigeria?
Okay. Let me tell you why we can compare those to Nigeria. You know, it is normal for investors, when they have excess, they look at where they can invest. On a normal day, as Tinubu is moving around, if American, Canadian, European, the Western world investors, if everything is okay within their own country, they look to where to move money to. And Nigeria is such a virgin land that they need not to be afraid of anything for the next 4 years at least.
Nigeria have more than these nations. You know that.
No, I know Nigeria. I know Nigeria does not even have 1/100 of what they have. That's just an assumption.
I talk about natural resources.
Natural resources that if not enhanced means nothing. It's just a potential.
That is it now, and that's what I mean. We have not done anything to make use of what God has given to us. We have not made use of it. Why nations like EU that leads to this has done more.
I want us to limit our analysis to the current government, even if they've not done anything. Right, it didn't start from this government, and this government will not just make overnight miracle on those natural resources. We can
but I know that. But 7 months or 8 months down the line, I didn't see any clear path how they're trying to move us to that direction we expect. That's my point.
What exactly are you? Okay.
Can I say something?
Simba, waiting. Let's. I will give you time, Simba. No best. Let's Rational Mind say what he wants to say.
Thanks, Simba Jababin. You see, Tinubu made the same mistake that Mubu did the first 8 or 9 months of his. We understand that he did instantly, maybe not too far into his administration. He nominated his cabinet and all of that. I think within 3 weeks into, 3 months into his administration, or 4 months, started nominating his cabinet. But if you start with them on a bad footing, it is very rare that you would finish well. What I think is this: Bubu did the same thing in the sense that he started his administration on a bad footing, and that really affected the rest of his administration. Even through the second time, he could not get it right. So my point is that
what are those things? Can we highlight on those things that we consider as bad footing?
Bubu did not hold on. He did not nominate his cabinet on time. He waited more than 9 months, 8 months before he started nominating ministers. And when he now nominated ministers, he nominated the wrong people, the wrong set of people, all because he just want to placate those people for their loyalty or support. People like this guy from Rivers State and all of them started giving them positions because they helped him maybe. And Tinubu too also nominated some people, like maybe did not nominate Fashola, maybe because Fashola was somebody was Bubu liked and he got sent. But what I'm trying to say is that they nominated people that are not really capable, and that really marred the rest of his administration. And Tinubu also did the same thing, because you are the same people here that will say he's a master strategist. He has eyes for the best people. But look at the people that he nominated. Look at how they are all performing woefully. They are all becoming criminals.
Can you please give examples, though?
Examples. You give. So let me know in conclusion. So if he has started on the wrong footing like this,
you mentioned. Let me Rational Mind.
Now, I'm very, very, very. I find it very difficult to understand. To believe that it's going to end well for him. That's just what I want to say.
Okay, it will be good also for us to look at those challenges. If you look at when Buhari came in 2015, you remember what happened, because you know that our economy is a mono economy. We depend on oil. You are aware of what happened that time when the Niger Delta Avenger started and they crippled the economy. How can the government survive such?
During Buhari? When was that during Buhari?
Oh,
You said
2015,
Buhari?
2016. Yes, now.
No. There was not.
Go and Google it.
No, there
There
was no such
was.
thing. You're just making up this stuff. No, there was not.
I'm not.
If you no, there was
So
not.
you are not aware?
No, there was not. There was no such things. There was no such things. He never had any problem with Niger Delta. It's only Umaru Diko.
He had.
Umaru Yadwa. It's only Umaru
It's
Yadwa
not.
that had that.
I'm telling you, are you not aware of that? During that period, our oil production fell below 1 million.
Everybody here, is anybody aware of Niger Delta starting problem during Bubu time? The problem with Bubu was that
he had a problem with them truly because he withdrew the license of that pipeline. Wait now. Okay, it started by withdrawing the license of those pipeline monitoring from all those people that Jonathan gave. So people started having vandalization now resumed again. Yeah, it's true.
In fact, it was even 2016 that Niger Delta Avenger started their war, like 2016.
You people always lash on anything just to.
It's not. No, I'm not giving. I'm just telling you.
There is no such thing. I have no recollection of anything like that. I don't just know why people always have to look for one reason just to justify these criminals or what don't do. And you are there in Saudi Arabia enjoying the best thing in Saudi Arabia, and then you're here. You see, come on, it's okay. I know.
Rational mind. The problem,
at least all of us are having our voice recorded now.
The problem is
50 years from now, our voice will be on YouTube. YouTube does not sync. Our great grandchildren will come and listen to our voice. They will know
the problem is that
who fight.
We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. If we want to tell ourselves the truth, I don't know how somebody will come out and say Nigeria is moving in the right direction. Nigeria of today that I know that I live in. I don't know that the argument. I don't know.
Nobody is saying Nigeria is doing well. What we're supposed to look at, because when we are discussing, let us discuss objectively. Ola asked a question. He said, okay, how can we measure the performance of a government, short time, medium time, and long time? So I think what we're supposed to be discussing, okay, what are those indices that we can use to measure the performance? It's not always it's very easy for anybody to just say, no, our education system is not good, we have bad road. But okay, what are those things that you cannot use to
I elucidated for you.
Okay, can I say this to you?
Hold on, it's
been okay. Can I emphasize? Can somebody come in?
Okay, hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's bring Daddy coming now.
Yeah, thanks.
Who did you rule on? I wanted to make an interjection on Simba's.
No, I know because Prince Daddy has been quiet since. That's why I want him to speak to. I initially gave Kenneth 4 minutes so that everybody can interject. So Prince Daddy has not spoken, so let him speak.
Okay.
I hear what Simba was saying and what Kenneth said also, but I like both sides because we have to go beyond the textbook matrix, or what you call it. Yeah, the matrix for measuring government success, or any government for that matter. If Kenneth feels that education should be a barometer, yeah, we should use education also. And we have, meaning, of course, we have to find out what is the level of education in Nigeria currently, and how do we want to measure that success? Is it by building more schools or putting more money in a higher education? That one too is valid. I believe we shouldn't always go with the textbook, what the World Bank or whatever the West is doing. If we find a way to measure that pertains to our own economy or our society, we should do that. Because many times, some of the metrics they use overseas or internationally, they don't tend to capture or measure ours or the way we do things in our country correctly. So I agree with Kenneth. I mean, every nation, I don't, well, maybe there's a threshold, but I would say though that we can't go wrong in investing too much in education. I mean, that's paramount. We can't go wrong. So as much money they want to pump into education to improve education from the kindergarten all the way to tertiary education, even of course, if you ask me, actually, in today's age, I think we should spend a whole lot of money on technical education, actually.
Prince Daddy. I agree with you. There's no country that can develop without actually educating its populace. But if you look at the budget, education took the lion's share. You understand? I think I've been emphasizing it here.
What budget what budget is that?
This last budget, apart from after security, is education that follow.
That's the highest.
Simba, wait. Remission, are you? Show your face in the background. May I see you? I've been nervous.
Okay, let me.
So what I'm saying, Pansat, I have not finished what I'm saying.
I know, but it's not really. Hold on, Simba. Let's be fair here.
Let him talk.
I was talking. Then he went to Prince Daddy. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
No. Rational mind. Let him talk. Let him talk. I will allow him to continue.
Yeah. Wait. Everybody, hold on. See, if someone wants to interject and the person who wants to interject is not yielding, we have to respect the person, right?
Okay, so, but he has yielded. So
no. Rational mind. I've told you after we are only interjecting what Kenneth said. I know that one is even overflowed already. So let's
Simba yielded to me for a minute. Hold on, Simba just yielded to me.
No, after
I'm not the one talking. It's Prince Daddy that
is holding
the floor.
I guess I can listen from outside. If you want, I can listen from outside.
Everybody hold on, please. Okay, let me hear you.
Okay.
Prince Daddy, let me hear you so that we can move to the next person. Okay.
Okay. I spoke earlier, but Simba was trying to wrap up. So I was waiting for him to land on his point.
No, what I was trying to say, Prince Daddy, I said I totally agree with you on what you are saying about education. And I mentioned that even in the budget, if you look at, apart from security, I think education rank as the second highest in our budget. But the problem that we have, and I think me and Ola, we have also emphasized this thing before, our revenue is so meager, is so small that even if you throw, let me tell you how much is our whole budget for 200 million people. That budget, the whole budget of Nigeria, is not up to what Saudi Arabia of 35 million people even budget on education alone. The whole budget of Nigeria, it's not even up to what they would spend on one project. So if we keep on talking corruption, and we know corruption is a big problem, but Nigeria as a country, we don't earn enough money that can solve our problem. If you are budgeting, let's say even 4 trillion in education in Nigeria, divide it by the population, how much is it? And that was why even when we were talking about palliative, I was just laughing that everybody was talking about palliative. How much can you spend to feed your people? Do we have that money? And that is what you're supposed to be talking about. How can we expand our revenue generation? There's no, let me tell you, the whole budget, our budget is too meager. And Prince Daddy, I hope you agree with even a state in the United States, not even talking about maybe a local government, we have more than what we are talking about our budget in Nigeria for a whole year. Those are the things that we are supposed to be talking about.
Okay, Simba, now you are talking. Now you are talking. But does it mean that we don't have the capacity, or we don't have the resources to increase that revenue? We have the land, we add to oil, everything. Can't we from there generate? Can't we make progress from there? It doesn't mean we don't have the capacity or we don't have the resources to do that.
Okay. Maybe pass out, we address this thing. The question I ask is this, and I'll be happy if it can be addressed. You know, when I mentioned how will you measure this administration success, what I believe is that when you were going to vote for this administration, there are programs that the administration brought us, like I will do this, I will do that. So I'm assuming that that's what captured you, that's motivated you to vote for the current government. So now, are you going to measure the performance, the success of this government outside of what it promised you? Look at it now. For example, if I promised you that I'm an athlete and my specialization is 100 meters, then I will make you win gold medal in 100 meters. Are you going to measure me using 400 meters or 200 meters? That's what I did. When I asked the question, I was expecting us to look at what this administration promised and look at what the administration is doing and what they are not doing. That was the reason for asking that question.
Exactly.
You understand?
And that's the way I understood it. And it's not going to be based on the revenue and all that stuff, or what you want me to do. Now, somebody who didn't support the administration, such as myself, can read it based on your question. So Nigeria, at the time of that election, faced various challenges, including corruption, insecurity, poverty, inadequate infrastructure, and unemployment. So they're complex issues, but they're intertwined. So it's not easy to provide answers for them. Tinubu knew the revenue base of Nigeria before he ran for office. So he could, if he's coming in and he thought the revenue, now this address to Simba, then you need to come in to expand the revenue base, which is what he was gloating, and his supporters were saying how he moved Lagos from 600,000 or whatever it was to 5 billion or something like that, or 600, I don't know, 600 million. But now, with the question you asked, if you want, I could provide you some answers of the way they should have gone about it to addressing corruption, for example, strengthening institutions responsible for preventing and prosecuting.
Sorry, but the Tinubu promised that it's going to reduce corruption. I just want to know.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did, and his surrogates did. Yeah, and he's improving security. I'm sure you know that one. It's not increasing funding for security agencies.
Yeah, I'm interested. I have interest in that security aspect, because
right. So now,
whether it's failing or whether it's fulfilling what he promised us,
it's failing woefully. Not only is he's not even holding on to status quo ante. There's no funding for the security agencies improving the intelligence gathering, addressing the root causes of insecurity or poverty, which includes poverty and unemployment. So there's no amelioration, no measures. It's not even doing anything about any of these things. Nigerians are vulnerable to more attacks in the entire society. It's not investing really any money in infrastructure, improving the roads, power supply, and water supply. Now, if I'm missing something, you could intervene and tell me. So these are steps. There's no attract.
You're missing a lot of things. You're just rambling without any fact to back up what you're saying. What you're saying doesn't.
I'm sure you're gonna provide it when it's your turn. That you provide where I'm missing facts or where I'm rambling. The point is that I've named things. I said it's not addressing corruption. Now you could say he is, or that is improving security. You could say he's improving security, reducing poverty, or is investing in infrastructure, addressing the unemployment in the country, creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, providing training and skills, development programs, and promoting entrepreneurship. If he's doing these things, then you could say that, but to just come in and start abusing, insulting,
No, I did not. I did
or
not abuse you.
demeaning
But
what I'm saying, because I'm going serially.
What you are saying didn't add up. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, that's why
You mentioned, okay, hold on 1 second now.
Any of the metrics,
you measured electricity without even making reference to that, to the fact that the electricity has been decentralized. So why are you not talking about governors when it comes to electricity? What are the governors doing? Now they have power to generate electricity within the state. So what are these
Will the
governors
governors
doing?
control investors from thin air?
You're
It's
not
not
sorry?
It's not the policy of the government that will let whoever you have in Nasser that will determine if investors will become.
Sorry to interject.
The law
Rational minds.
is there now. The law is there that allow government.
No, Remy, hold on. Remy, hold on. I will still get to you.
No,
Pastor is the one talking, and he has granted Akim the opportunity to interject. So
Pastor did not even mention the fact that the president went to Germany to see Siemens to reorganize the deal that the Buhari administration had with Siemens. He didn't say anything about that. Oh, it's failing woefully. He did not do that anything. He did not mention the fact that governors and a lot of the governors are not playing their part when it comes to electricity generation, because now they have the power to do so. He didn't say anything about that.
Okay, let me reclaim my time by the short answer to that is that when something such as electricity is decentralized, like you put it, and put in a concurrent list, right? So now the question was,
can you give me 1 minute?
Yeah.
Something,
I'll give you 1 minute.
I just one interview I watched is the last 2 weeks or so. You see, we Nigerians don't see how other countries see us. We feel that we are okay. We are happy when we go, our president go outside the show of this nation. You come back, you clap for him that he makes a deal. But one guy was given an explanation the way other countries see us. That deal you see, that most of the time you celebrate here, it's not the way it is. Because the main deal happens after you see them on that television. Then they went apart. They go and discuss on themselves whether this deal will go on or not. But once we see President go there, sign some things, we come here and begin to clap. When those guys go at the backyard to have their own private discussion, evaluate you as a nation. Are we going to invest? Are we going to carry on? Are they a serious nation or not?
Can I respond to you quickly?
We don't see it that way. But when we see them on national TV sign on this, we come here and begin to clap.
Don't worry.
We come here and begin to clap. But at the back, you don't know how you don't know how other nations see you. You don't know how they look at you.
You see the
that is not unique to Nigeria. It's a normal thing. It's not unique at all. What you just said. Of course,
you see the problem with a lot of you Nigerians. Hypocrisy runs in a lot of Nigerians' blood. You was on this platform telling us how electricity was has improved in your village last time. Where did they get that? Where did they get the electricity from? Where did they go and pick it from?
I talk about my village electricity. I didn't talk. I'm back to Lagos. Even as I'm back to Lagos now, no light.
I'm
talking about my village.
Let me reclaim my
I'm
time,
back
please.
to Lagos, no light. Since I came back yesterday from village to Lagos, no light.
Let me reclaim my time.
Okay,
hold on, please. Let me conclude.
Let Pastor regain his slot. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't want to adumbrate the things that I talked about before. We know that Nigeria has a bruised economy. By the way, Akim, I was saying just before I was interrupted by Kenneth that when something is removed from central operation exclusive list and placed where both states and the federal government, what they call a concurrent list, But the question posed by Ola is it's reaching this administration. So we're particularly just talking about the administration's responsibilities. Maybe the states have a responsibility as well, but it's in a concurrent list. Like Kenneth told you, in his village where there's a gentleman that's running some kind of community rural electrification over there, that has nothing to do with Lagos and the major cities, the factories. The villages have constant electricity. Tinubu doesn't get credit for that. But there are low-hanging fruits that this administration could have, aside from the big issues of insecurity and stuff like that. The country is divided. Okay, you have people like Showore being prosecuted by the prior administration. He's still prosecuting Showore up to now as a terrorist. That doesn't make any sense. There are ways to unify the country, bring the youth into accepting his illegitimacy anyway. He's still prosecuting Showore today as a terrorist.
Yeah,
That's not. I mean,
just mention Nnamdi Kanu and let's move on with the conversation.
No, you've come in here with guns blazing, you know. But I'm mentioning Showore because
you know where you're going. So let's move on.
So I'm saying the country is divided, and he could do something about that. All that cohesiveness would help. Have all hands on deck to advance the country. But I know a lot of people want to talk, so there are a lot. I could treat the subject.
So, you know, to satisfy you want him to flout the law just to pacify some people by breaking the law. That you don't mind that, huh? Do you?
No. The point is that the law, the breaking, is from Buhari's administration that is prosecuting somebody who said they want to do a revolution.
So you have to allow the law to address it.
No. What I'm saying, it's in the you have to deal with the Nigeria you have, not the Nigeria that you wish to have. If they in the state, it's a continuum, right? It's the same government. If they went out there and
stabilize the country, you don't think that's a really strong call to action to do something about it?
So if someone did what?
Someone's trying to destabilize a nation. Don't think that's a really strong charge or something to be done about it.
No. What it is
that,
yeah. Look, the point is that in law, there's due process, right? That's time certain in a lot of these activities. You cannot just hold somebody in prison in perpetuity. You don't pursue the case. So they say that justice delayed is justice denied. You have to let me land. Don't spoon feed me. Don't spoon feed me on these things.
Sorry, are we here for Kanu or whatever? I think he just
no. Nobody's going for Kanu.
I haven't mentioned Kanu
so that we go to another person.
Yeah. So to you, Prince Daddy, and of course you are somebody who's here in the United States, and you know how the law works. You have to obey the courts. If you're interfering into the court system by when the court rules and have somebody released, and then you disobey the court order, or you file frivolous actions to keep somebody in prison, deny them their habeas corpus. I mean, we see that. We know Showore is a known phenomenon. He's not a terrorist. He's not destabilizing any government. But if
okay, Pastor, I think we are moving away from this.
Please, I want to make a final statement. I want to go. It's already 7 minutes. Just the final. I just want to lay my final view of what is happening in our nation. The current administration has already borrowed close to 50 billion or so, some billions of dollars or so, added to the one that the previous administration has borrowed. And you can see the current budget, the amount that will be used to service those debts, about close to 8 trillion or so for service debt and all that. So when I look at all those things,
where do you get $15 billion figure from?
No, you can go and check. You can just go and check. Just check the amount they have borrowed since the just for the past.
Where did you get $15 billion from?
I said you can go and check. Let me make my.
It doesn't exist anywhere. That's what I'm asking. Where did you get your own from?
It's existing. Go and check.
Where?
So when you check, then you can come back and argue that with me. The point I'm trying to make, progressive. The point I'm trying to make is this: the debt is increasing. The debt is increasing without productivity, and it's a very big mistake we are making. The debt is increasing without productivity. No account to this money being borrowed. No productivity. Nowhere this money is being productive. And that is why I am deterred. And I'm not happy with the type of or the system of government.
Okay, you want him to read that? Okay,
I just want to respond to him. I think,
why are you itching to respond when he has not even finished?
Yes.
Let him land now.
No, the reason why I'm itching to respond to him is that all the things he has been saying are
Babadash,
yes, I'm Badarish. I'm Badarish.
All these Agbado people.
Yeah, not Agbado people. Stop saying something like this. I want us to be objective here, okay? First and foremost, as a country, you have to look at what you have before you plan your budget. This is a country that have not planned very well for over 4 decades. This is a country that we have mismanaged our resources for over 4 decades. And the problem stands at both followership and leadership as well, both of us. And when you come here, you are continuing to talk about other countries did not do this, other countries did not do that. Let me tell you, to be frank with you, every country have their own cup of tea, full. Every country have their own trouble or their own wahala, full. And when we are talking here, when you compare your own country to other country, look at the tax base of Nigeria to other countries. How many people are you paying tax in Nigeria? Whether you are a private entrepreneur or a private company or an individual.
Kenneth himself paying tax. He's not even paying tax.
How many do they capture? And they are telling
How can you tell if I'm paying tax when you are not here?
When you talk, you always talk that you are not on ground. We people that are on ground. What do you mean you're on ground? Do you know how many of our
I'm going to dinner, guys. Good night. I'll be listening from my phone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Do you know how many of our people we have in Nigeria? Do you know how many people we talk to every day? Do you know how many people we have to also offer help or assistance? But every time you always talk about you're on ground. So people in abroad, they are not on ground because they are far away or they are in 6 hours away
from ground. Nigeria. Are you on ground? Are you on ground?
No. I am on ground indirectly.
Where?
I am on ground indirectly. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But indirectly.
You are also on ground indirectly.
People are just so full of.
No. I want to be objective. I want to be objective. I want to be objective. You are talking. When you have made mention, when we talk about Lagos State, you know Lagos State knows and clean all around. You have been to several countries, according to you, in Africa. You have people that you can just pick your phone and ask information from them, and they will tell you as it is. We are so lucky. We are in the age of social media. I can tell anybody to go and record somewhere for me today, and he will record it and send it to me live. So what are we talking about here? And every time you'll be talking, you're on ground. What do you mean you're on ground? If you're in diaspora, you're also indirectly on ground because you have some people at home that can give you information. Oh, fine. The country is having a big trouble now. Everybody knows. But it takes months and months and years to rebuild. It's easy to destroy, but it takes a lot. It takes more years to build. You have to give credit to the government also.
It takes years to build. Is this not what we had from Bubu when he was coming, when they were selling it or selling him?
Bubu,
what they were saying.
Whatever.
Give him time. Give him time.
Whatever.
He spent 8 years.
Listen.
He spent 8 years with nothing to show for it. You're telling us to give another person, another trainer looking back. Give him another 8 years. Right?
Listen. Whatever.
He has not finished 4 years. Already people are campaigning for him.
No, rational mind. So what do you want now? With this in 6 months, we just remove him himself, so he's not performing. Then another evidence will come in. Or what do you
want? Yeah, speak out of emotion.
Don't be negative. Don't be negative. Rational mind. Pray for our country. Be optimistic. Be optimistic.
what is not be negative. So we cannot criticize.
Rational mind.
Okay, Melkona. That's okay, Remy. That's okay.
I just want to put rational mind that whatever he has against Buhari.
No, you have the floor, Remy. Wait, you have the floor. I just want everybody to have their own monologue, and you can question that. So, I'm trying to know who I line up between the rational mind and Simba. Who wants to go first? Between
progressive.
No, progressive.
Let me go first. I will not take much time.
I want to quickly say something to rational mind before you go.
Okay,
go ahead.
So, thank you very much. So, rational mind, this on this platform, I said to you a while ago, when they are discussing issue or you are debating something with another person on the platform, if you don't have the right information, just say, okay, I don't know. You were being told that when Buhari came into office that there were issues with the Niger Delta Avengers destroying pipelines. You just now were arguing against that position, that nothing like that ever happened. And what this made me understand is that a lot of the people that are debating political issues this period, they are just newbies into the discussion, because if you're not aware of
they hear yourself, they are newbies because I didn't support that the crap they were trying to sell us about.
No.
I mean, what was it? Come on! Don't patronize me with this.
You said
telling me that
incident
they're
didn't
just
happen.
new.
It's not whether you support it or not.
You know how long I've been in politics. I've been a political analyst. So you're telling me. I mean,
ogboju ẹ ló ń lò yẹn rational mind
okay, hold on.
Were there Niger Delta issues?
There was no Niger Delta whatever crap you're trying to sell us here. There was nothing like that.
Everybody hold on. Okay,
not at the level of not at the scale of
rational mind. You will respond when you call, when it comes to your time.
Okay,
so
sorry.
Let's see back goes now. This you've already
I think he's talking. I think
to some extent I agree with Akimo. Hold on, to some extent I agree with Akim. If I don't know anything, I will say I don't know. It's as simple. And even when I want to say what I think I know, sometimes I will say, please don't quote me. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research, because I gave disclaimer. So you address it. Simba. So I'm still not convinced about the way people are saying, because to me, I seem to think that even people rating Tinubu as of now, they are even being unfair to themselves. When I say they are being unfair to themselves, is that I don't want to use, you have to pardon me, but it's not the word I like to use, that maybe they are ignorance of the promises made by Tinubu. You understand? And they are they cannot connect between his promises and what he's doing now. You understand? Maybe that's where they are not being fair to him, and they are not being fair to themselves the way they are analyzing. So, Simba, the question is this now. I see ask this question now. How will you measure the success of Tinubu? How?
Yeah, okay. So I will start by saying, there are some indices that you have to use to measure any government, whether they are successful or not successful. One, you have to look at the economic growth. Can we talk about economic growth now within 6 months? The answer is no, because you cannot. It's something that you have to measure over a period of time, probably over a year, for you to know, okay, this year this is the economic growth that we have. And for us to put some policies in place to stimulate the economic growth, we all agree with me that it's going to take some time. So it's not something that you can measure within 6 months of any government. That is one. Employment. I don't have any statistics to see the level of employment. How many people have been employed within the period of 6 months of this administration? So if anybody has any statistics to that, what was the number of people? What is the employment rate within this period? If we have it, that is, we can use that one to judge him. Then inflation. If you want to use inflation rate has been skyrocketing. So if you want to score this government by using inflation rate, we are going to score them low. in that. Though we can also not exonerate Nigeria because there is no country that is not suffering from inflation rate all over the world except China, where they are having deflation. So that is the third one. Then the fourth one, you have to look at, okay, the balance of payment. Okay, that is our what the business that we do with the external world. What is the balance of payment? Are we having trade deficit or trade surplus? So those are the things that we have to, and that one also you have to measure it over a year. So it's not something that you can measure within within 6 months. Now, if we now have all these problems that we are talking about, we have inflation. What are those things that we can use to curb inflation? One of those things is to increase government expenditure, spending. And if we look at it now, with the advent of this government now, this government have been spending a lot of money, at least to do that. And then taxes.
Where are they spending money? Hold on. You said they are spending money. Where are they spending those money? What economists are assimilating those money? When they are buying SUV, they are buying stuff, everything made outside Nigeria. Where is that money going to? What economy is benefiting from those money? You're telling us they're spending.
And do you know how many percent of consumption is in the 2024 budget?
I'm the one talking now. When I finish, you can. Then the issue of taxes, because when you have inflation, then what you need to do to raise taxes, and I'm aware that the government is working towards that. Though we know, all of us agree that we have a very poor tax system in Nigeria. And how many Nigerians are even paying taxes? Kenneth is here. He was telling me that he's paying tax. Can you show us your tax this thing? How much do you pay as tax?
Simba, when you talk about, let me ask you this: when you talk about tax, you talk about service provided. What's the service that the government is providing for the people?
You pay your tax first before you can ask about.
No, you have to provide service for the tax.
They use your money for.
What service?
You pay first.
Is it electricity? Did you give me electricity? I didn't pay. Did you give me water? I didn't pay.
It's not. Do you know what they call tax? It's not tax. You don't know what they call tax.
All those things are tax.
Tell us what.
So you tell me what is tax now. You talk about tax when you are provided service. When you don't provide service, you don't talk about tax.
If you consume a service and you pay for your tax, if you consume a service and you pay for the service that you consume, that's not taxation.
Hold on. When you go and transfer money from bank to bank, and they come on money from there, that's not tax, right? You're not paying tax.
No. We are talking about.
Rational mind. Why are you doing this? Is that what you consider as where you are residing?
Can I address him? John is ready. Let me address it because my battery is going to die now because I have 70%.
Battery die. You got to charge it.
Oh no. Rational mind. Kenneth, they are the same now. I'm just no man sorrow tax. No man sorrow battery.
You don't go to let me talk. Let me talk. In Nigeria, the tax system does not work the way you are trying to compare it to here in America. Here in America, we have basically maybe 3 types of tax. You have sales tax, income tax, and maybe corporate tax. Maybe property tax as well. There are all kinds of tax, but there's a way to streamline it. It is that you pay sales tax or you pay income tax. But in Nigeria, how many? You heard when Tinubu was saying some few days ago, saying there is no data. This is the same man that was making mockery of a man that was talking about data. He's saying that statistics will chop. But suddenly I realized that.
No, he said data is making it difficult to govern this country.
Well, that is it, because you need data. You need statistics.
And he condemned the data.
Let me answer.
They will capture you soon. All those money you are making.
Can I land now? Let me land. So my point is this: that when you do not have a system that operates in a way that it should operate, whereby people can be taxed, they don't. All they are concerned is just that oil. They want to get money from oil, and maybe from the excise duty from from the custom. They're not concerned about how to
Sorry,
tax.
rational mind.
Why you always so itching to talk? Let me just learn, please.
Because I want to correct an insinuation.
You will correct it when I'm done, please. So
because your battery will soon down.
Yeah, 7%. Just hold on.
Go ahead.
So when you don't make you don't make the provision for people to be taxed, if they make the tax, you cannot be double taxing people anyhow. Look at Lagos. They look at what Tinubu and people are doing in Lagos. You will be taxing the Dango drivers. You tax you asking them every time they go and come. You'll be taxing them every bus stop they go. You'll be taxing them. How do you run a system like that? If you want to streamline it,
not true what you're saying. Not true. You need to allow for interjection to make correction. That's not the way it goes.
Are you a Dango driver in Lagos?
If you,
well, what he's saying is true now. What he's saying is true now.
It's not true. It's not true.
Okay, Prince Daddy. The driver that took me from East to Lagos today, where we park, we gave him 500 naira.
But that is not tax. That is not tax. But that is not tax. That's not your income tax.
That's what.
Those you don't call it task, but those things are what the government need to put together. Because if you combine those things and make it effective, it will be useful to. You don't allow tax to filter the road and be collecting money from the people.
Those kind of taxes are like
when you need tax,
pay as you go. It's like pay as you go kind of taxes.
If you need tax for proper governance, you organize those things for the good use of the people. You don't filter tax everywhere.
Hold on. Let me ask President a question. Who put MC Oluoma and all his minions on the road there? Who asked them to be collecting money from
those are just, I don't know what category you're gonna put those, but those are just like use.
No, is it only in Lagos? Is it only in Lagos? They don't exist in Anambra.
It is pay as you go kind of taxes, right?
Yeah. It's in Anambra everywhere. I get you.
Hold on. I think someone asked Prince Daddy a quick question, right? Please let Prince Daddy answer, then we go ahead.
See. Rational mind. They collect money from MC Luoma and whomever and his gang. They collect money. They do this and that because guess what? Rational mind. Because you don't keep things real. The road that they're using, the parking lot, the pollution they're causing, and all these other things. Who's gonna pay for it? I didn't know the users of these facilities and this.
You're just spewing crap. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Okay, so I used to say rational mind. You don't freaking pay fuel tax. You don't pay fuel tax. You don't pay all kinds of county tax based on whatever they want to charge you.
You cannot build a system that works in a chaotic system.
Let
me land the point. You need to streamline.
Let's rational mind and
guys. Streamline the tax system. Make the tax to be paid directly into the treasury of the Nigerian people, not people standing on the road collecting money. They will collect maybe 100,000 naira and they will declare 20,000 naira to the government.
But you know those things are not on. They are not on.
Those people on the road, they are not collecting money for government. They are not collecting money for government.
They're not collecting money for government. Who are they collecting money
for? Who tell you they are not collecting for government?
Oh God!
Who tells you that? Even in Anambra State.
Good night, everybody. Good night. I mean,
who tell you that?
You cannot agree with your
I want to quickly respond.
Those money are for state government, not federal government.
And state is what? State is what?
State is what?
No, but this one you are attributing it to federal government.
State is what now? State is what? State is not government.
State is government.
Rational mind. Why do you say that who put them on the streets? The MC Oluoma, is it only in Lagos that they collect those things?
Why are you? It's everywhere now. But what we're saying is it's not good for our system. It's not good for our system. They should do it in a proper manner.
Wait. All those NURTW you say, don't be deceived. They remit money to the purse of the state government.
Really.
No, because
what are they remitting?
They don't have payee. No, they are not like payee. Whereby
where is the published statement? Hold on. Where is the published statement of the people of the taxpayers that this is how much they give to us? Where is the transparency there?
But have you read? I don't know, but have you read Lagos State financial statement?
Okay, fine. Okay, they
so
publish
we don't
have
know.
You ever seen, hold on now. Have you ever seen when they publish it that the MC Oluero and the people on the road, this is how much you got from them? Have you ever seen anything like that?
Lagos has billions of naira. They have billions and trillions of. They have a lot of money.
Kind of crap you get like to spend.
No, Lagos has a lot of money. Therefore, we know they're collecting the money. They have money
from federal government, right? Your argument was coming from federal government, asking them to streamline this, streamline that, but what you're asking them to streamline are under the control of state governors.
Let's start with that first.
They cannot streamline that one because there is
rational. Okay, let me talk, man. You're gonna take all the time. No, you don't want rational. You don't want making a mockery of it. You don't want making a mockery of it.
Our discussion. What you are asking for, what he knows what we are talking. The tax that we are talking about is income tax. We are talking about income tax. How many Nigerians pay income tax?
knows that. He knows that, but he just wants to paint the government back all the time.
Income tax. How many people are paying? How many people are paying income tax? Taxes.
That's what we are talking about.
Do they even have the data? Do they have the data?
Nobody. How many people are paying? No, a lot of people don't pay income tax.
How can you ask people to pay when you don't have the data? You don't even know how many people are working. Who is working where?
It's not about. You know what? Right? Rational mind. In any sense society, if you start any trading or business, you're supposed to register as an entrepreneur. This way, you will be captured and then you pay tax normally. But in Nigeria, everybody just go and do whatever they want to do. And they get all the money to themselves and they can do whatever they want. But if
they will start complaining.
If they just start this kind of collecting taxes from trader like Kenneth and the rest, Alaba market or wherever they find themselves, they will complain or they are collecting our money away. And they want the best thing for their country. And they don't want to pay this income tax. Go and ask. Even rational mind. Everybody knows the truth. In any sense society, before you can source for a loan or before you can deal with the financial institution, you have to be an individual as an entrepreneur or as a corporate body. You cannot be saying, okay, I open a small restaurant, so I don't have, you must have a business name to your restaurant. And you must register with the country regulatory authority so that they can capture you, so that you can pay tax and you can have tax returns. So around what national man is just staying here, is just going, immaterial. We are talking about personal income tax. The sales tax is being upon whatever you buy. They already calculated. Some people use VAT with it, and the VAT is shared with all the state governments in Nigeria. And and you mentioned the last one, Prince Daddy, the last one, so that you can go ahead. And you guys mentioned that you did not see, although Tinubu removed fuel subsidy, but the allocation to the state since that time have been triple. How many states are owing their state civil servant salary today? How many states are they owing? How many states are owing? They have more money in their disposal to improve the life of their citizens in their state. That is what I always clamor for, that people should always hold and handle their governor very well. Some of them are collecting 20 million.
What you have to factor into that as well.
I know inflation or the depreciation value of the currency.
Because a lot of the contracts that
but they are still spending the money in Nigeria, so it's still okay. It's still in the same economy, which is good.
Okay, guys, let's Simba round up so that we can go to progressive.
Yeah, Simba. Before you go, actually, hold on. To Simba, we were talking about the fiscal policy earlier, then about government spending and what else did you say? The spending and the low inflation, right? Inflation rate. They're trying to raise the inflation. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, those two go hand in hand with an economy that with the fiscal policy of the country, right? But my question is, but my question is though, I don't. In the case of Nigeria, our inflation in that country and the flow of money, maybe the M1 or M0 money in circulation, it has nothing to do much with government spending. I think maybe I agree with it with the Kenneth was saying earlier, because if you ask me, the inflation we're experiencing in Nigeria has to do with currency, the weakness of the naira against the dollar. Really, that is what is causing inflation in that country.
The inflation in Nigeria is the causes are multifactorial.
Are imported.
I agree.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, well, I can hear you. It's multifactorial, but at the same time, I think the bulk of that inflation is coming from the dollar exchange.
Devaluation of naira, exactly.
The
Yes,
devaluation of naira.
right.
That's the main,
Yes,
because the
yes.
government is not spending a lot of money. Where they're spending the money, I mean, yeah, they're buying themselves SUVs and all this other stuff they're buying, but as in pumping money into the economy itself.
What I expected is that, okay, with that inflation, with the revaluation, since we earn in dollars, you understand, I think that they're supposed to have increased because Nigeria's the government is the largest employers of labor in Nigeria. So to put in more money into circulation, they're supposed to increase the salary of the workers, and that is what I'm expecting all the government, both the federal, the state, and the local government to do.
Yeah, they are working on that one. The problem with
and then I heard something. I don't know whether you have discussed it here, whether it is true or not, that they are proposing whether they will be paying people in dollars.
No,
in Nigeria. I don't.
No.
I've not heard that. I've not heard that.
Okay. Now, Simba is saying you are through with your own contribution and national mind. Okay. Progressive. Probably you will be the one to rescue at the end of the day, because I'm still struggling to know how people are measuring their government, because when you don't even know how to measure your government, then how do you know what you want? I came to you, I told you that, okay, I'm going to supply you 6 cars. You start measuring me on how I'm not sinking your ball. So I don't know. So how do you measure? Because you know what I promised. You are giving me different things. So how will you measure your own the administration? How do you want to measure the administration?
Yeah, so for me, measuring the administration is based on certain policies. Not even result at the moment. It's based on policies. So
good night, everybody. I'm sorry. Good night. My battery is going to die.
Good night, national mind. So
don't say that again. No, but national mind. Battery will die like America. I don't get it.
On die now. Check on die.
Mo bóyá panda phone ló ń lò ní bóyá panda phone ló ń lò.
Hold on, everybody. Good night. So sorry, the NG.
So
all right,
so the way I assess the performance of the government is based on policies that they are putting forward, because at the end of the day, you have to understand that for anything to begin to see any form of resemblance of progress, policies have to first of all mature, right? So the removal of fuel subsidy, everybody know that's the right direction to go. Is it going to hurt for now? Yeah, it's going to hurt for now. The exchange rate issue as well, that's the right way to go. Is it going to hurt? It's going to hurt. But those are good ones. So a lot of the things that we always think federal government needs to do for us as a people are actually things that state governors and local government should be doing. So a lot of arguments I've heard here today are things that naturally are responsibility of the state. So you talk about education. Over 90% of our education system is not in the hand of the federal government. All the 99% of our primary and secondary school are at the state level, under state control. Yes, we have some federal government secondary school. We have some federal government universities, but we have a lot of state universities. So all of these are under the control of states. So to improve education, state governors need to put a lot of resources into education. The same people who were arguing just now about education were the same people who were praising Obi's performance in education in Anambra. Oh, Obi transformed education in Anambra. So What does that tell you? They understand that it is the responsibility of the state governors to do well or not when it comes to primary and secondary education. Even in some cases, university, tertiary education. So state governors need to increase their budget in the areas of education, and they need to bring out a lot of good policies when it comes to education. You see what Rauf Arigbeshola did in Osun State when he was governor, building nice schools, providing tablets for the children, free uniform, school feeding, and all of those things. So he put a lot of resources into the Osun State education at the time, to the point whereby parents were taking their children out of private schools into public schools. So for me, that part of it, I don't really hold the federal government accountable for that. Healthcare is almost the same thing as well. A lot of it is being controlled by the state. So electricity has been decentralized. So we need to continue to work with state governors, continue to hold them accountable to make sure that they bring investors to states who does not have the resources to look outward, to bring investors to invest in electricity within the state to improve generations. So put all those side apart. Then you concentrate on what the federal government should be doing, in my own opinion. Security. So the Tinubu government now need to be sending bills to the National Assembly. Those are the areas where I want to be holding them accountable. In terms of decentralizing the way our security system is currently structured, that need to go. We need to look for a way to reform our security architecture so that states can, in one way or the other, provide some form of security, some form of a criminal justice system, whereby you can have state prosecution services and stuff like that, whereby you can have, even if it's not fully governed state police, some form of state policing as well. So in that area, they need to start to work on the bills that will go to National Assembly. Then on the issue of roads, a lot of our federal roads have to be released and given to state government. So imagine there are roads in my place now that goes through the front of my house along the road, right? And they call it federal road. That doesn't make sense. Such road should not exist. What they should do is just build super highways that connect the country. Those should be the federal road. And you can do that by just bringing in the revenue, bringing in resources, or borrow money and build it and just tow all of them. Yes. And they will pay for themselves. So for me, a lot of our roads that we have today, federal government need to hands off and give it back to state. We saw the issue with Ambode and Fashola when Ambode was governor and Fashola was the Minister of Works, when they were having a back and front when it comes to that Oshodi Airport Road in Lagos, which Ambode finally constructed that road. You see the condition of that road today. Imagine if they have left that road for say, it's a federal road, but Ambode had to fight the federal government at the time to say, look, all we are saying is, give us the order to go and fix this road. This road is the first thing that visitors see when they come into the country, and that road is not good. Ambode turned that road into 6 lanes. So some of these things are the areas, are things that the government need to look into laws, things that are holding the country back. Not really you spending money to do this. There are things that you just need to just let it flow naturally. Take your hands off. Say, okay, look, this one, we're going to let this one go. This one, we're going to let that one go. The ones that we're going to focus on, monetary policy, economic policy, regulating certain aspects of the economy, things like that. When you start to work in that direction, you're not going to fix it, but you can set the country on a path whereby things begin to progress. And I feel like that is how this government should work. I'm not going to score them low or high in many of these areas, apart from the area of security. So, but all of these things needs to be decentralized. It has to be dealt with laws. If the things that they need to send bills to the National Assembly, they should send bills to the National Assembly, get this bill passed, and let the country get the country working. That's all. Get it working. Everything will fall in place. Everything will fall in place. And as a progressive government that they call themselves, I want to see a proper welfare system created under this administration, not those ones the better head who are trying to take cash to go and hand over to people who needs cash. No, create a proper welfare system. If you want to use the NIN, use the NIN system to create a proper welfare system. Employ people to go to this community, register them under the NIN scheme. You have all their biometric data and everything, get their bank account, and that's it.
Yeah, Akim, on that NIN, I think they must just enforce it nationwide because it's easy. It's just like BVN number 2, both of them. No person can have 2 BVN number, and no one can have 2 NIN number, just like a social security number. With that one, you already solved the issue of data. At least you can capture 60 to 70% of your population, excluding the children under 18 years old, or at least
no, including the children. The only thing,
even the children. But what we are saying is that so people don't know, and they will say no data, no data. Now you see what the central bank said. As from April of this year, if you do not have NIN number and a BVN number to your bank account, the account will be frozen. That means you won't be able to access your account. So they are forcing people to go and get their NIN number or BVN number, which is good. You can use this as a database to know the people and to also know what kind of work they do. But as you know, in every system in Nigeria, an average Nigerian wants to use the back door to cheat the government also.
No, the government also needs to provide facilities for them. Look, if you come to Europe now or any country, like in this place now, we have what you call citizens advice bureau. Like you go to citizen centers, whereby if you need information,
they do have here. But I like the way you talk. I like the way you talk. But I also want something. I want to say something about when you talk about decentralization of security to the state. And some of these states, they are so docile, they don't even know how to get money. So I want a way that maybe we also have to start thinking about the evolution of our resources to the state too. Maybe initially it can be 60-40, with federal government having 60 and that state have 40 of their resources, okay? Because if we don't do it this way, some of these state governors, they will still beg hand in hand to the federal government to give money. And if I'm the one giving you the money to develop your state, I also have a control. So, but the problem with Nigeria is because some section or some state, not even section, some state will think if we do this way, this state will develop more better than this one. This one will not develop. It's because people are lazy. We have a huge population of young people that we can force them to, maybe not force, or I don't know what we can use to push them to production. We have a big chunk of land uncultivated. I know you live in Europe. If you ever go anywhere in Europe, you see bushes or whatever, and you will see farmland. You will see trees planted. They don't waste the land. The land should be used to bring in more income to the government. That's what we are talking about. But when you travel from, just for example, look at our country. Some of us that live in the Southwest, you travel from Lagos to Ibadan. How many churches, how many mosques will you see on the road?
You're going too far, man. That one is too far. Enter street. Forget road. Enter street.
These are lands supposed to be used for cultivation of farm product, of industries or something like that. But what you see in Nigeria, you go all over Nigeria, what do you see? Places of production turn to mosque or turn to church.
No, the thing is, what this government need to do, and that was a mistake the Buhari government made. It was later towards the end of its administration that they started doing a lot of those things. But those were the things they were supposed to do from day one. Sending bills, creating a system whereby the country will start to just work. Things will be.
I think, Akim, it's high time Nigeria will just have to start with state police. If we are not doing state police, then we should have decentralized the 36 to the 33 states, and then an inspector general of police from that region manage that 3 states. Only reports to the presidency, okay? Not to even the inspector general of police of the country. If we make it that way, there will be an improvement in security situation. Because I just don't know how a policeman, this in Abuja, control everywhere. It's not done. And they are recruiting 30,000. They said they are going to recruit 30,000 policemen this year. We should continue to recruit. We should continue to put more benefits so that it can attract more young people to join the military.
All those they're going to recruit. Look, anything they are doing now, let me explain something to you, Nigeria. You see, anything they are doing now, they're just going to steal money. That's the truth. Tinubu needs, if I'm the president, I will create a reform system first. Before I spend any money, I'll first of all reform the.
That is what he has already police reform. They have already started working.
Yeah,
he gave them 3 months.
Have to be, if you say recruit, Baba, they will just chop all the money.
Committee have already started working. The task committee are rounding up. They have already implemented some of their plan, and they will be rounding up soon, maybe in the next 3 months. So I think he's doing the right thing. But some people here, because of animosity or hatred, or it's not their candidate, they will never see anything good. They always they just talk that okay, it's there, okay, 1 month, then things will turn around. Then the road that was not plied 10 years ago should be plied today. And I don't understand. He is not a miracle worker. It takes time. Today, Umahi was saying all contractors owed about 1.3 trillion naira. They will be paid, but this is the process. You have to bring your document to verify you have completed the job. Then the Ministry of Work Verification team will verify, the presidential team will verify, and then they will not take everything to the Federal Executive Council. So it's like 4 layers before you can get that money. Not that the ministry is paying. Simon Umahi is being wise up. It's not paying anymore. Until the Federal Executive Council now approve your money, then you'll be paid. For those ones that they are going to repair a lot of roads. I just want security decentralized.
But I mean, a lot of the road that they are calling federal road, federal government need to let it go to the state.
Thank you. I agree with you 100%.
Many of these roads are not
federal road. Any road within a state should belong to that state. Forget it.
Belong to the state.
Any state that connects one state to another state should be federal road. But any road within a state is a state.
Imagine if you travel from Remy, you can travel from Benin now, right? All the way to Auchi.
Yes, you can also travel from Benin through the highway up the way to Lagos.
You drive from Benin all the way to Auchi. Or that the whole of that journey, you are inside Edo State. You don't go. You are not.
That one should be Edo State road. Now, what concern federal government with that one?
The whole of that road, you are inside Edo State. You don't go out of the state. So how is that? Why is that a federal road?
So that is the problem. The federal government have a lot on their plate. They should just let it go. Like I said.
So Remy and Progressive. So what is obviously right? It's not because the government, the federal government, is interested in spending its whole money to fix roads because they really love to fix roads. That's not it. So my question is, what is the incentive for them to want to hold so tight to certain roads that are federal or state? There has to be an incentive for it.
Yeah, because Prince Ali, the bureaucracy around those ministries like FEMA, that are the agency that are maintaining federal roads. So you have them stationed across every state. If you begin to hand over most of this road back to state, where will FEMA be? You see, this is part of the problem.
FEMA can be maintaining federal road. Is that not enough for them?
Yeah, but then if you're giving a lot of this road back to the state, where would they be? So this is part of the problem. So these guys don't want to let it go.
They can deploy some of their workers to other ministry that they don't have enough people, and the other ones that are there, some state can absorb them, and the other continue to maintain federal road. It's so easy. We just make life difficult for ourselves.
So the government need to come in and let all this road go. Give them a way, let them go to the state and let the state handle them.
So how many states is capable, apart from Lagos, Port Harcourt, maybe, I don't know, Kaduna, how many other states have the resources to be able to allocate to building new roads or even maintaining the ones that they have? How many states have that?
Prince
all of them are capable. All of them are capable.
I don't want us to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know why? You know why? You know why? You see that same road I was telling you about now, from Benin to Auchi, is about maybe an hour 30 minutes drive. Okay.
Mhm.
So if you fix that road and you toll it, you're gonna get your money back.
Yeah.
It's simple as that.
Or alternatively, as they do in advanced country, but if you introduce this one to Nigeria, they will shout. They pay annual road tax, which is not cheap. Here, I'm paying. It depends on the car you are using. If you are using luxurious, so expensive car, you can pay up to 1,000 euro per year. For me, I'm paying about 200. The last time I paid about 245 euro per year, and it's an annual road tax. So this way, you don't need to pay any tax to apply any road here in this country. You can go anywhere you want, no problem. But you must pay that money. At the end of the day, they will give it to you.
In my opinion,
So,
the government need to just completely give all this road away. What they need to do is create a new federal super highways that connects the
thank
country.
you.
Like
Connect the country together. It's so easy.
That's
I
what
don't know.
Dave Umahi was talking about. They built a new super highways.
You know, Hakim, what you people are saying is you are right. That is the way we're supposed to do it. But let me tell you the problem that we have in Nigeria. By the time government proposed, let's say they said, okay, they want to all these road now, they want to maybe concession it, give it to private people to manage, and then put a toll. Because if you say the state should be taking the money, let me tell you, they will not get shishi. Because the people that you put there, they will be stealing the money. You remember that Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Lagos or Expressway were told before.
Yeah.
But the government was not getting anything from people, are just putting the money in their own private purse. So it's supposed to.
One of my friend's sister used to work on the toll back then. I remember.
So people is not good. Government cannot manage any business. You agree with me? So they're supposed to give it to private people. Give it to them. Let them.
Simba, what do you think about road within a state? For example, you are from, let's say I'm from Oshun. I'm traveling from all the way from Oyo to Iwo, or from Iwo to Bomosho. All these roads supposed to be federal roads, supposed to be state road. Let them manage it by themselves and let the government.
There was a time they had the proposal to actually, let me tell you, to actually release some of these roads to the states. I agree with you. The federal government does not have any business managing state. In Nigeria, they will have three types of road. We have the trunk A, trunk B, and trunk C. The trunk A road are the one managing by the federal government, and they call it interstate road. Intrastate road. The road that links one state to the other. So, and they have a lot of that, because some state can have like 3, 4, 5 that link, maybe Oshun that has boundary with Oyo, that has boundary with Ekiti.
The road, the stretch of the road is too. This one, Simba, what I'm telling you, this road are basically outside your house. Like you wake up in the morning, you come out the road outside your house. It's a federal road. How does that make sense?
It does not make any sense at all. Like you cannot.
So what I'm even saying is that by the time, if government want to go that route, you discover that we now have all these useless Nigerian Labour Congress, all those those organizations are they are impediment to progress of that country. If government, okay, look at it now. Look at the refinery now. The refinery has not been working. People are there collecting money, getting promotion, and our money.
If I move it to the background, I want to drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
thank you everyone for your time, and we appreciate you for being our audience today. We expect to see you tomorrow to learn from you. We can share the same learning experience together when one man went to mow the eagle himself lands tomorrow. Thank you everyone. Wish you success wherever you are. Good day to everyone. Thank you. You can continue, please.
Okay, so look at